He kills it. I think you're rocking it well.
My guy Diego, me and you all
You
the
look
way,
like
baby.
a mob boss, man.
I'm telling you, listen, don't make me get on this phone now.
No.
I need to call some shots tonight, you know what I'm saying?
Bro.
But tonight's going to be great. We are so glad that all of you are here. By the way, make sure wherever you're watching, you're hitting that like button. You're interacting in the chat. We're going to be here all night, baby. And that starts, like I said, from the top of the billing. And, Geordie, if you want, we can go through this card. This is a banger of a card, starting with someone that you're familiar with through the cruiserweight scene, Chris Billam-Smith, and a fellow American. I don't know. I think I might have to be the sole representative of the sole American on the card tonight.
Bro, you remember how that went for you last time?
I know, man. Jared Anderson, please, brother. I'm still rocking with you.
Oh, no. We did this last time with Martin McCauley versus Jared Anderson in L.A.
Who knew, though? Who knew Martin McCauley was going to come out and just
he didn't get the Martin McCauley Joseph Parker got. He got that George Foreman Martin McCauley, that swinging and banging version of Martin McCauley. He wasn't his baby elephant that day.
Oh, man.
And I felt for Jared Anderson, but tonight it's going to be interesting. I think it's a really close match that Billam-Smith Glanton won. And the thing about Billam-Smith is he's obviously such a nice guy, and he's actually maxed out on what he's capable of in boxing, which I always really respect in fighting. Those fighters who you think, how far can they go? For him to have been a world champion says a lot about his determination, but his natural talent, in my opinion, is lacking. And I think for him to reclaim the top of the mountain, we're going to really see what he's made of again, because this is the sort of reclaim now, isn't it?
No, absolutely. And he's a big cruiserweight. We got a lot of cruiserweights on this card. He's a big guy, but also Glanton, big-time knockout power. For a smaller cruiserweight, by the way. I saw them both at the weigh-ins this week, and I was almost shocked. I even saw, Glanton was sitting next to our guy, Vidal Riley, and Brandon Glenn's he's a cruiserweight, he's not a light heavyweight. And boy, if I didn't know before the press conference started, I found out this one was going to get heated very quickly. I don't know if you saw.
Bro, he went the family, the kids.
I mean, what do you think? Fighters, this is the fight game. You're going to say some mean things, bad words are going to get said. Sometimes family members are going to get brought into it. Trust. We're going to talk about it in the main event. That was all we talked about for that one. But what did you think about the back and forth?
It's one of them where when you go to the family of a really well-liked fighter...
I'm just going to say what he said because we got the clearance, by the way, to give a little bit of person. He said, listen here, Chris, you a bitch. You a bitch and your son knows you a bitch. And I was like,
no, he said, you're something about your kid's father is a bitch or something
it's
like
crazy.
That. And it just felt like he lowered the tone of the whole press conference. No one, even as bad as Ben and Eubank have been, they kind of were keeping it classy at that point. And yeah, this guy really let everyone know, like, I'm about that life. And it kind of, I got to give him credit in a sense. I don't really like what he said, but it automatically made the whole press conference go, oh, yeah, okay then. Because take Vidal Riley and Chev Clark, for example. That is, and we love Vidal Riley, right? We're really good friends with Vidal. We're rooting for him tonight. Oh, there's a fire alarm. Can we get my YouTube channel up working, please? While we're on it. Some people have not grabbed that moment, right, when the microphone is on them. I think Vidal is such all business tonight that this press conference just passed those two by, right? Yeah. And that's something I really want Vidal to do in the future, and I certainly think he's got a chance of it tonight. But as bad as it was to say something like that, it did make me go, well, pay attention to your fight more.
I'm interested now, right?
Because you kind of want to see, how does Billam-Smith... I can't believe what's going on. This is hilarious.
We have a ringing in our ears.
Yeah, no, it's not in our... It's everywhere.
It's in the studio. Okay, so listen, we're dealing with the elements here in our first one. This is what you prepare for, all right? This is the fight game where you have to fly by the seat of your pants. And trust me, these things are hugging. I've been doing squats. You feel what I'm saying? So we're flying by the seat tonight. But honestly, like you said, I'm excited for that first one. And then, let's be honest, we're going to have a bit of a bias for the next fight.
A massive one.
We can't hide it. It's what it is. Vidal Riley, Chev Clark, we know a bit of the backstory here. For the people that don't, talk to them about why this British title fight is such a big one for both fighters.
Well, put it this way. That ringing sound, that is exactly the sound that I heard when Vidal Riley smacked me in the head once when we were training.
There you go.
So we have spent time both in the gym with Vidal. I spent a lot of time with his dad.
I was going to say, Derek was the one putting it on you, boy. Watch out that jab.
You definitely realize how Vidal got where he got when you spend time with Derek, because he's a violent man, okay? He's a very violent man. And Derek had, 50 amateur fights, so he was well-schooled in boxing and really understands the game. And he brought his son up to be a champion. I mean, it's really that simple, and we've seen it before in boxing. But what I will give Derek a lot of credit for is, unlike some fathers in boxing, he doesn't want to be all in the videos, dancing, as Suge Knight used to say. He's happy to play background and happy to support his son in the most, behind-the-scenes kind of way. But he does every bit of the work with his son. Yeah. He sweats and bleeds with his son. And this is a real match made in heaven. And to a point where Vidal Riley went to the Mayweather gym, met Mike Tyson, did this whole American thing and thought, you know what? Nothing's better than my dad. And he came back to his own blood, right? And now they're forging a great partnership. There's been frustration from the boxing world at Vidal's defensive style at times. When he had that rib injury, he cracked ribs. But I think that this is a night where we might see the very best of Vidal. And look, there's pressure on. It's Tottenham. He's a Tottenham boy.
That's a big deal, man. Right in your backyard, and not just in your backyard, but doing it in front of 65,000 people in your backyard. 5 minutes, he says, from where he grew up. He used to walk down here and watch all his favorite football, I'll say it for my UK people, football players, even though it burns me to say it because my American football side wants to come out. But, yeah, man, this one's a massive fight for so many reasons. The British title on the line, and it's really it's piss or get off the pot time for both fighters because, like you said, Vidal had an extensive amateur career. So did Chev, Olympian. And now Chev in his pro career is moving very quickly, but he's in his 30s now. Vidal moving very quickly, but he's in his late 20s. If we are going to continue to build both guys, Eddie is saying Chev is world champion level, or he will be one day. Vidal thinks he's the same. Tonight is going to be the difference makers. I think from both fighters, this could be fight and performance of the night.
I just want to welcome the Pain Game audience.
Let's go, Pain Game people.
They're with us.
Come on.
We're here.
Get in.
We made it. Okay, thank you to the guys at the back. They smashed that.
Shouts out to the ring, man. Killing that. The boys are killing it tonight. Where's my man Joe? I see him down there. That's right. Joe, not Jeff. For the people that know, all right? Joe, not Jeff back there.
I got to say, for Vidal, we remember him bursting onto our YouTube scene with the whole KSI coaching role, and people sort of immediately, playing him down as a boxer. And there's been talk of how good is he? How good is he? I'm going to say right now, I think he can be world class. I really believe he can go all the way. I think he's more talented by a mile than Chris Billam-Smith. And Chris Billam-Smith was a world champion.
You had the hot take on my channel. You said it. He said if they fought right now, you'd take Vidal.
Oh, absolutely, I would take Vidal. I think Vidal has more talent in his little toe than Billam-Smith has in his whole body. I no disrespect to Billam-Smith. He's a beast, right? He's a hard worker. But Billam-Smith's like Nate Diaz to me in boxing, right? He's that guy who he's durable. He wants it more than you do. But he's not the most talented guy in the room. I think Vidal is insanely talented. I think he's the most talented cruiserweight,
When you're talking about ceilings, Vidal's potential ceiling.
Massive. Yeah, and I remember when he was a kid, KSI went over to the Mayweather gym, and Vidal was like, oh, can I get some work? And the Mayweather gym didn't know what the hell had just walked in the room, right? So they fed up a top 10 cruiserweight in America, and Vidal disposed of him in quick time.
Crazy.
They then went, oh, okay, well, let's get this other guy.
We got to figure
right?
Bring this guy.
They get another guy out, right? Who was, I think, like the 4th cruiserweight, in America, whatever. It was a high-level guy. Again, Vidal dealt with him. This was when Vidal was 22, right? Now he's had 5 years, and there's been complaints about, he's not knocking people out the way, we want him to, yada, yada. Because the standards, the heavier weights, you want to knock out. I get it. But here's the thing. He has got that other thing, that most fighters at that size, they can't, do the Mayweather-style thing. I'm not saying he's on Mayweather's level, but that game plan of shut you down, right? He can do a lot.
Yeah.
And I just think that he's a young English lad. We should back him a bit instead of just tearing him down because he had one fight that you thought was boring, man. Yeah. Come on.
I think tonight is a big step toward that for either fighter. Because listen, you know, we've sat here and we've sung the praises of Vidal Riley, but to try to remain as unbiased as possible, Chev Clark is coming in with a massive chip on his shoulder. You lose the last fight after, you know, for the first time in your career, looking a little bit vulnerable, even in the fight before that with the majority decision win. You come back, you lose the last one after being dropped, but you fight your way back in that fight. You almost earn the victory, but you lose by a split decision. You have to think, and I saw a little bit of this come out in Chev in the press conference where, you know, Eddie Hearn was talking about the British title and how, you know, if Chev wins the British title, not meaning to disparage his own fighter, just it's up for grabs, right? That's the fight. And Chev goes, well, Eddie, I am the British champion. Like, you could see there's a little bit of the chip on the shoulder, like people are already disrespecting him. And I think he wants to come and shut people like you and I and everybody else that are trying to sing the praises of Vidal up tonight.
He doesn't want to be a stepping stone, does he? And like when you're 10-1 and have had like a good amateur career like Chev has, you're not expecting to, you know, lose again at this point. But the problem is he's in there with a super talent. I'll give you an example. When Daniel Dubois reacquainted with Vidal Riley, he looked at him, as you see in this clip, and Daniel Dubois goes, "It's the best 9-year-old boxer there's ever been." and Vidal just laughed. And this is the thing. Amateur is different, right? And these guys were all young, you know, back in the day on Team GB and whatnot. Yeah. Vidal Riley beat Daniel Dubois multiple times in the amateurs. And people are just like...
Chris Billam-Smith as well.
People aren't, like, getting behind what we've got here, I think. And I get you need a performance. And that's the hard bit about Tottenham. Mentally, we know that the pressure is on. And he knows the history of boxing, right? His dad's an encyclopedia. You go into his dad's house, there's pictures of Ricky Hatton and Mayweather and all sorts of, right? It's the Bible of boxing. The Bible of boxing is the ring. It's also in Derek's house.
Talk to them.
Right? This is what...
Tell him.
Vidal Riley was raised on you eat, sleep, shit boxing, right? And so he knows what tonight is all about. And that's a worry for me as his friend, because I'm like... This sort of pressure, it does one of two things to people. You either rise to the occasion, like we see in Anthony Joshua do against Klitschko at Wembley, and go for it and make your mark, or some people shrink. And it's a how big are your balls moment tonight.
Absolutely.
Real, and especially against Chev Clark.
For both guys. Listen, really quick, we're going to get into our first fight in just a little bit here, but we're going to run through the next couple of fights. Liam Smith, Aaron McKenna, quick thoughts on that one. What are you thinking? Younger guy, Aaron McKenna, 19-0.
I really find this hard.
Is a long guy for the division at 6'1" as well.
He's massive, isn't he?
Huge.
Young as fuck.
I was like, this guy is going to be a I mean, he looked like Fendora to me at 54.
Yeah, I think that this really depends on what has Liam Smith got left.
Yeah.
Because that last fight against Eubank, it's funny because a lot of people, I think that clouded a lot of people's judgment coming into this main event, right? Because Liam Smith was a shadow of his former self. I mean, that looked nothing like the Liam Smith we've seen against Fowler, was it Vargas?
Even in the previous
Ben
Jr. fight.
Yeah, and the way he knocked out Eubank Jr., and he was stalking Eubank Jr., and he was putting combinations together. He was in survival mode from the first bell. Crazy. He was like, let me just try and get the decision here.
Crazy.
So if I was impressed with McKenna on what I've seen of him, he's not had loads of exposure.
Big fight for him.
The range, he's a decent puncher. They both like to come forward, which makes me think that we get a good fight there, hopefully.
Fight after fight could potentially be fight of the night. Then we move to Anthony Yarde and Lyndon Arthur. A lot of people really, really looking forward to this one. Again, it's another banger. It feels like every fight on the card could potentially steal the show. Talk to me about the co-main.
I feel like Yarde has a lot of... he's got a lot of pressure on here because his last performance was flat, mate. Yeah. And what we're looking for right now in this light heavyweight division is that Buatsi fight between him and Yarde would be a beautiful fight to make. It's two of the best of British going head to head, and we've been wanting them because there's beef there to fight for years. It's not happened yet, and you know. Lyndon Arthur, he's not my favourite fighter. I've got to be honest. I think he's a little negative, and that serves him well, right? He obviously went the distance with Bivol, right? But it was because he was just shut down. He was not even trying to win that fight. And I think that the reason that this fight it could be exciting is because Yarde knows I've got to come forward to break you down, otherwise we're going to be here all night.
Right.
And he did it last time, knocked him out in round 4. And it was a hell of a... And you could see he quit Arthur. And that's where I wonder, because he was... The referee's counting in his eyes, and I'm like, you probably could have got up about 5 seconds ago.
Right.
He knows he has to come with a lot more than he came with last time. So this is the trilogy. It's all on the line. And whoever wins is going on to a much bigger fight. If you lose, I mean, where do you go from there? Yeah.
Co-main event to look out for. Now let's move to the main. So much stuff to talk about in this main event.
Oh,
obviously, the bloodline is the biggest story in all the UK. I was at a Sainsbury's and was just chatting with some of the people there. There was a 75-year-old lady that walked up in the middle of the conversation. She goes, I'm going to go with Eubank Jr. I'm going to go Eubank Jr. I didn't even ask her.
Bro.
It's just that's how important it is to the people out here. And obviously, we got to talk about the stuff that's happened this week, but just first thoughts on this main event.
Like I said earlier, the Pain Game audience, you missed a little bit of this gold stuff, but
the monologue to start, I missed that one.
I grew up on this, right? And the the little old ladies, my grandparents knew about this. Everybody knew about their fathers, and to see all these people still interested, still want to know who comes out and he who laughs hardest, right? And this is a real opportunity for the Benns to get one back.
And you can tell they want. I mean, both sides want it, but you can tell Nigel even. And I think Conor is living through Nigel and vice versa. Both of them want to just – because they didn't get to settle that score in the second one, even though maybe they should have been able to.
Well, Eubank Sr. admits he was robbed.
Yeah.
I should have been beaten that night. But he does it with a smile on his face because he knows he got away with it. It's like, well, I can say that now. And I think that the shadow of Chris Eubank is looming so large. We're in this mega stadium right now. And yet the shadow of Chris Eubank Sr. is looming so large over this event because despite him disputing that it should come about and refusing to be here up till now, a lot of people think that may be an act, and we may hear Tina Turner's music hit. Simply the best. We might hear that later on tonight. I hope so.
The place would come unglued.
Mate.
I would throw my headset. I might jump out of this window if it happens. It's going to be insane if somehow that happens. But reality states that he's put his position out there.
He said this is a disgrace. The problem for me, and I'd love to know what some of the commenters have to say about this, is you yourself jumped up weight classes, right?
He moved around, yeah.
You've said that the rules are being broken. No, they're not, mate. Because every time someone has asked him, like George Groves did, to clarify what rule is being broken, silence, right? This, in my opinion, and this is really sad to say because it's a father and son, but there was a reason we loved Chris Eubank, right? The narcissism in this man was amazing.
Yeah.
And, the fact that he came out as simply the best really spoke volumes about him. I think he looks at his son as an extension of him. You belong to me. Your career belongs to me. You wouldn't have this if it wasn't for me. And when Chris Eubank, a few years back, said, I'm going to be the boss of my own career now, Dad, and you can either be involved as a backseat taker, like Nigel Benn has done so well, or you could do what you want, but you're not the boss anymore. His dad went, fine, I don't want to know then. And I do believe that part of that I don't want to know is a reaction to finances. I think that his dad was taking a nice chunk out of some of those paychecks. I don't think he was there for free at all. And I get, you put a lot into your son's career. But you know what we're seeing with Conor Ben? His dad hasn't been all up front, and his son has benefited. And this event is still going to be massive even without you. So I think that there's that narcissistic element of his dad just wanting to control everything. And if he was the one right now benefiting from this, I think he'd be front row centre singing his son all the way to the ring. Do you disagree?
There are parts of it that I can see the other side of it. This is a father-son relationship that we just don't know, right? We have no idea how they interact, how much,
Well, one thing that we do know is that when he said, you're not the boss anymore, Eubank self-admittedly, I want no part of it then.
Yeah.
So that's what
and I absolutely can see the self-centered potential nature of it. I mean, even in the Billy Joe Saunders fight, midway through the fight, we see Senior kind of strutting in the middle of the ring when Junior's looking for advice in the corner. There's all these elements that I just, when I look at Senior, I have so much respect for him. I have so much respect for what he did in the sport, and I don't know the ins and outs of their relationship as father-son. And I do know that there's been tragedy in that family, and extensions of that have reached to both, father and son. So I'm sure what you're saying, there's got to be an element of that that's true. I'm sure that the other side of it, too, a genuine concern for his son is also there. It's just sad to see. It really is. In a moment like this, like you said, where it does feel like, his spirit is just looming, and we all wish that he could just be here. It's an unfortunate situation, but more so for Junior. And we'll talk about it more as we see Chris Billam-Smith about to walk to the ring here. This is going to be a banger of a fight we don't want to miss.
Chris Billam-Smith is stiff as out, isn't he?
He's right. Look at that face, though.
No, he means business. He's got this anger
Punisher,
about him.
son.
And this is about mentioning his kids earlier, right?
Oh, yeah.
When he did that,
fired up then.
He may have made a big mistake.
Yeah, look at that face. We'll come back to the main event in just a second. I'll just say that all the stuff we're talking about, all the repercussions of this are going to fall on the shoulders of Junior. We're going to make some picks in a little bit. By the way, let's make picks now for his first fight. What are you saying?
I am going to say Glanton.
The zone had an 84-16. You're going Glanton?
I'm going Glanton. Do you know why?
I was supposed to be the crazy American. I was supposed to be the homer here.
Because I know I just don't rate Billam-Smith at all.
Wow.
And I don't mean I don't rate...
Comments, get him. Get him.
I feel terrible. I like him. And I admire what he's gotten out of his ability. I just think if Glanton's got anything, he should beat him. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But to be honest, I understand why Billam-Smith is the favourite. I don't rate his skills.
I was going to go Glanton, too, just purely off, rooting for the Americans, so I guess we're both going Glanton here.
I could be wrong.
We're going to look like our first fight that we predict on the Ring Magazine watch party. We're going to look at a bunch of idiots.
Unreal. We'll have people stopping by every now and then, by the way.
Yes, guests incoming.
Who knows who might show up? You never know on the Ring stream. But yeah, I like Billam-Smith, so I feel really bad about this. But I also, I never understand why fighters fight the way Billam-Smith does. I get frustrated.
Well, I think you talked about it. You have a potential, and you maximize that potential, and maybe that ceiling is just where you have to stay. Yeah. We have a guy on the team tonight. He's not a part of our. He may come up. We'll see. But Tony Bellew, we talked about that too. Talking about maximizing your potential as a fighter. He did that to the utmost degree. A guy that maybe wasn't as talented naturally as even a guy like David Haye, and still had made leaps and bounds past, I think, where a lot of people would have put him.
Do you know, Tony Bellew, I think, is underrated. And it's not that he isn't rated. He's especially in the UK. But when you watch him against Usyk, he really showed a lot in that fight. Before it went downhill for him, and just like Usyk did to Fury and everybody else.
It's Alexander Usyk.
Yeah, but I thought that, let's say Usyk versus AJ won. AJ obviously chasing shadows for periods of that. There was points against Fury where Fury he makes people look out of their depth.
Yeah.
And I did think that Bellew showed his actual technical ability was really high level at times. And it's a shame it ended in the way it did, because I think he really started that fight super well.
I can't believe we both went Brandon Glanton.
I'm going for it, yeah.
I mean, 20-2, 17 knockouts, big. And again, you wouldn't expect it out of his frame, but an explosive power puncher.
He's not great either. I've got to be honest, I'm not saying I really rate him. Like,
I didn't say it, Brandon. Man, listen, I gotta go down to Atlanta sometimes,
I made some notes about this, and I was like, Chris Billam-Smith, I admire him as a human, but not as a boxer. Busted up in every fight. He's the Nate Diaz of boxing. Not one attribute that I think is particularly great, but bags of heart, determination, and size.
And also, size is going to be a major factor.
He's massive.
He's been in there with massive punchers as well.
He beat Okoli, and Okoli's a massive heavyweight now that he's gone up there.
60 or something, huh?
The one thing I did like about
on that weight after fight diet.
I know, right? Glanton, he's a come forward guy.
Yeah.
And that's going to actually make this fight pretty exciting, I hope, despite me saying I'm not particularly blown away by their ability.
Yeah.
You don't need two of the greatest fighters in the world to have a good fight. Like, the main event tonight is not a world title fight. Everyone wants to see it. So I think that we're seeing the value in these guys who maybe aren't champions.
Fights you want to see versus belts you want to see.
Yeah.
That is where the sport of boxing is going, and again, that's where the Ring magazine is leading the sport.
I think nobody wants to fight either of these guys as well. That's a compliment I can give both of them. Is like, as much as I don't think Billam-Smith's technically great.
It's just a tough night.
He's just a horrible man to fight, isn't he?
Night.
Horrible. Let's see how these boys get on.
Seconds out. Round 1.
Are we saying knockout?
I don't know, man. I maybe a Glanton knockout.
Right away, Glanton on the front foot. I like that. Trying to pin Billam-Smith. Some shots underneath as well. Oh, stiff jab. I like this. Immediately taking center.
Yeah, I knew.
Trying to push.
He's a come-forward guy. He doesn't mess around, right? Ironically, this is the, this is the strategy for Conor Ben later, right? Get in on the bigger man and smash him as best as you can to the body, break him down. And good body shots from Glanton early on here.
Yeah, if you wanted to see a preview for a little bit of what Conor Ben wants to do later tonight, you're kind of seeing it with Brandon Glanton right here. Head movement, head off center, level change, get to the body, work upstairs. It's so key being a smaller guy, and again, it's just good to have these parallels. It's so key being a smaller guy to get rhythm early and get inside of the big, long jab of the longer fighter to just establish something, get some respect early on, and let that bigger fighter know, yeah, that jab's cool and everything, but you're going to have to deal with this kind of pressure all night.
Some bigger guys, they don't actually like fighting the smaller dudes. They think they're a pain in the arse because you got to find them a bit more, you know what I mean? Because they are moving around like that. I prefer fighting smaller dudes. Definitely.
Like to use that jab. Hey, listen, y'all ain't seen it, but Geordie's jab's nasty. Trust me.
Yeah.
Trust me. Y'all saw mine. Mine wasn't great, but nice combination there from Billam-Smith.
Yeah, he's got to keep it at range like he did there, right? Fully extend that jab and get that going. The thing is, early on, he never looks. He never looks amazing. But as they're swinging here.
Yeah, we're trading a bit.
But as the energy starts getting sapped from his opponent, you see he rises into the fight, doesn't he? He grows into it.
You had a great analogy for our MMA fans out there, the Nate Diaz analogy.
Oh, yeah.
That level, it may not start high. He may not have that big explosive first, second, third round, but it just stays there. You are just not getting him tired throughout the fight. It'll be first round the same as it is round 11, 12.
Mate, the Nate Diaz comparison is so good,
actually so accurate.
Because it's like, in rounds in boxing terms, obviously, rounds 4 and 5 for Nate Diaz are his rounds in the MMA world. But yeah, with Billam-Smith, it's like rounds 8 onwards, you're like, he actually looks pretty good here out of nowhere. And it's I think that this is where, if you are going to win, a decision,
and shot to the body.
Glanton needs to rack up rounds here as best as he can early on, probably.
And I don't know that he is here in round 1. It's been a back and forth round, and I'm seeing Billam-Smith start to turn some stuff over.
Oh, yeah, and he's looking desperate here, Glanton, with the way he's swinging a little bit there.
That was a great end
really
to the
good
first round, making us look like complete, absolute idiots.
Yeah.
is Billam-Smith. And you talked about it, though. We watched the walkout, and you said, you know what, the look in that man's eyes is different right now.
This is the thing, as part of me is like, you mentioning the kids and all of that, I really don't appreciate it, I don't respect it, but equally, it did make me go, I wonder how Billam-Smith reacts to this, because he's such a nice guy. There's never really anything, in his emotions when he's walking out the ring like the way we've seen today. Like, this brought out the dog super fast, and I was surprised that he nailed him with that right hand.
Freaking lunchbox of a right hand right
Beautiful.
There.
If he takes too many more of them, he'll be down. Glanton will, your American street, because I picked Billam-Smith, mate. I don't know what.
This is why, man. This is why I always am getting shat on for being a homer.
Oh, man.
Every time I pick an American, it never goes my way. It never does. But you know what? Maybe it's just the W.A.D.E curse. That's a real thing, by the way. I don't know if you've seen anything I pick, it goes the opposite.
You've made me worry, because I think we might be picking similar for the main event.
If you guys are in the comment section right now, if you're in the chat, and you're looking to, you know what I'm saying, put some action down.
You're the David Hay of the America.
It's bad, dude.
Yeah. Have you seen
Go
David Hay's
the opposite.
picks?
Is it always just wrong?
Mate, he's worse than Drake.
That's what I'm saying. Go the opposite of me tonight. You will make some cold hard cash. I can almost put everything on it, man. I'm telling you.
What I like about Billam-Smith, because of the range, Glanton's trying to get inside here. Billam-Smith was taking a step back, letting the 1-2 fly, just full extension, and that's what obviously got him that big right hand to land right on the chin, on the jaw of Glanton there. But it is a little bit messier right now. Good body shots, though.
Beautiful shots there from Billam-Smith, but he's welcoming this inside fight. Hook, right hand. Chopping shots, man.
We felt that. We both just felt like, oh.
He's welcoming this, and we talked about, how sometimes, taller fighters, it's difficult to fight on the inside. But what we have seen in this fight, and honestly, as boxing is evolved over the last, I would say, decade and a half, we've seen taller fighters start to really utilize the inside game.
Yeah, I mean, Tyson Fury, to be fair to him, he's a bloody giant, and you'd think
El Monstro, David Benavidez.
Yeah, your favorite boxer, right?
Bro,
I know, man.
He is a absolute terror in the inside. His inside boxing outboxed Caleb Plant on the inside, and then tuned him up. Same thing. I mean, David, that Morrell fight is fight of the year still for me. That uppercut left hook.
They're trading. And you're right, like, Billam-Smith is actually looking solid on the inside here.
This is his game. Yeah. You want to play this? You want to go zombie for zombie with this guy? Good luck, Good
Goes with the uppercut.
That was nice.
Did you ever see that Caleb Plant street fight video that came out? Where he was just pinging that guy's head back?
I did not. No? I saw him slap one of the Charlo brothers.
No. This
Get
was
your damn hands off
me. This was in the hood, like, type
Touch
stuff.
me again. Hey, by the way, Caleb Plant, shout out to him. From Tennessee, my home state. He's always repping for
I like
Tennessee.
him. Yeah, I like him.
That's why he's my guy, man. Sweet hands, man. Come on.
He's in this, like, backyard brawl.
Okay.
And he's just pinging this guy's head. And you can tell, like, this guy does not know what the hell he's dealing with here. And his head's just going like this. It was amazing.
Shots here from Billam-Smith, man. Good right hand around the guard. I love that, man. That glove replace. Lead hand frame, peel, go behind. Very tricky, nice old school move there from Billam-Smith. He's looking great.
He's an old school fighter, isn't he, Billam?
That right hand.
He really reminds me of those sort of fighting. You
know
what I mean?
Big right hand from Glanton there, man. He's sitting down on some stuff, too.
Body shot at end the round there. Hard to score, to be fair, the first 2 rounds. Very competitive.
I thought the first part of round 2, Glanton had a nice answer. But then again, I thought as the round went on, you started to see Billam-Smith once again welcome those exchanges to land the bigger shots. Cool, roll with your right hand, roll with your hook to the body, then upstairs counters.
Can Glanton keep coming all night the way he needs to enforce this sort of strategy?
I don't know if he's going to do any of that. I haven't spoken with his lady. We're going to pause that.
We're going to ask her. Let us know in the comments.
No, but it's a real question because Billam-Smith can do this all night. And he will.
Yeah, he's got a great
He will fight in that firefight. He will walk forward. He will... Honestly, if this turns into a slugfest, I'm starting to favor him as well. Even though Glanton's a massive puncher, you're talking about punches and bunches coming back at him. And that's the one thing. If you're a massive one-shot, two-shot puncher, that volume will stop a lot of that.
I feel like as much as I've downplayed Billam-Smith's technical ability, you need, like, speed, right? Lightning speed to make him struggle, because unless you've got, because he is just a hard bastard who's not going to stop. He's going to keep going, and you have to be in and out because that reach is so long, or amazing on the inside. And Glanton right now, I'm starting to wonder.
Look at that uppercut.
That was a
He's
good
getting
uppercut.
so close with that. Look at that left hook stung him with that too. Shoulder bump.
Like, Billam-Smith's
Come on,
pushing
man.
Glanton back now.
Chris Billam-Smith, talk that. Oh, big right hand there.
That was a nice right hand. But he stunned him, but he's gone back to work, Billam-Smith.
I got goosebumps off that combo from Chris Billam-Smith.
Oh, Glanton doesn't look good here.
This body work then upstairs, man. Look at him shoving him off, walking him forward again.
Imagine. Left hook.
He's going to go left hook uppercut. Yeah, man.
Oh, the crowd are getting into this.
Shot, good clip there from Glanton, though. Look at this, back and forth. Look at that
left hook back from Glanton. And a body shot.
He's starting to sit down on punches.
Ooh,
hey, how about a first fight of the night to get you going?
Yeah.
Come on, son.
This means a lot, this one, you can tell. with Billam-Smith losing that world title, he knows he can't lose the next one now.
Nice. Good solid left hook there from Glanton. And he's had a lot more success in this round with the power punching than he has in the first two, and it looks like he's gotten a little respect.
I thought he was waning a bit, but then he must have known. He was like, I gotta throw down here. Like, I can't just let this guy take me apart.
And back to it.
This is a war here, isn't it? Billam-Smith with a lovely body shot.
If you came to watch some proper boxing here at the Ring Magazine, you're getting it in the first fight of the night.
Ooh, left hook from Glanton.
Talk about fighting in a phone booth.
Yeah, literally.
Look at this.
18-foot ring as well, isn't it?
Yeah, man. Yeah. Super small ring.
Yeah.
Good point.
We'll get onto that later for the main event, because that was a Conor Ben decision that he won in the contract negotiations.
And winning in the contract negotiations.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Glanton with a big combo. Billam-Smith takes it like a champ.
My goodness.
Damn.
Out of nowhere.
And Billam-Smith is coming back with his own. This man is a zombie.
Oh,
The
my
Last
goodness.
of Us, Series 3, featuring Billam-Smith.
Oh, my Lord. Night of the Undead.
Honestly, mate, Resident Evil Billam-Smith edition. What are we witnessing here? But he's the Nate Diaz of the Cruiserweight division. It takes a lot, and he looks like that. Took it on another left hook from Glanton.
Oh, Glanton's throwing.
Glanton is swinging with everything. Wow, what a round.
There, man.
What a round.
Let me tell you something.
These boys aren't playing.
That right there, that round was a difference maker for Brandon Glanton, because it looked like in the first few there, Billam-Smith had established a pace, had established shots that he wanted to go to, and how to reset when he got in some trouble. He could frame, shove off, shoulder bump, and get back to what he was doing. All of a sudden, Glanton throws a 3-4 punch combo with speed that we hadn't seen all night.
Where did that come from?
Talk about, playing a little possum early on.
That would have dropped a lot of fighters, right?
He dropped those quickly. To the body, upstairs hook, big turnover with a right hand. And he just snapped it off like it was nothing. Even in slow motion, you're seeing, goodness.
The corner of Billam-Smith just said, you're trying to hold too much. Get your hands up, protect yourself. And, him leaving himself vulnerable there, Glanton capitalized big time there.
I can see that going, that round going Glanton's way.
Oh, yeah. That was a noticeable moment in that round, Good head movement early from Glanton to slip the jab. He's trying to keep it long now, Billam-Smith. He's like, I'm not really sure I want to play that game again. Pushes him off. And he's trying to get the jab going. There's not a lot behind it, though, is there?
Nope. Walked himself directly into the corner of the combo there.
Glanton's just walking straight through it.
Ooh, nice right hand from Billam-Smith. You can definitely see, though, while the body shots of Chris Billam-Smith are having an effect, or they were early, you're seeing the difference in the effect of the punches landed. When Glanton lands, there's massive, massive reaction right now. When Billam-Smith lands, there's reaction, but not on the same level. I love that, though. Look at that shove.
It's like what you said earlier. Like, Billam-Smith's power and pace is only going to start paying dividends as the fight goes on. He just doesn't have that, fast twitch fiber that we're seeing a bit from Glanton here. Nice left hook from Glanton on the inside against the ropes. Goes for the uppercut. And he lands it again. Left hook.
Jeez.
How do we turn down the noise from the...
I got you. There you go.
Damn, son. Wow. My eardrums were about to get blown up there. I felt like I was getting hit by Glanton myself.
We're out of protect.
Damn.
Big shots this round.
This is a great fight. I've got to give the boys credit. They're going for it.
And look at how momentum is such a big deal. Look at the difference in the body language of both guys this round. Glanton on head movement. We didn't even see that in the first couple. He slid the outside of range. He's coming back in, throwing big-time shots. This is exactly what you look for in a high-level fight.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with Glanton. I think he's... A lot of people at cruiserweight, they struggle with just the size and the difficulty of getting on the inside with Billam-Smith. And as I said, he's a horrible person to fight, a hard night's work. Glanton's shown that talent-wise, early on here, I think he's got a little bit of an advantage there. It's just whether or not he's done the work in the gym to keep this coming, right?
And this is where it's going to start to take shape.
Do you see the back of the neck jolt from the jab there of Glanton?
So powerful. Nice left hook there from Billam-Smith. This is where you're going to...
Another jab.
Double.
Mate, I doubled down on what I said earlier, by the way. Vidal would smash Billam-Smith up now. He would be way too quick for him. Ben Whittaker in the crowd there.
It's a good shot of Ben.
Yeah, the next big thing potentially in British boxing. We'll talk about him a bit later on. We got hours to kill, right?
We'll be here.
Stay with us. Stay with us.
Pain game people, weight concept people, ring people. Make sure you guys are liking the streams, commenting as well, subscribing to all the different platforms. We want to see you guys come back because this ain't the last time you're going to see us doing this.
Yeah, right? Hopefully we could be.
We're going to be here
smashing this every time for the ring.
By the way, speaking of the ring, you guys see all the stuff we have on this desk as we end around here, man. We got our Fatal Fury copies here. We got our characters. My lady here, you know what I'm saying, we got to turn her so we don't get TOS a little bit. No disrespect. But this, my man right here, is Geese Howard. He's cut up like I am. You know, he's made after me, I think.
We've also got amazing, cool Ring Magazine edition.
That's right.
With Alexander Usyk. Beautiful. I don't want to knock that over because the boys have done such a good job showing it off. We got, is that Muhammad Ali inside there?
Come on. We got, you have so many historic fighters.
Yeah.
Obviously, the Ring Magazine, one of the most historic publications in all of boxing.
Yeah, over 100-year-old, man.
It's back in proper fashion. And look who just entered the arena, sir.
Big man, Turkey Alal Sheikh, His Excellency himself.
H.E.
The man who put it all together.
In the building.
And look, he's making events like this happen. That again, for the last year, boxing is exploding in a way that we've just never seen in my lifetime. And I can't wait to see what he does with everything that he's got going on, mate. It's unbelievable. We got round number 4 here. It is round 4, isn't it, mate?
I think we're in round 5.
5, sorry. Yeah.
I think the last round was a bit of another push round. So tough to score that one. I thought Glanton landed.
I gave Glanton the last 2
big time shots. Yeah. And he's starting to walk forward and really dictate the pace of this fight.
The first 2 were the hard ones to score because they were really competitive. You could argue 2-2. Whenever fights are like up close and dirty like this, it's really hard to score them.
Nice right hand there, and then a headbutt, an inadvertent headbutt right there.
Yeah, you know what? He's Daniel Dubois in the hell out of this. Remember Daniel Dubois in Saudi when
they just warned him about it too.
Mate.
Yeah, that's a great callback. Now, when we do have fights like this where you talked about it, the first couple of rounds are so close that it becomes a little subjective, right? It's what do you like when it comes to the sport of boxing? Are you a ring generalship type of judge? Are you someone that values damage over volume? All these things will come into play, honestly, and they could in all 5 fights now, based on the high-level matchups we have, and honestly, the great matchmaking we have on this card.
I'll say I'm definitely a pressure damage scorer personally. Like, if you're coming forward and the other guy's going backwards all night, you know, and you're the one hitting with the harder shot, kind of like Bet2Biev versus Bivol 1. I scored that Bet2Biev. Sorry to everyone who, you know, I hope you forgive me now, because, you know, Bivol won the second one, and I thought that was a fair result.
Yeah.
But the pressure and the damage for me is a huge factor, because some people take, for example, Lyndon Arthur, clever fighter, great jab, clever defensively, but, you know, not the most aggressive fighter. And when we're watching fighting, forgive me if I'm wrong, but we do want aggression, and I do want to reward that aggression, right? We're not here to watch a sport with a ball in it, right? We're wanting pain, hence the pain game.
It's the pain game,
you know what I mean?
Come on.
And look, I think both of these are bringing everything they've got, to be fair. I think Billam-Smith is the one on the receiving end of the pressure here, but he's still landing some good shots. He is actually counteracting that pressure as good as you can do, really, in terms of he's throwing a lot. He's not allowing himself to be too overwhelmed. I just feel like at some point he needs to turn the tide a bit more than he is right now, because visually, you know, but a good right hand, that'll do it. And on a return left hook.
Unbelievable.
Ooh.
Glanton is swinging for the 40th row here in Tottenham Stadium.
It really is, right?
Lord.
Wow.
It's been a better round for Chris Billam-Smith, I think. But again, the visual, like you were talking about, like that
right hand.
Man.
I don't know how hard that connected, because Billam-Smith definitely seen it coming and leant back a bit. But again, I just don't think Billam-Smith's doing enough to win these last few rounds. He's getting pushed back, and he's getting punched.
The visual being pushed back while also exchanging. And yet, you know, Chris is landing shots.
Yeah.
He's exchanging, but if you're landing,
not doing enough
while also getting landed on, and you're the guy going backward, it's not going to look great to the judges. By the way, they're showing it on the DAZN proper screen right there. We have a banger of a weekend coming up next weekend. The triple threat Fatal Fury card in New York. I'll be there. I'm going to fly out there, get that done, and then we have Canelo, and I'm going to do this in the voice of Nigel Benn because I just love the way he says it. William Skull and Canelo next weekend.
William Skull.
My boy, what he did to William Skull, let me tell you. Mwah, mwah, mwah.
Mate, if Nigel, we'll get onto this right after this fight. If Nigel Benn is telling the truth, Conor Benn is going to be in serious shape tonight.
100%.
Second of all, Canelo will be licking his lips at the sound of that.
What a promo for the Canelo fight.
I know, right? But you know what? That's what we need. We need Canelo to look devastating because this is really, this is the warm-up.
Man is in the building, ladies and gentlemen. He's walking on set. No cue needed. H.E. is here. How we doing? H.E., my man, pots and pans.
Come in.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, I'm here if you want me.
Let's do it. You want to sit down with us?
No, I will go to see
Okay.
All right.
H.E.,
Thanks, boss.
we appreciate you. Ladies and gentlemen, how about that?
His Excellency in the building.
Coming through.
Unreal.
You know what kind of aura
That was
you
such a
gotta
good
have?
surprise, wasn't it?
You know what kind of aura you got to have to hit a drive-by like that in the middle of the broadcast, son? That right there was cold-blooded.
Any of my other live streams, someone tried to walk up on us, there'd be a problem, all right?
Yeah,
but this guy, it's all good. I mean, with the fights like we're getting tonight, we can't complain.
He said, New York?
Yeah, I'm like, hey, I've never been to New York before. Do you know what I mean?
Come on. Get my man out there. Get the pain game out to New York.
The pain game, if you want to see that New York stream, Ryan Garcia, Rolly Romero.
Let them know.
Hit the like button. Come on now. Let's do it.
That was awesome. We've missed the first half of this round. Sorry, guys, but
oh no, it was good.
When the boss man come through,
hey, man. Ryan Garcia, I would like to watch that fight.
I wanted to teach His Excellency how to dap up. I know that's gonna be our handshake. I know it is, man. I'm telling you now. I'm calling it. When we get to New York, we're gonna get that dap, dude. He's gonna be so clean too. He's gonna have it. We might go. You know what I'm saying? It's gonna be crazy.
Man, what a fucking fight we got here, lad. This is pain. This is true
pain and
pain
suffering.
Game.
This is a pain
honestly. Game. Billam-Smith extending that jab out right now, trying to win a bit of respect back. Glanton not having any of it. He's trying to land that hook inside. Billam-Smith actually doing well to keep a bit more distance between the two and use his feet now.
Yeah.
Which he hasn't really done that yet, which is weird because, my guy, you're the size of a skyscraper. Might be worth keeping it at range.
Yeah, you know, I am a little surprised that Billam-Smith does invite a little bit more of the inside game for his size at cruiserweight. He's a big cruiserweight. I could see him going to heavy at some point. Look at that right hand.
Did that hurt him?
Big right hand.
Billam-Smith landed the right hand. Did that hurt him?
Might have been a bit of a stumble there from Glanton, but it was a clean right hand around the guard. And what I was just going to say before that is I'm loving this lead hand frame he's doing, right? This long
You
guard.
like that as well, don't
Oh,
you?
it's my shit. That is my shit. I love long
Oh, Billam-Smith looking to turn the tables. And this could be where it changes right now because he's landed a couple of really good shots in this round.
Yeah, Glanton's ate some big-time punches here, and they look to have affected him a little bit more than they have in the earlier rounds, and this is what we talked about as the rounds go on. Billam-Smith just stays right here.
Yep.
But what I think he's doing a good job of, what I was alluding to a second ago, that lead hand is keeping frame, and he's down the middle. He's around the guard, reframe, jab, hook. I love that. Klitschko brothers made the long guard what it is. Go and watch them, or Lennox Lewis, by the way. And I could see, and this is why it's so confusing to me, I could see Chris Billam-Smith doing that.
At heavyweight, even. Because he's bigger than most heavyweights.
Such a big frame. Yeah. Being able to long guard those guys and then add the hook off of it.
Do you know what, though? The one thing I will say is Klitschko and Lennox, I mean, they had a little more speed and athleticism, and it is hard to do it. He's not punching with enough authority to keep it there, right? Yeah, and it's... Mind you, that right hand definitely. I think he pointed to. He looked at the floor and said he slipped. So
still a big time shot.
Yeah, it was a good shot on the jaw for sure.
Big time shot.
Man, I got to give credit to Billam-Smith.
I
played him down a little bit. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I feel bad. He's definitely fighting for his family in there. That's for sure. You can tell
Absolutely.
that. He took that.
Look at this.
That personal.
Let's go, baby. No time to waste. Right away, getting right back into it. And again, this is part of the strategy we talked about. By the way, really quick, better Klitschko brother to you. Vlad or Vitali? So I'm going to be controversial with mine.
I bet you go Vitali.
Yes.
Yeah?
For sure. You want to talk about we don't have to go whole thing. More spiteful.
Yeah.
With his punching.
Yeah.
Just an absolute machine. Dominator.
Vlad was
Dr. Iron Fist up in there, brother.
Vlad was more the athlete, right?
Vlad was just, one, he was a lot more finesse in his game, a lot more jab heavy behind that. When Vitaly stepped to you with that jab, when he stepped to you with that frame, the right hand was coming, dude. It was humming.
Oh, Glanton is down, but it's ruled not a knockdown. He hasn't ruled it a knockdown. It's a slip again.
Going on in the middle
but mind you, he went down after a punch, so it doesn't look great, like.
Billam-Smith turning it on. He is looking for that uppercut.
Yeah. And that's a thing that we may see in the main event tonight. Chris Eubank Jr. has a great uppercut. When you've got a good uppercut and you're in there with a smaller man, that's the money shot. We've seen Tyson Fury use it on Dillian White, for example. You know, it's always there.
We saw Anthony Joshua try to use it and get dropped.
Yeah.
Unfortunate.
Nah, but you can't lead with it.
Can't lead.
That's the thing, isn't
Can't
it?
lead it.
Unless your guy
definitely
is
in the corner.
Yeah.
No disrespect to
roll the dice. Roll the dice.
You can't roll the dice and look for the lead uppercut.
I know.
Cannot do it.
I know. I kind of complained about that afterwards because I really I became a bit of an AJ fanboy as the years went on.
A bit.
Yeah. But no, do you know, in the early days, I was a bit more for, obviously, I was more for Fury. I was a big Fury fan.
You were.
But then when Fury's a prick to us, I was like, man, AJ's my guy now. I'm not having this anymore. But also, AJ, it really made me appreciate what a gentleman and a classy sportsman AJ is, like, over the years.
Through.
I want him back, and I want him back at his best, and I want him to beat Tyson Fury this year. That's my dream.
Calling it out.
I want that. We'll talk about that in a bit once this fight finishes, but these two guys are slugging it out right now. A bit of a low blow there from Glanton, and they're clinching. They're tired now, right? Round 7. Yeah. These are the hard rounds where it really is down to who wants it more. And Billam-Smith is usually that guy when it gets like this, to be fair. Yeah. This is where he usually turns it on. He's going for the uppercut again. Glanton's punches haven't got the zip they had earlier. I mean, you'd expect that, but they're really fading.
Yeah, it's starting to be the Chris Billam-Smith game. He's starting to really put it together, look like a bulldozer, a wagon downhill. He's complaining about some of the headbutts. One of the oldest tricks in the book. Nice freaking right hook there from Billam-Smith. I will say, the more he keeps going to that, and he is starting to lead with that backhand uppercut, the overhand right with the lead hand as low as it is there for Glanton if he finds the target and lets it rip. So definitely got to be careful there. I like that straight right hand lead.
Bro, I'm just so excited for this main event, by the way. I can't believe we're here doing this.
It's insane.
Glanton went for the right hand. They nearly connected.
Told you. Yeah. This stuff right there, when he, like any high-level boxer, if you continue to go to that uppercut, and especially if that lead hand's low, the overhand is coming. And that is your...
He should have timed it earlier, considering he's been throwing it every single minute of the round.
I don't want to compare myself to any fighter because I'm not that.
He's going to do it anyway.
But I'm going to tell you, when I was about to fight my first fight a couple months ago, I was told always have an oh shit button, right? An eject button. And that is that big overhand right. No matter if you're losing in the fight, no matter if you're getting absolutely dominated, no matter if at any point you're hurt, whatever, you protect yourself by getting head off center and ripping a right hand over it. And especially if you see somebody going with the backhand uppercut or something that's just repetitive off that backhand, it's always there. So while we're starting to see...
There you go. That was it.
We're starting to see Billam-Smith really start to impose his will on this fight and take over. It just takes one. We're at cruiserweight.
This is a really hard fight to score, bro. Like, it's really hard.
He's with it again, man. I think these last couple, Billam-Smith has started to impose his will.
Yeah.
But the middle part of that fight is going to be tough, and those first 2 rounds are going to be tough. And this is where we talk about subjectivity, because look at this now. Glanton's starting to pick up the pace a little bit, maybe understanding that he needs one.
He's just not being accurate enough, man. He's throwing everything but the kitchen sink, but nothing's like... You know, Billam-Smith's hardly got the best head movement in the world, mate. Why can't you, like, find that line, you know what I mean? And
goodness. I mean, really crow-hopping into that right uppercut.
We see in the stats here, total punches landed. Billam-Smith about 10 punches up. So really close fight. Yeah. Really, really close. Power to head landed, 71 Billam-Smith, 55 Glanton. I like the Ring Magazine graphics, by the way, on the stream. It's beautiful, aren't they?
It's so nice.
Aren't they pretty?
Come on.
I admire that.
Our first one, and already doing it like pros.
I know.
The set, the graphics, the ring, all of it.
And they got
look at this from Glanton. Beautiful left
Glanton with the left hook.
Putting Billam-Smith in the corner. This is where he has to capitalize right here. Where he's got a bit of momentum, where he's landed a big shot. And they're both, you know, you can see Chris Billam-Smith complaining about the headbutts a little bit and, you know, what Glanton's doing with his forehead, trying to just nudge him in the chin and do some old school
He's
dirties.
struggling with it. He's actually like...
It's frustrating.
It's not nice at all for him. He's really struggling. And Glanton... come on, mate. What are you doing? Leading with the head. We see this on Misfits sometimes. Come on, mate. Like, he needs to actually compose himself a bit, Glanton, here. I think he's struggling, and he's just doing whatever he can to get his hands up, head down, and just start walking forward. Yeah. But there's no thought behind it right now.
You know who we've seen do this to a very high, I mean, I don't know what high level, but successful level is a fellow, well, I don't know if she's UK because I'm not sure how it works.
Oh, I know.
Katie Taylor.
Katie Taylor.
Katie Taylor.
Katie Taylor.
She did this to Amanda Serrano.
She's done this to everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone. And
it works, by the way. If you're not getting a referee separating warning, take a point, it works.
I'm not enjoying that bit of it. And look, he's still just wanting to
immediately right when they
smash him one. Come on, Chris.
And that's why Chris is going to that uppercut, because nice left hook there, double left hook.
Oh, we've lost our screens. 2 seconds. Right.
We lost our visual, but
we can't technically see from like a CCTV camera we've got.
We have a wide
if you
shot
squint
here.
really hard, and Wade wears glasses, and I'm near at the TV,
on.
I still can't see anything. So, but yeah, I can see the monitors around the stadium. Yeah.
It looks like a little bit of push
out the window.
We could do a little flip around
here we go. We're back. We're
going to switch venues just for a second until we get that screen back. But yeah. And the referee's giving like kind of haphazard warnings there. What do you feel? Oh, beautiful uppercut again, lead. How do you feel about like when points should be taken versus warnings given in the sport of boxing? Because it's just as subjective as the scoring itself.
I think that you've made a really good example of the Katie Taylor fight, where basically that they took liberties there because Katie's the name, right? And that was ridiculous at times. Like,
by the way, I'll be on record. Amanda Serrano won this fight.
Yeah. I mean, they're going to do it a third time, so we'll see how that goes. But that level shouldn't be allowed at all. And I think that the ref should have done more in this fight. Like, I think you should be rewarding the person who's trying to actually box it, right? That's what we're here to do. We're here to keep order. The referee's there to keep order. He's not really doing that here, in my opinion.
It's a lot of... I do know it's a fine line to walk, right? You don't want to interject yourself, because the first thing fans will do, and everybody knows, if you see more of that referee than you want to see, and you feel like he's taking over the fight, it's like, get out of the way, let him go.
No, this guy's really letting it go, though, isn't he?
He's letting
to a point where you might as well not be there.
Right? It just...
You know what I mean?
Exit the ring. We'll take it from here.
What is the point, bro? Now Glanton's firing.
Yeah, he's trying to... And again, it's been... The last couple of rounds have been like this. This first minute... He pushes and really tries to impose his will, and then I think again, Billam-Smith starts to take over as they both look at Billam-Smith trying to get underneath now and use his forehead. So if he's gonna do it, I'll give it back to him.
Yes. I mean,
close fight though, man.
It reminds me of when Fury fought Wilder a little bit, when Fury just had to go and rough him up a bit and get him against the ropes and just start like. I feel like Billam needs to start leaning on him just the way Fury did Wilder, and you make that size count a bit more than what he is.
Look at him tie the arms
trying
up there.
Now, yeah. And, you know, those hooks on the inside. But he's never been able to keep this at his distance the whole fight. The referee is breaking it up a little bit in this round. We'll see if that makes any difference.
And they're both, and to be fair to Glanton, they are both, as soon as it's broken, walking straight back into range. Like, Billam-Smith's not doing himself any favors by not sticking on his jab and keeping that range. He's going to go right back into the fire, too. That's where he wants to be as well. He just doesn't want to eat a forehead to the mouth every time like that.
The one thing I will say is neither of these guys are making a statement here that they're gonna rise up and become champ again. You know, I think Jaya Pataya in this division is enormous. Like he's such a monster of a fighter. Him right now. Watched his last fight in the middle of the day UK time when they were in Australia. Beautiful performance.
And by the way, that kid he fought,
tough kid from Australia, wasn't he?
Tough kid.
Even he would beat
Love
these.
his style.
He might beat these two.
I you know. The sport of boxing is so tough because when you get hit like he got hit and dropped like he got dropped and take the damage he took, I hope it's not going to be something that lasts a long time with him because he is a stud. I think. It's just a matter of...
He was fed up, wasn't he? And here's the thing.
Very quick.
They should have held him back and been like, bro, you might be a will. But you know what? When that phone call comes, it's very hard when you're an Australian boy. I could buy Billam-Smith. When you're an Australian boy, born and bred, and you've got the chance to fight probably one of the best fighters ever to come out of your country, it must be hard to turn it down.
How can you say no?
Yeah.
How can you?
And I really admired the performance, but, you know, wasn't that where, like, it looked really dodgy afterwards?
Man. He was down for...
Up. Glanton stumbled.
What's going on, but Glanton's having
Jump on him, man. Come on.
Glanton's having some real trouble with his footing. And I don't know if that's a ring.
We're going to have to get some bloody talcum powder out or something.
You got to get like a towel boy in the middle and get there. Nice.
Glanton goes for the body, and there's a gum shield gone out.
Good shots at the end of the round there from Glanton. But again, another tough round to score, man. Like, again, Billam-Smith.
It's just messy fighting.
It is. It's a dogfight right now.
But not in the way I want it to be. A little bit. It's not clean. No, I mean, I'm being honest, man. I'm not. You know what I mean?
But this is.
It's not terrible. It's not a bad fight.
But this is what you were going to get.
Yeah, the effort levels are impressive. They're both fighting their hearts out. I can't take nothing away from them. I'm just praying that one of them sort of asserts themselves a little bit more than the other. They're really well matched. To be fair, the matchmaking here has been brilliant. And there's not one. What you don't want in a fight is one guy way better than the other one.
Rick Reno said it best, at the press conference of the day.
That's not start on that, lad. Honestly, I value my friendships in this sport.
True.
No, in all seriousness,
Shout out my guy Rick.
That was so
crazy,
funny, mate, honestly.
I was sitting up there, I was in the balcony looking down going, oh, man.
Rick is... I love what boxing has become. It's weird. Boxing now, like, obviously, they got the W.A.D.E, which is the fake drama, and the UFC previously has had quite a lot of drama. Boxing is so dramatic right now. Like, you just don't know what's coming next.
Love it.
Oh, God. We're in round 10 now, so this is where it really starts to count.
Nice shovel hook there from Billam-Smith, and he pivots out.
We're going to see who asserts themselves in these championship rounds.
We talked about it, though. This is where Billam-Smith comes alive, right? This is where that The Walking Dead Season 4 comes out, you know what I'm saying?
He's a freak.
And this is going to be the test for Glanton, too, because if you're, like you said, if you're Gio Pataya and you're watching this fight, if you're Zurdo Ramirez and you're watching this fight, you've already seen what Billam-Smith brings, but you're looking, always. And you're looking at a guy like Glanton. Does he present anything that potentially is a problem for me? And I was going to ask you, if you're watching this and you're either of those guys, what do you think?
I just think here's the thing, right? Is natural athleticism plays a massive role in boxing.
Nice left hook.
And with these two boys, they're obviously strong and quick enough and whatever. But at the elite level, you see things that are just a bit special, right? And Gio Pataya for me is special. I don't necessarily agree with Eddie Hearn that Gio Pataya should be taking an Alexander Usyk fight and that he can compete at that level. I think Usyk is special in many ways, right? But Gio Pataya is special, and just to another level to these guys. He's just got that strength, that explosiveness, that lightning speed that neither of these two are showing here.
I was going to say, what you get with Gio Pataya is, both of these guys have that dog in them. Both these guys know how to go and reach for whatever's left when there's nothing left. Gio Pataya has that. And he has everything else, right? That's the difference. When you get to the elite of the elite level, at this level, everybody's good. Everybody wants it. Everybody's trained hard. Everybody's in good condition. What else do you have for me? Where's that natural ability? Where's that skill level that's...
Andy's a southpaw, which makes him even more of a pain.
And by the way, he got cracked in that fight.
Yeah, he ate that.
He ate it.
Do you know my favorite bit is how he responded to it like a psycho.
Eyes went wide.
Right. And there was a bit afterwards where he got interviewed. And they were like, what about when the time you got cracked? He was like, yeah, loved it. And I was
salivating.
Like, you're a psych. You are a literal psychopath, yeah.
Imagine trying to, having to fight that. You see it.
No.
Like, that's your best shot, and the guy sticks his tongue out and his eyes go wide.
Also, I don't know what his heritage is, but he strikes me of coming from some sort of warrior tribe.
True.
You know what I mean? Like, he's got that look about him, like, his ancestors were...
Tongan, Samoan, something.
Axes.
Yeah,
they had axes, and they would kill people and probably eat them or something. I don't know. He's that level of psycho. Crazy man.
Cannibal Pataya.
Oh my God, mate, he really is. Good shot from Glanton.
Solid left hook at the end of the round, and again another round that you look at both guys. They're having as the Cobra himself would say, a push and a pull in there.
We can all have a push and a pull, mate.
We have a push and a pull.
Yeah.
That's what it looks like right
I played poker with him once, and he was pretty good, by the way.
Is he going to be here?
Paul Froch. I don't know if he's here tonight.
We're going to manifest it. If Carl Froch is here, if he's in the building, we have to get him on.
We'd all have a push
The Cobra, come on. We got to have a push and a pull.
It's funny because he does all of the, 80,000 at Wembley and all that. But in person, he does it as well. And I remember he turned up to this poker event I was playing at, and he had the Hall of Fame ring on. I was like, come on. He gave us it, to be fair, and I was like, yeah, that would look pretty good on me.
I can't lie.
Can I put that on the line tonight, or what? What are we doing? Come on now, how much? And he was a cool guy. He's actually bigger than I thought he'd be in terms of height. Like, he's not, like, ironically, in all this talk about him and who shall not be named.
I know.
Him and Mr. Paul. Good size matchup, actually, if they were ever to fight.
For sure.
I'd love to watch that.
Listen, these last two here are going to be super important because I we've been loosely scoring it, and I feel like we both lean toward Chris Billam-Smith a bit, but I don't know how much.
I think Billam-Smith's been the better boxer here and landed some good shots. I've been a bit disappointed in how messy Glanton's been.
Look at some short shots like that.
But he is landing. No? Yeah. It's quite clear that Billam-Smith just lacks the power to get the respect to keep Glanton off him right now. And that's part of the problem here. Is it's messy, isn't it? Bloody hell.
And it's so tough to score that.
It'll be a split decision or something.
Yeah, it's so tough because you're seeing the thing that we asked for earlier from Glenn. We said, listen, Chris Billam-Smith is winning some of these rounds because he's putting pressure on you, he's putting pace on you, and he's landing. Now we're seeing that from Glanton as well, so, he's reversed the tide a little bit here. These last two rounds, especially with these last minute and a half of round 11, could absolutely make or break the fight for either guy. Because there's just so much, tying up, clinching, and then in between those you get one or two shots from either guy. And they've exhausted those gas tanks, both of them have.
Hey, if I'm Chris Billam-Smith's corner, and I know that they're probably, they're not that kind. Oh, nice left hook on the back foot as well. Impressive from Billam-Smith. He's taking a lot of body shots, though.
Good stuff, though.
I would say to him, remember what you said about your kids, man. Remember.
Yeah, go full Teddy Atlas and
we are fire, man. All of that.
The talk in the corner. I mean, seriously, though, at this point, because you talked about it, this fight for both guys' careers, and there's another headbutt, an inverted one. Look at how close. I mean, on total punches you're seeing on screen now, Billam-Smith
is 100 between them.
It's crazy up on total punches, but again, power landed, it's not that big a difference, and the jabs landed go the other way to Glanton. So
I think Billam-Smith's winning this from the start.
But again, we'll see what subjectivity we're going to get tonight. This will be what I call a barometer for the rest of the night as well. Nice jab.
That's a good point. Teddy Atlas, you mentioned him. I heard a funny story about him the other day involving him and Chris Eubank Sr. Back in the day.
Oh, he did tell that story on his podcast.
Yeah,
tell the people.
Back in the day, obviously Chris Eubank went over to America, which is how he's got a great relationship
nice left hook
with Iron Mike Tyson. This fight is heating up right now. And ironically, all of this decorum crap does go out the window when Eubank Sr. is talking about his good friend Iron Mike Tyson, who threatened to do untold things to many people and even ended up in prison at one point. But apparently, this is the noble art of boxing.
It is the noble art.
But anyway, he said him and Teddy had a bit of a disagreement in the amateur days. And Teddy just bit him in the ear.
Crazy.
Mike Tyson style. Must have been where Mike found it.
That's where Mike found it. That's where Teddy was traded him when he was a kid. That's where he learned it.
What is going on here?
Ed Sheeran in the middle of the ring between the 11th and 12th round. There's a guy with a Hannibal Lecter mask on that handed him
he's the ring girl.
He's the ring girl.
I love how he put his guitar on.
Did you see the guy with the Hannibal Lecter mask?
That's not Ed Sheeran, is it? Is that a look-alike?
Oh, it isn't Ed Sheeran?
I think that looks like him, but it's not him.
That looks just like him.
Yeah, I think it's a look-alike.
Yeah, we're going to need to see you play that guitar, big fella.
That's why he put the guitar on.
He put it on backwards.
Yeah. Oh, and we've got another look-alike.
It's Hannibal Lecter.
Hannibal Lecter. Do the lambs still scream, Clarice?
This is insane. Is this some kind of promo that we didn't get told about?
I don't know.
I love how the Ed Sheeran looked like, put this guitar on and immediately slung it over the back. Guys, do y'all know, is that the real Ed Sheeran?
It's not.
That wasn't him, right?
It's not the real Hannibal Lecter either.
Jeez.
I ate his liver with some fava beans and a nice Chianti. I'm a big fan of the
That's dead on, too.
Mate,
Spot on.
mate.
Okay, so we got lookalikes tonight. This is fantastic.
Yeah. Maybe I could get out there. So.
You know what I'm saying? If they bring in a Chris Eubank Sr. lookalike, that will be insane. These hands.
Have you ever heard Eddie Hearn's Eubank Sr. impression?
It's phenomenal.
Crazy. This is how mad the Family Feud thing goes tonight, by the way. Eddie Hearn's dad was best man at Eubank Sr.'s wedding.
Shout out Barry.
Then you've got at Matchroom.
What happened here?
The right-hand man to Eddie Hearn is with one of the Eubank ladies.
Yeah.
Mate, it's crazy.
Oh, yeah, shout out Frank.
Mate, it's so...
Frank was over here earlier.
Yeah,
I told him, I said, I didn't want no problems after what I saw happening with the gloves later earlier. Be careful. I don't want no problems,
wild,
my man.
Wild.
He said, let's go outside. Let's go outside.
Mate, I would have said that too, to be fair. That guy wasn't threatening, was he? You know what I mean? Yeah, we can all have a push and a pull.
That's
you know what I mean?
That's an easy way to look like a roadman, you know?
Yeah,
that's an easy one to go
Yeah,
on.
he was proper about it all of a sudden. I was like, come on.
I love it, Frank. Get in there, buddy. We're going to have to talk about that too, though, man. There's so much controversy, so much drama. Nice right hand there. It might have been a little low, though. So much controversy, so much drama with the main event that we're going to have to talk about. The gloves, the weight.
Oh, mate, we're going to get into it all right after this fight is decided. We're in the 12th round. We got half a round to go.
I'll tell you what, both guys are leaving it in there, man. Glanton is coming forward. He's looking to put this pressure on late. And Billam-Smith's doing a great job of trying to tie him up.
I feel like everything I said at the start, though, about Billam-Smith, like, we're just lacking that finishing touch, aren't we, right? That next gear. And one of them to lay it all out on the line and go for broke here. And I think Glanton in particular is the one who has to do that because Billam-Smith has outlanded him here. And he just doesn't have that next gear. And it's nice footwork from Billam-Smith. And I would have liked to have seen more of this earlier in the fight. He's probably been saving his energy, to be fair to himself. But
yeah, this feels like a last minute and a half go-to to get ourselves out of here cleanly. To be able to move our feet, stick, don't put ourselves in any trouble here and get out of here with what I assume he thinks will be a W here. Again, you never know with the scoring. You genuinely don't know.
Where does Billam-Smith go from here? It's a tricky one.
Good question, right? I asked Vidal about this. Now, again, he has, food on his plate. He's got to take care of business tonight.
Yep.
Oh, beautiful uppercut there again. Nice step in left hook from Glanton. But he essentially, said what every boxer would say. He goes, I don't think that Billam-Smith's going to fight down. So he's going to have to fight top-level competition in co-main or mains, event-level spots. Outside of a card like this, it's just stacked top to bottom.
They might serve him up the dry up attire, and go.
Think so?
Have a go because it's weird unless they can make that dry up attire Usyk fight, which Usyk's got a couple of fights left. Yeah. We'll talk about them. He's looking at 2 more fights before he hangs them up. A fight against the Cruiserweight King could make a lot of sense in terms of he was that guy. And there's no respect yet. They're having a chat about the kids and all of that, I assume.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of respect now. And Billam-Smith is letting him know he shouldn't have said that. Yeah, you can tell he's letting him know. There's no beef, though. It seems to have settled down.
I apologize for that.
They're both apologizing. He's apologizing for... This whole thing kind of kicked off for Brandon Glanton because he felt disrespected by...
Because he didn't shake his
Chris
hand,
Billam-Smith, because he didn't shake his hand, which could have been an innocent mistake.
All right.
Good man there, Chris Billam-Smith, and Brandon Glanton showing the respect after the fight there. How do you score it, Geordie?
Billam-Smith by quite a few rounds. Yeah. I don't think that was a close fight. It started close, and then, Glanton's inability to really push on, I think, showed that he didn't have that level to go to, which you're going to need against the bigger guy, right? You're going to have to have him. You're going to have the better technique, the better speed, something that you can draw from. And there wasn't really anything like that there. It was just grit and determination and going forward. And you're going to need attributes to beat a guy like that,
Yeah.
And
size, skill, ability that he either hasn't seen or can't match.
Yep.
Otherwise, those physical attributes, his size, his ability to endure, they're going to catch up to you at some point in a fight. If you can't hurt him early, you can't gain that respect to get him to stop moving forward, he's going to find ways to just keep zombie forward walking.
Literally. Said it, The Last of Us, Series 3.
Seriously.
I mean, look, Glanton landed a few good shots, but yeah, I don't see a decision shocking us here. Let's take it back to the main event.
Go ahead.
We've got so much to chew through. We touched on this earlier. Chris Eubank Sr. is not here tonight, as far as we know, unless his music hits later on. And,
oh gosh, don't give me hope right now.
It's funny because I've really become a bit of a Eubank Sr. hater later in life, but not a hater, that's not the right word, but like I fundamentally disagree with the way he's treating his own son.
More just a noticer.
Yeah, like I interviewed this guy. One of my first big podcast guests was Eubank Sr. and I remember being hyped about it. I learned all about his career in advance of it, and he was a nice enough guy. Really wanted to control the entire conversation and make it all about what he wanted to make it about, and I think that was my first, understanding of how narcissistic he can be at times and how the whole room revolves around him in his own mind.
Yeah.
And I get, like, you were once one of the greatest fighters in the world, and I was just a humble beginnings podcaster just trying to do the best I could, right? I think if I'd interviewed him years later, I'd have really, really, really been in a different position.
You'd have put it on him?
I 100, especially if he was behaving the way he is now. And we're going to get the decision here. 2 seconds.
Let's see what we got.
116 to
116, 113.
And both judges Lee Every and Kieran McCann are in agreement. They both scored the same. 116 to 112.
116, 112.
All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. The gentleman,
Chris Billam-Smith. Okay.
You pretty much called that spot on.
Yeah, I think that 3 or 4. Right?
Winning, going away. Yeah. Great fight though. Great back and forth. Way to start the card, get the energy up, and show the people like this is a precursor. This is the palate cleanser for what we're about to hit.
Early doors, the curtain jerkers, as they called in the wrestling world, they sometimes can be a bit flat, right? They really went to war, so I give them credit for that. This Eubank situation, though, Eubank Sr., the fact that his son was like, look, I still want you involved. I just don't want you to be the boss anymore. This is my career. He turned 30, 31, 32, naturally, as men do when we hit that age. We want to direct our own journey, and we certainly are the ones who are going to live with the results of that journey.
And by the way, Senior did the same thing.
Damn right he did. He was his own boss, and I give him credit because without him, we wouldn't all be here today having this big moment, right? He certainly played a part. But sometimes great fighters don't necessarily make great managers, great coaches, or even great fathers. I don't think he's a great father. I think he is really letting his son down. And a lot of people are talking about the fact that he's lost a child, and I think that we all have a lot of respect for what he's gone through. But equally, you can't just say that you can then behave however you want because you've gone through, something difficult. I've been through very difficult things. It doesn't excuse anything, right? The way he's coming out against his own son publicly, that he could do on a phone call, and he's calling him a disgrace. I think a lot of that is built up frustration and resentment towards his son of, I made you. You should never have been able to walk away from me. You wouldn't be here if it wasn't for me, and all of that. And that's him putting himself before his son. Instead of letting his son fly and go, you know what, mate? Yeah, I got you to where you are, but now it's time for you to be your own man. He wasn't willing to do that. And I have heard from certain people in the past that he has had financial trouble, and I would not be surprised if that is playing a certain, the facts are that this week we have seen Chris Eubank Sr. appear on paid shows to talk about a fight that he said is a disgrace. Apparently not enough of a disgrace for him to not take a paycheck out of it. I mean, so I think for me, your blood is everything. I know you're like this with your dad.
Absolutely.
You're super close with him. And to turn on your own kid, like, I understand a kid turning on his father a little bit because kids can be ungrateful at times or whatever.
Rebellious, name it.
Chris Eubank Jr. kept it so classy all week on Piers Morgan when he left the door open for his father. Didn't throw him under the bus. Nothing.
Hasn't one time.
Never. And yet he is calling his own son a disgrace. Imagine out there, all of you boxing fans, right? We've all had our opinion on who Chris Eubank Jr. is. I have personally said maybe he hasn't hit the heights that I kind of hope for him. And yes, there's been a level that he's fallen short of. But if your son puts a pair of gloves on and achieves what Chris Eubank Jr. has done, you should be the proudest dad in the world. And the fact that he's calling him a disgrace because he threw an egg off someone, my days, mate. And this is the same man who worships the ground Mike Tyson walks on when Mike Tyson was convicted of things were far worse than egg throwing. Come on now.
Yeah.
He's so double standards, and that's why I get angry when I watch it, because I think to myself, you really are so narcissistic. You don't want your own son to shine without you. And I think Nigel Ben has put this man to shame in life, right? You might have won the battles in the ring. This man has put you to shame in life because of the way he's conducting himself right now. As you can tell, he just wants to support his son. And you know for a fact, if Conor Ben loses tonight, his dad's going to give him a kiss on the cheek, give him a big hug and say, proud of your son, you did your best, let's go home. And that would never be spoken about again. It would never be brought up, it would never be thrown in his face. Eubank Sr.'s kicking this lad on the way to the ring before he's even lost. If he loses, he's
not going to be there.
He's been kicking him about this this defeat to Billam-Smith. Wouldn't have happened if I was there. Wouldn't have happened if I was there. And I'm like, I do seem to remember you piss-farting around when Billy Joe Saunders was beating your son up, doing all of this in the middle of the ring and not being a goddamn coach that he actually should be. It was terrible. It was actually humiliating. And, yeah, I'm really disappointed in Chris Eubank Sr. is not who I think I wished he was. Yeah. Because I remember being a kid and watching this guy come out as simply the best. And I remember, like, you know, this was when things like Sky Sports were just beginning, and I was a kid, and I was like, wow, what am I watching?
Right.
And the Eubank name was up in flames, right? And he's just stood there, and not a muscle moved. Dun, 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 dun. And you hear Turner's voice, right?
But like even somebody like me, I can look at you, recall it right now, and see you light up.
It's unbelievable, mate. And I was a bit more of a Eubank fan than a Nigel Ben fan. Not his fan. I was more captivated by him.
Sure,
he was the biggest star to me, and to see this night happen without him is the biggest example of like father stubbornness I've ever seen in cutting your nose off to spite your face. What a shame that you'll have to spend the rest of your life knowing that the biggest night potentially of your son's entire career, you chose not to be there. Do you know, like, if anything, him losing a child should make him be the bigger man. Even if your son is in the wrong, you got to be there for him, man. You got to put that shit to one side and just. Sorry, I'm knocking everything over. I'm knocking it all over. I'm not having enough of this. Right? Look after your son, lad.
Check out Fatal Fury, guys. PS5 and Xbox. I mean, listen, this is why you guys come to the ring watch parties, because while, yes, we're going to sit here and give you the information on fights, we're going to tell you what's going down in the ring, you're going to get an authentic, 100% true opinion. And that's what that was. That's why I sat back and just let you go, because people want to hear that.
Well,
people want to understand.
I've my own dad before, so I kind of get it a little bit.
I'm sure everybody that's watching right now can relate
we've
to
all
the frustrations that you're feeling. Absolutely.
Yeah. And there's a whole thing online right now about this generation and how more people right now in their 30s than ever are disconnecting from their parents for one reason or another. It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
But just to see it on this scale, we've got, like, how is it that 60-odd thousand people who aren't Chris Eubank's dad are here and he isn't, man? It's outrageous.
And we could talk about, too, like, the stark contrast in everybody flipping, right? Chris Eubank Jr. for all of the things that Chris Eubank has gone through in his career, Chris Eubank Jr., that is, the public has gotten behind him and this groundswell of support massively. It's because of the gift of gab. It's because of the authenticity. And honestly, it's because of the challenge he's taken on. We got to talk about this, you know, the weight cut, the rehydration.
I think Conor Ben definitely helped that with the failed drug test, right? I think that definitely made him bad guy number one. And now it's
come on in, man. Yeah, might as well. We're doing it live.
The enemy of oh, look at the stadium right now. We got a great shot of it. Beautiful. Vidal Riley about to come out.
That's right.
And we've got Vidal Riley about to come out, but yeah. Sorry, I can hear the guys talking in my ear. Do you know what it is? I'm like, Anchorman, where he just, anything you say to
you
do,
put it on the teleprompter, right? He's going.
When it comes to Conor Ben, he's obviously made himself bad guy number one. Eubank Jr, though, has gotten more support than we've seen ever in his career. And this weight cut thing, his dad made a huge deal about it.
Yep.
And I am a little bit frustrated because I think that there's a bit of bullshit going on here where Eubank's dad... Oh, here comes Vidal.
Gorillas!
Right now.
Gorillas is in the building!
Oh, God.
Listen, we'll talk more about this weight cut because it's important and we want to get to it, but...
We got to acknowledge this moment.
This is a big moment, man.
Tottenham lad, born and bred. He spent years in London honing his craft, taught by his father. And now he gets to do his absolute dream in walking out in the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in front of his family, his friends, his hometown, and even us, mate. Me and you, we've grown to become very good friends with Vidal. And this is destiny in his own words, right? This
100%.
is his destiny. This is his time. And it's very hard what he's going through right now. But this is a do or die moment because he's got a hell of a test in front of him in Chev Clark. And you've got to think in your head, you know, I said it to one of my mates on the way here, shout out Josh, I was saying, imagine you fighting at Stamford Bridge, me fighting at St James's Park. This is a stadium that his dreams, you know, his sporting dreams have been, you know, watched by his home football team, and now he gets to do something, which is win there, and cement his spot, really, in the cruiserweight division is a problem for everyone, because Chev Clark is no joke, and this is a test where a lot of people are picking against Vidal Riley. I've seen it. I watched a lot of predictions where people are saying Vidal's losing this. I'm picking Vidal.
Yeah.
I know you are.
Yeah.
And I just think that I'm praying this is the night we see the true potential of Vidal, which I believe is a very high ceiling.
It's the moment, man. If this is going to be what Vidal Riley has said he wants, has said he needs, it's got to happen tonight, and it's got to happen against Chev Clark because of all of the accolades that Chev has, right? You beat the man to become the man. In this case, that means the British title holder. And again, we talked about Chev's amateur pedigree. We've talked about his Olympic run and his pro run. Listen, Eddie Hearn made no mistake about it. They were gonna push him early. They were gonna give him tough fights early, and that's what they've done. He is a seasoned guy. Even with as many as 11 fights, he has a ton of experience. They call him C4 for a reason. Big power in his hands. It's a dangerous fight for both guys. And by the way, I don't know that I'm the guy that should even say this, but we got an Arsenal and Tottenham fan
I know, right?
rivalry here.
Yeah.
This is a big deal, man.
That is big. And he looks very happy coming out, yeah, Chev.
Yeah.
He looks very confident. And he's a very well-rounded guy as well.
Yeah.
I'd say. When I watched him, I just thought, you know what, you do everything pretty well, you. And that is a worry, right? Like we look at fighters, for example, like Joseph Parker. The guys who do everything well, it's kind of hard to find where that success is going to come against them. And obviously, look, he's been exposed in terms of having some weaknesses, but I just think he's got a good, well-rounded game. For me, Vidal Riley, the thing that makes him special, we talked about earlier about the likes of Jaya Bataya being special. I think Vidal Riley has cat-like reflexes, and he has footwork, the likes of which we really don't see a lot of in the cruiserweight division.
Idolize Roy Jones, and there's a lot you can take. Now, Roy was one of one, but you can see in Vidal's game that he emulates a lot of what made Roy one of one. The athleticism. Honestly, if Vidal grew up in America, he could be in the NFL right now with his athleticism. He is a freak of nature. But as you can see, listen, the fan zone, we got Vidal in a 71%. Now, again, that might be because Vidal has a massive fan base.
Definitely not the people I've been watching, though.
I was going to say,
they're like the proper people who pick fights. Right. This is really split.
And for a good reason. We talk about what this means to Vidal Riley. Chev Clark coming off a loss in his 30s now. You want to talk about do or die. His family here in attendance is what he does it for. This is his moment to remind people of what they saw coming out of the Olympics, what they saw in his amateur career, and what they saw early on in his pro career, that he still has it, and he still has an upward trajectory that he wants to get, like Eddie Hearn said, into world championship status.
I just want to see if Vidal fights to his full potential, because if
Brother, I'm so fucking nervous. I'm sorry I said the F word, guys, but I am so nervous right now.
If Vidal fights to his full potential,
I'm sweating.
I believe he
Coat's coming
can
off.
do something dynamic and explosive tonight.
Yeah.
It's all about realizing what you do in the gym, because I've seen things from him in the gym that are sensational, right? And not just, you know, that natural amazing athleticism, but like I've watched him do like 15 rounds and like when you're like, whoa, in that 15th round he's still going crazy in there. Like he wants this and he wants it bad. The problem is you can want it almost to a point where you diminish your performance in the ring, and he needs to be able to find that that space in his mind where he can perform at his true full potential. Set those traps that we know he can set and punish your man. And then this would be the biggest moment of his career by an absolute mile, and he'll never forget this. The problem is, I look at this and I go, in 5 years, if Vidal Riley is a world champion, which I believe he will be, this moment is one that you win. You win
this fight.
Yeah, you don't lose these fights when you become a world champion, right? You can't lose this. He's getting talked to by his dad right now. His dad's letting him know, and it's serious business right now. The look in their eyes. This is the moment. He knows it.
You feel it, and it's a tough spot, obviously, for us because of our relationship with Vidal. But, man, even if this isn't, you know, a world title fight, you feel the intensity of this.
It's as good as, though, in their eyes, because, again, if you don't win this, that world title gets so much further away, man.
And, by the way, you want to talk about the best fighting the best, the fights that you want to see. I love this from His Excellency Turki Al-Sheikh, making these type of fights this early on in guys' careers. You don't see this all the time in British boxing or really anywhere else. Prospects on the highest level before they get to a world title fighting in this fight. And you want to know why I love it? Because, yes, there's high stakes. Yes, there's high pressure, but it eliminates this idea that the O is almighty.
Yep.
You get these tests early in your career, and my Lord, how it's going to push you the next 5 years, man.
And this is actually where, this is what old school boxing was all about, and this is what we're bringing back here. And, you know, back in the day, we've seen a lot of people avoiding each other through promoters not wanting to risk their boys, right? Not wanting to risk the diamonds that they had. And thank God we're getting it now. We see Leon Wills there in the background, a good friend of ours.
Shout out Leon, man.
Big man Leon, the S&C coach of many, many good fighters. And this is it. We're seeing the family in the front row of Vidal Riley. Wow, I am...
Bro, I'm so nervous, son.
I could honestly say the hardest I've ever been hit was by Vidal Riley.
Yeah.
It's very rare you can say that on a live stream, right? But, like, Vidal would move around with me, teach me a few things. But, like, and I was very lucky to do things to try and help him out, where I basically did wrap me up in almost like an NFL player, and I just have to chase him around the ring, and he just smash the living hell out of me as best. But I would try and pin him against the ropes, get him working hard. Because obviously I'm 21 stone, 300 pounds, right? There's a lot of me to push about, right?
Damn!
And but there was one day he hit me, and I swear to God, and this might not age well depending on how the fight goes, but I believe he's going to win. And I just had my head hanging out the Uber window on the way home for 45 solid minutes. I got home, took my painkillers, went to sleep. I was like, never again do I want to be hit like that. Next time, get your hands up, Brian.
Oh, baby, here we go.
Yeah.
Here we go, boys.
When I say stop, you stop boxing. When I say break, take a step back.
Chev Clark, Vidal Riley, British title on the line, Ring Magazine live. Here we go. Ah, Jesus.
What official predictions?
I think I'm going to go Vidal by stoppage.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take V decision. I think if he needs to, he can get on that bike and outbox. And Chev is such a tough guy. I would love to see a stoppage. Trust.
I think skill-wise he can do it. It just depends on Vidal's, again, state of mind in your hometown. It can go multiple ways, right? He may overperform, he may underperform. Let's see how he gets on. But if he performs to his potential, I believe he wins clearly.
Chev is sitting down on some stuff already.
Oh, yeah. He wants to let him know early on he's there. Vidal getting that jab going. Good thing about Vidal as well, I don't know if many people know this, but he can fight in both stances comfortably. He can switch easily. And he's just trying to find the range right now, Vidal.
Bro, it's hard to even talk. It's so hard to even talk because at any moment, I mean, Chev is throwing heavy leather right now.
Chev looks like he stepped out the 80s and he's just hot. It's like when it's Rocky 5, isn't it?
Yeah, man.
Oh, Rocky 3, sorry, yeah.
Nice right hand across there from Vidal, stepping off to his right, getting away from the power hand of Chev. But you know that rocket's incoming, man. If there's a guy that can deal with heavy punching, Vidal's head movement, his feet, he's dealt with it before, but Chev is sitting down on some shots right there to the body. It's a good shot.
I find it interesting that there was a lot of question on that people think that Chev is going to outfight Vidal. He's going to impose his will, and that Vidal won't have the toughness. Because he's so defensively clever, they think that it's a lack of toughness that is forcing him to be that way. And I'm like, you guys don't know the truth yet. You know, Vidal is tough. It's just not needed to be tested because the best chins are the one that don't get touched, right? Like,
nice right hand to the body there from V.
And I think Vidal is picking him apart a little bit in terms of he's outlanding him here with that jab so far.
And the one time we did have to see, you know, if you want to talk about a mental toughness and a physical toughness of Vidal Riley, just a couple of fights ago, breaks his rib in the first round of the fight. Takes a big time,
ribs, yeah,
takes a big time body shot, and then goes on to a clean, smooth, you didn't even know he was injured decision win there.
Ooh, Chev went for it and he missed, and Vidal will make you miss and make you pay, and he did land a right hand after that. You know what I love about it as well is you can always hear Derek Vidal's dad the whole
every
time
fight,
calling out numbers and combinations codes that we don't know.
I love the head movement right now from Vidal. I love him changing angles, being light on his feet. What you're seeing is Chev want to sit down on combinations, and he gets a little, honestly, he gets a little flat, and he gets a little upright when he wants to finish that 3-4-5 punch combo, and Vidal's starting to, I think, find a little bit of rhythm in what he's doing.
Did you see that right hand that he snuck in around the guard there? It was lovely, and Vidal's just light on his feet now. And I think this feeling out round is going to be good for both fighters, to be fair. Like, get that nervous energy off. But again, I definitely have Vidal up on this.
Nice right hand there from Vidal.
And he stuffs a jab in behind it as well. He loves doing that. A lot of fighters, ooh, and this is getting cat-like. And Chev Clark sticks his tongue out, and I think he got tagged a few times at the end there.
It's always the shot that you say doesn't hurt you.
Oh, yeah.
That you say didn't get there.
Oh, yeah.
That you give a reaction to, because in reality it absolutely did. Anytime you see that tongue come out, anytime you see a shaking of the head from a fighter, you know that one got to him, and they don't want anybody else to know. I'd say this. A good start to the round for Chev Clark. Came out with some big-time shots early, wanted to really set the tone, but Vidal very quickly, I thought, turned the tide in round one.
There's a skill difference here. Yeah. And when you see that level of skill difference this early...
By the way, Hannibal Lecter's still doing the ring card. I don't know if you saw that.
Honestly. When you see a skill difference so quickly, it gives me a lot of hope for Vidal here, because I do know his gas tank is not going to be a problem. And it's just about maintaining that and looking for the chance to finish it if he can.
Yeah.
I do think that Chev is not going to go away without really going down on his shield, though. So that's where you got to be careful, especially if you hurt him. That's when this guy is going to be super dangerous.
Love the fluidity. I love the punch selection in round one from Vidal. There was not a lot of patterns that you saw. And honestly, you know, speaking candidly, I had spoken to some people that had sparred both Vidal and Chev this week, and I didn't want to let this out until obviously the fight started.
I love that. Exclusive on the ring.
They had said a lot of the same things that you know we talk about with Vidal's athleticism and his slickness, but on the other side with Chev, they say, you know, Chev is great. He's got big time power in his hands, but sometimes he does get a little repetitive when it comes to the combinations he'll throw.
Yeah. Perfect. That's
so
what
that is
I'm not
if you're a Vidal fan.
We are biased. Like, we literally have known this guy for years.
What are we going to do?
Vidal used to hold pads for me like 5-6 years ago, like, let alone everything else.
The body there from Chev. Solid shot from Chev there.
Yeah. Vidal made a huge impact on influencer boxing, ironically. And, you know, yes, he trained KSI. He trained a lot of fighters, and he really... He changed the game in many ways, and he was such a kid when he was doing it. He was like 22 years old, teaching these 30-year-olds how to box, treating them like kids. Double jab, lovely double jab from Vidal Riley.
Chev's working the body here. It looks like a nice chopping right hand to the body from Vidal. But Chev looks like he has a game plan to get to Vidal's body early, maybe try to slow him down, because we know that Vidal's in and out with his feet and loves to be able to change angles at any moment. So that looks like what Chev's trying to do right now.
I think that the speed difference is such that Chev needs to try and time him here and throw when he throws. And Vidal looked like he caught him with a nice shot there, but Chev responded well.
Vidal is looking to time, because right now Chev is not throwing more than 2 at a time usually until they both sit down in the pocket.
Oh, yeah.
So at any moment, if Chev overextends, just like that right hand he overextends on, bang, left hook from Vidal on the counter.
Straight into that, didn't he?
That's what he's looking to do, and it looks like that's what he's trying to set up, is a big-time punishment counter shot when Chev overcommits.
Do you know what? The footwork of Vidal is beautiful here. He's just keeping it all at his range. And he makes him look stupid. Oh, that was brilliant. Vidal Riley slips a shot, and Chev Clark was falling over him into the ropes. Brilliant.
We're starting to see the same stuff that, I was told, and that you can kind of see on tape with Chev come to light. The overcommittal, right? Being overcommittal to the right hand, to the left hook, and Vidal seeing it coming and being able to make him miss, make him pay.
I love it. I love it. Vidal is fighting on his toes here. He's flowing with it, right? You want him to be in the flow state when you're in such a situation. Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, but he is right in the perfect way. He's fighting the perfect way he should, in my opinion, right now.
I'm waiting for Chev to come upstairs with that right hand. He's gone to the body with it a couple of different times now as we get the end of the round here.
Oh, and Vidal is going out. This is, I'm telling you now, a lot of people would have been waiting for us to look like idiots at the start of this fight because we were big in Vidal.
I know.
He is fighting really well here. He's slipping side to side. He's hitting the 1-2, stepping off, coming back with the right hand. It just looks, I mean, his footwork is phenomenal here.
He's doing very well right now. And again,
Billam-Smith, not in this world is he in the same league as Vidal Riley. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, now
and
listen.
This guy was a world champion, so we should get behind him.
Absolutely. I agree with you 100%. What you're seeing out of the two fighters right now, I think, is you're seeing Vidal control this fight with his feet. And he's given just enough space to Chev Clark to look like he's in danger, to then come back, step out of range, slip off the outside, bang the right-hand counter. It does look like Vidal wants to be a pressure counter fighter, right? You see this out of a lot of guys
Alexander Usyk.
Floyd Mayweather early in his career, be a counter fighter off the front foot. Vidal looks like he wants to do that here. Chev, so far, is having a hard time landing, but I do want to see, if I am on the other side of things, and I'm, you're a Chev Clark fan, I want to see him. He's gone to the body with a lot of punches. I'm looking for the level change now. I'm looking for the jab right hand coming upstairs.
I think the thing that scares me about Chev is what happens when he gets desperate, right? Because he's going to know I'm being outboxed here and I need to do something to turn this around, and that's where he's going to take a risk. And Vidal, he's got to be there to capitalize on it and not get caught by it. That's because this frustration now, it's going to build now.
Beautiful defense there from Vidal.
It's milky. This
goes right hand to the body right after it. And right now, it's Vidal's world, and Chev is living in it. Every shot, every feint, everything is being countered, is being followed up by
he's making a shot. Silly. This this is mad, right? Because people were like, this is like Chev Clark was picked by so many people. Look at the defense. And I remember watching Chev Clark and thinking, you don't know how good Vidal is. And this is partly down to people saying Vidal hasn't shown his full potential yet. Where is a lot of people saying, I want to see where the skill is that everyone keeps talking about. Now you're seeing it. You're seeing it right now against a very good fighter. Chev Clark is no joke.
And again, it's stuff like this where Chev throws one at a time and gets interrupted. Vidal has not stopped being on his jab, and you've heard Vidal's coach, his father, Derek, say when he's on his jab, he can be best in the world. There are times when Vidal gets a little comfortable with the big power shots, and we've seen that in fights previously, but when he's on his jab and everything flows behind it, he's a different fighter, man.
He needs to really, Chev, if he wants to turn this around, it's going to have to be more than one shot at a time, because that's literally, it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough. You've got to turn up the volume big time here.
And the reason it's not going to be enough is because he's paying for it. Every time Vidal is capitalized on the jab by itself, he comes back with a 1-2. You throw the right hand out, he's slipping. Here comes the left hook. Look for an uppercut there, did Vidal.
That's when you know he's feeling himself, when he's throwing uppercuts. And he's dancing around like Muhammad Ali. Yeah, isn't he, mate? It's beautiful.
Beautiful footwork.
Yeah.
Great. And another thing that Vidal's doing well, got to watch the overhand there from Chev, is the defense to offense transition and vice versa.
Oh, yeah.
He's not caught flat-footed when he goes from offense to defense. He's not caught on defense not being able to return back. He's doing both very well.
I think that's a thing that a lot of fighters struggle with, in that their brain, and
nice right hand, and he flies him to get out of range.
It's beautiful. When I was obviously learning the box, I realized that, like, wow, like switching from defense to attack really does take a little bit of thought. And then when you start watching, you know, more as you learn boxing, you realize loads of pro fighters struggle with that, loads. And that's one of the things Vidal does better than most fighters, in my opinion, is he's constantly able, because he's on the
good right hand there. Barely missed with a left hook there.
Vidal's
turning
landing
up.
shots, yeah.
He's turning up.
It's because of his feet that he's...
Careful.
Good shot from Chev.
Beautiful right hand counter there from Chev. Vidal got a little bit...
Yeah, he got
a little fiery. He got a little ahead of himself there. Wanted to throw the counter right hand again, and Chev sat down on his own right hand and landed a big one. But Vidal took it. Got to be a confidence builder for him, because that was a flush shot from Chev, and he took it well. The
reason Vidal can transition from a defense to attack is because of his feet, right? He's always on the ball of his back foot, just ready to spring in, spring out. It's never... He's never relaxed in there. He's never just flat-footed, comfortable, plodding around. This is, you know, traditional.
It's a big-time performance that we're seeing right now from Vidal. He is, I mean, I venture to say, dominating these first 3 rounds.
He's making it look easy.
Easy.
Like, don't get me wrong, Chev's still scary.
He's had his moments.
He hits hard as your threat in there. I'm not discounting his ability to land a shot and turn it around completely, but the level difference has been very significant right now.
And we talked about it. To get Chev out of there, you're going to have to nail him to the canvas.
Yep.
In his last fight, he got up off the canvas and almost pulled that out of the fire. So this is by no means a sorted fight. We're still 3 rounds going on 4 in, and Chev is completely dangerous. Vidal is going to have to, like I said, nail him to the canvas to get him out. But so there's another slip in the middle of the ring.
Yeah, we can't be having that. Like this, especially on a footwork-based fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Brings memories back of Alexander Usyk when it was raining in Poland that time. And
great head movement, double jab to the body there from Vidal. Doing a great job of keeping Chev guessing, right? He's not circling just to his right. He's not circling just to the power hand. He's doing a little bit of both. He's showing him inside and outside head movement. It's like, to watch him fight and to have no tells and no predictabilities has got to be a nightmare.
Especially because the way he throws shots, there's no winding up, is there? There's no telegraphing.
Nice jab there from Chev.
And Chev's trying his best here, and he's putting some shots together.
He's trying to stand his ground, right? He's trying not to give up center of the ring, and for the most part he hasn't. But whilst doing so, he's been tagged with punches like that, counter right hands to the body and upstairs. He's wearing a little bit of a welt over his left eye now.
I wouldn't mind seeing Vidal go a little bit to the body, a little bit. He's got great body shots when he does, just to drop the hands a little bit of Chev caught. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Chev knows he's vulnerable and he feels vulnerable in there, so he's keeping his hands up.
Yeah, when Vidal gets wide with those hooks, there's where I think the danger zone lies. Because right there, you saw him go jab and then a big looping hook. Those kind of things where now it looks like Chev wants to counter on the inside and look to the short shots. Big body shots there from Vidal. But where Chev wants Vidal to be is open wide, big shots around the guard so that he can counter with those uppercuts inside, keep a guy that's already smaller for cruiserweight and shorter, keep where he's successful and land those big-time bombs. This is why this is a chess match, though. This is why Vidal is going to have to sort out that chess match by moving pawns, right? The jab is his pawn. He's going to move it back and forth. And just when you get comfortable with that pawn moving, all of a sudden, here comes the bishop. Here comes the rook. Don't make me go chess on y'all, all right?
He's waiting for Chev to make a mistake a little bit. I think we're in round 4 here.
Nice body shot there.
He's not in a hurry, right? He's slow cooking this. Chev's
trying
doing
to turn
well.
him up. He's trying to turn it up.
Chev's having a better round. He's looking a bit more competitive here.
He is trying to turn up the pressure here in round 4. And listen, it's a 12-round fight, and we talked about it. Like, some guys do take a little bit to get started. No doubt about it. And Chev is, especially after his last couple of fights, looks like he is trying to ease his way into this fight. Great combination again from Vidal off the back foot there. A nice right hand splits the guard.
Lads, haven't you?
A nice split. Here we are at the end of the round, round 4, and Vidal is continuing to try to work the body, kind of like you told him to.
Yeah.
You wanted him to go to the body because
his body shots are horrible. I felt one of them. It bloody hurt.
I had the body pad on one time. Okay. And he hauled off with the left hand. God. Man said, you're not even ready for the right hand hammer.
Nope.
Hold this left hand sledge.
What we got here, this looks like, is this a team Eubank house?
I don't know, but it looks fancy. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, I think we may have
The people are telling me that's the true GEORDIE compound right there.
Imagine. Oh my
That's
God.
the pain game right
Imagine.
there. You know?
It looks like a very plush house where one of the main event fighters is
Getting ready
traveling
to-
from, I assume.
Can I say something really quick before the start of the round? What is going on with this London traffic, man? I'm where I'm staying is about 5 miles away from the venue. It took me an hour to get here. I got so fed up with it yesterday that I took the tube here today.
Yeah,
I took the tube, son. Victoria line to some other thing.
it's a horrible place, I'll be honest with you.
The smells were not delectable. I was having to hold my nose. There were some foreign smells coming through.
Yeah, there ain't no parliamentary procedure on the tube, mate, let me tell you. We're on round 5 now, yeah?
Yes, sir, 5.
And Vidal, I would say, is at least 3 rounds up. Last round was a bit more competitive. Chev did let his hands go a little bit. It's a tricky one.
Beautiful feint.
Vidal's a good feinter, isn't he? Oh, and it's a double left hook. And
Starting to turn up.
He's letting them go now, boy. Up.
Gotta be careful. Chev can definitely throw. And again, Vidal has a little bit of a slip there. Nice counter right hand.
Vidal
Big
with
right
the 2
hand.
right hands, and he's going for it, yeah.
Let's go, V. And again, when both guys open up, Vidal tends to find the target quicker and more often.
The level difference in this fight from the Billam-Smith one is significant, mate. You're really
Look at that,
seeing
bang,
the speed.
catch counter, son.
And I told you, mate, I've seen him do 15 rounds of training, mate. There is no way that he is just a one-trick pony
Beautiful
who's going to fade just because he's quick. He ain't fading in this fight.
Vidal right there slipped on the inside. Usually dangerous, but when you follow it up with a big-time shot on the inside like
hook.
that.
Good left hook, and he's going to the body. And now he's setting it up. He's trying to get him confused as to where he's going to go next, for sure.
I mean,
Chev clock looks
in the
in trouble
Matrix. In the Matrix right now is Vidal Riley in round 5.
Oh, yeah.
Round 4, we talked about Chev turning it up a little bit, and a couple of good jabs there from Chev, but Vidal has come out in
He's
this
in his
round
flow
5.
state, man. This is beautiful, isn't it?
100%. Nice counter right hand there from Chev, but
It was on the edge of the chin, though, wasn't it? Oh, and a left hook. This is what he does. He steps back, jumps back in as he lays the trap, and he fell right into it there, Chev Clark.
the lead hand work
and it's
again
another
with
slip.
another
You
slip.
need a fucking towel in this ring. This is not
Ref,
funny,
between
man.
the rounds,
This
let's
is-
figure it out.
Mate, what a shit show. Come on, mate.
Figure it out, ref. It doesn't take much. Get us a freaking towel.
It's
and-
really dangerous when you got
100%.
fighters with like boxing boots on in there. Anything could happen, slip of the ankle or anything, and the fight's off. And
Nice shots to the body from Chev and
and
another
that's
one.
a low blow from Chev Clark, to be honest with you. Nice defense by Chev Clark.
But when you rely on your feet, look, there's a slip from Chev, and you rely on your ability to move when your feet aren't planted. That's got to be a mental thing as well that Vidal's going to have to deal with here, is that if he feels like he can't plant and move, that changes this fight.
He's playing with him a little bit here, Vidal.
He's done that a little bit this
Yeah.
round, where he's kind of, all right, come
Mate.
get it. You know what I'm saying?
Again, like, when I say things you've done to me before, I know you're having fun in there and you're not feeling the
Nice jab.
lovely jab. Stepped in with it.
Look at that.
Beautiful
Slip
body
inside,
shot.
man. I don't think people realize, too, like, as an Orthodox fighter fighting another Orthodox fighter, how dangerous it is to slip inside when that right hand is readily available to get there.
Yeah, he's dropping his hands.
He is going full-on disrespect at the end of the round. To have the confidence to slip inside, not away from the power hand, inside,
Yeah.
and then throw that hook up. It's beautiful work.
That's something that at 27 years...
Don't make me get up and start throwing here in the Ring Magazine studios now. We'll get to it. Don't make me, you know what I'm saying?
He's been throwing punches since he was 2 years old. You know, this is what you're seeing now is things a guy his age should not be able to do, right? And in terms of like the experience level he's at in the game as well. I think he's winning this flawlessly. You know, yes, he's getting the odd shot back, but that's going to happen when you're in there with a beast like Chev Clark. This is beautiful, exactly what we wanted coming into this fight, and I just hope that he can keep the pressure up, because I think it's going to be very hard for Chev to stay with him.
I think rounds like that last one are what you call demoralizing rounds, where Chev is biting down on that mouthpiece. He's just had a more successful round in round 4 than he had potentially had the entirety of the first 3 rounds. And then Vidal comes out and he starts styling on him. And even if, like you said, he gets hit with the odd jab here or there, he's coming back with a nasty shovel hook, a right hand. He's making you pay with a jab of his own, and then he's out of range. That kind of stuff for a pressure fighter like Chev Clark is, and like he's trying to show right here at the beginning of round 6, that stuff right there will demoralize you. And you heard Derek in the corner there say, continue to be the Matador. He is the bull. He's going to come out fiery again, continue to be the matador, then make him pay.
He knows he's going to overextend at some point. He's just got to wait for that moment. And there you go.
Shot. Nice turn of the angle too, Vidal. Big
and a body shot, and that's a straight right to the. And you know what? The way Chev Clark is swinging and missing here, that's going to drain that energy. It's going to deplete the confidence. And a nice right hand from Vidal Riley, and a head movement. He's out of there and he's having fun with it.
You're starting to see. Look at the lead hand of Chev. Now, granted, nice right hand there from Chev. That is a strategy in some cases, right? To throw your jab from odd angles, but to leave it by his hip consistently like he has starts to give you an idea as to, again, what Vidal's doing with his lead hand to cause a little confusion and potentially what's going on in Chev Clark's mind, thinking he has to do something.
I think that as well with that lead hand down, it's also a lot less predictable as to where it's going to come from.
It's tough to see sometimes.
Yeah, it literally comes out of nowhere, and there's another slip. We've got major issues.
I just want to see if anybody's in the middle of the ring and with a towel between rounds, because it's not being fixed.
I'm a bit worried that I don't know if it's one of the ring logos or something like that.
It's a massive logo right in the middle. It's obviously, we love Fatal Fury, the game here. Make sure you go and buy that, but we want to make sure our fighters have footing as well.
And let's just get the talc out. That's what I'd say.
Oh, big jab there again from Vidal. Again, catch counters too, right at the end of that.
Right, and Vidal is throwing some. He's putting some sauce on them right hands, right?
Ooh. Definitely looking for it there. There's a little bit of an inadvertent headbutt, but yeah, Vidal's starting to look for these overhands as Chev starts to overcommit once again.
What are we doing here?
We're gonna get a warning to somebody.
A warning.
Yeah, we don't hit him back. I will deal with it.
I will deal with it, yeah. Don't hit him back.
He's complaining about Vidal hitting him as the referee steps in a little late.
That's really a nothing thing. Vidal's not a dirty fighter like that. That's just an accident, really.
The referee,
nice jab. Ooh, stayed switched on there, and a right hand, and Chev looks like he's taking a bit more punishment here.
There's combinations continuously from Vidal. That was a 4-punch combo, and every single punch landed.
Jab. And another jab.
Punishing these jabs as well.
Chev looks like. Do you know when you're feeling it, like, oh, you could go down any second?
Yeah.
Like, he's just getting timed too well now. And usually when you see one fighter's got the timing down, it doesn't take maybe a couple of rounds before you see something devastating happen. Oh, nice. Left hook.
Beautiful short
on the
left
way
hook.
in from Vidal Riley. And he's really playing with this food here. This is beautiful.
Nice right hand at the end of the round. Can we get someone in the middle of the ring to wipe down that logo? Because both guys are, like, you see it at the end of the round, they're both avoiding going to the middle of the ring. Unreal. They're both avoiding. They're like, let's just go on this other side. Someone get in there and wipe that shit down. Christ.
Chev Clark's team look a bit worried.
Let's hear what they're saying here.
His coach looks spooked.
Are we supposed to know who? I'm sorry.
I guess these are lookalike guys.
Right, but who is this supposed to be?
Anthony Joshua, yeah. He does.
Oh,
he does look like AJ.
That's a good one.
To be honest with you, if there's anyone you can look like in the UK, AJ's got to be up there. I bet he does real well in the clubs. Just saying. When I met AJ, I was like, man, he's a handsome man, dude. No,
he is a stud.
Life is not fair.
He's a stud.
All men are not created equal. That's all I'm saying. And I got a lot. I'm quite handsome.
Come on.
I'm not putting myself down or nothing, but he's an Adonis.
It levels.
For Christ's sake, mate. I found out what Chev Clark is finding out right now. There's levels. Yeah. Not an easy night, that.
Oh, my goodness.
Let's see what happens here. This is, what round are we in now?
Sorry, round 7.
Yeah.
Round 7, and I think we could comfortably say this could, at least the way I score it, obviously I'm going to put my bias out there. I see a 6-1 fight, potentially 7-0, but I'll go 6-1.
And Chev Clark looks like he took a jab right to the eye there, and he didn't look thrilled about it. It got a reaction, and we just, I think Chev's struggling here a little bit. Yeah, it's the will to win and the belief is being taken from his soul. Right.
Talked about it earlier. Demoralization. Right. You throw a lot at this guy. He doesn't go away. He keeps peppering you with the jab. He keeps his fundamentals strong, and you're not able to hit him. Chev in the first part of this fight was walking forward on Vidal.
Nice right hand from Vidal Riley.
You can see what Chev wants to do here, though. He wants to sit down on the right hand. but he's just not having a ton of success so far with it.
Yeah, he's not able to push Vidal back because it's the lateral movement, isn't it? He's all over the place, right? Vidal doesn't stand still for long enough for you to push him back in a straight line, and he's also tagging you as you're making these mistakes on entry, and wow, it's pretty impressive. Like, total punches thrown 324, so Vidal's about 80 punches up. Power landed. Apparently he's only landed 4 punches more. It doesn't look that way though, when you're watching it at all.
The biggest difference in this fight has been Vidal's jab. It's been night and day difference. Chev has almost gone completely away from his jab, whereas Vidal has used the tempo of this fight and used it to set the pace of this fight. There are times when they both trade where Chev absolutely will land his backhand, but when Vidal is on that jab, like I've said a couple of different times so far, everything else works behind it. Now Chev trying to switch up a little bit of what he's doing and fight a little bit more loose as well.
It's getting on a bit, this fight now.
Yeah.
You're seeing both men tiring ever so slightly here. These are elite level athletes. Clearly they're both like as fit as can be.
Nice cheeky uppercut.
This has been a hell of a pace. And a right hand by Vidal Riley. Another
Jab
jab
behind it, yep.
I love how he
counters.
finishes with the jab. A lot of people don't do that. It's really unique.
Oh, absolutely. Especially for, again, I still task Vidal as a younger fighter, a prospect fighter.
Well, he's about 7 years younger, isn't he?
That's what I'm saying. You see guys throw their 4-punch combination. They end it with the right hand. They roll under and circle out. When you follow up with that jab, when guys are just so used to the ba-ba-ba, ba-ba-ba-ba,
Yeah.
and then you stick that last one in there, really makes a difference. That's where you see the next snap back there, and not just my giraffe neck.
Lovely right hook, and Vidal spins away again. And he led with the hook there, led with the uppercut, sorry.
Good right hand from Chev there, too. It's a solid round there from Chev. He had a better comeback round there.
I still don't know if he won the round.
I know, back and forth round.
What I
But
mean.
for him, that had to have been a round he needed to be competitive in, and I thought he did a lot better that round.
Okay, breathe deep.
So try to hear what he's saying.
Do not contain. Just keep that jab working.
Can you hear?
You hit, don't know what
Jab
make
working.
contact on him, okay? He's training. He's training.
He's draining, he's draining.
He's draining. Mate, if your hope is for Vidal to drain, that's not going to happen. You got to hurt him. That's literally it.
Yeah.
You got to hurt him. That's it. You got to take a risk. And this is one of those knockout or be knocked out moments. Really, it's like when Fury was in there with Usyk. How bad do you really want to win this?
I was trying to hear, Chev was saying something back to his corner. I couldn't hear, but there was some discussion going on there. I don't know what Chev was saying, but there was some. It seemed like a little bit of disagreement or miscommunication there in the
Did
corner.
you hear Vidal say, "I'm present"?
Yeah, so both guys a little bit interesting there with their corners.
Yeah.
Some conversations going on. Chev's corner thinks that Vidal is fading or will fade in the back half of this fight, and then you heard again another slip there. You heard Vidal in his corner say, "I'm present." Maybe that was Derek trying to wake him up and say, "Hey,
I feel like there was
stay switched on."
Yeah, there was one around there where Chev became a little more competitive, and his dad saying, "Come on now, don't go to sleep here. Don't just think you've got this fight won here.
Yeah.
We're right in the middle of it here."
This is what we talked about. Chev is a guy you're going to have to nail down to get him to stop fighting. You're going to have to. Otherwise, he's going to continue to come forward, and he's going to look for his spots, and he did that in the last round. Let's see how Vidal recovers and tries to return it here in this round. And another slip.
Chev is really frustrated with the slipping.
I'm not even upset with Chev for it.
Yeah.
He should be.
Vidal got him going.
It's very frustrating to watch, man.
I don't know if that was a slip or Vidal really hurt him there, but something went wrong there.
Chev acknowledged the big right hand that Vidal landed for sure. He's
Yeah.
like, you got me with that one. Again, the more you try to play off those big shots, the more that we, the people, know that affected you, that hurt you. Oh, nice. Big time right hand as Vidal slides off to his right side. 3-punch combination goes double body and then upstairs as well.
Oh, a lovely left hook from Vidal.
Knocks him
Riley.
off balance. When you see Chev throwing that big right hand, Vidal knocks him off balance with the left hook. That's timing beats speed and power, ladies and gentlemen.
There you go, yeah.
Big right hand on the counter there from Vidal Riley.
Oh.
Big time overhand.
Chev's got a chin, man.
Yeah, man.
He's tough as nails. He's tough as he looks, to be fair. He looks like a bad guy in a Hollywood movie or something.
Short right hook again from Vidal. That was probably the most impactful shot Vidal's landed, at least at one at a time. That overhand, and fair play to Chev. He ate that.
Again, it's all at Vidal's range, really, here. Chev, I feel like Chev's just trying to put in a spurt. He's not trying to win this, really, is he? Do you know what I mean? Like, you know it's going to take way more to turn this around at this point. You've got to go for the kill, really.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And he's not really going for the kill. He's just trying to still outbox the guy, and it's like you're going to have to take major risks here in order to get. Oh, and it's a right hand though from Chev.
Oh!
But Vidal
we're not sure because of the slips. We don't know who's hurt and who's slipping
Vidal
around.
took it like a champ. Vidal took that like a champ and made him meet one of his own right after.
You want to question Vidal Riley's chin? Look at that last punch. And then Chev got off balance. A back and forth little exchange there while I was grabbing the waters to keep us hydrated here on the Ring Magazine set. How has no one gotten into the ring, referee, and just put a towel down?
I don't understand.
You have to see that both guys continue looking at the canvas. I'll walk down there and do it if I need to. I'll slide in there like John Cena with the towel, dude. I'll get in there and, you know what I mean?
Honestly,
figure it out. All right, let's listen in here.
Yeah, there was. He's breathing hard. He's breathing hard. Chev's Clark's team was saying about Vidal Riley here. Is that really the? He's saying close the distance and go for the accurate shots.
Yeah, when you throw a big punch, make sure you don't abandon the right hand. Just put it in his shoulder. Eventually, it's gonna catch him.
Oh mate, this isn't great advice in my opinion for Chev Clark. I think that this kid is losing this fight and they need to make him aware of it. You know what I mean? It's like that. I don't want to tell you the truth, so I'm just going to let you solemnly go down with the ship and keep your dignity. But you need to be real with him. Like, you're losing this friggin' fight, mate. You need to start turning up big time. Do you want to win this fight, or do you want to hand your title over without going down swinging? Because that's really the decision he's got to make now. And to be like, oh, he's fading. Mate, this guy is literally jabbing your head off. What the frigging hell are you talking about? Jabbing his head off.
You're hearing Chev Clark's corner there say, you know, it's a lot of keep doing what you're doing, but what he's doing right now is getting him beat. There needs to be a level of urgency that he takes in these next 3 rounds. And I get it. If you think you're close, you got to keep going. But nothing in this fight has shown me that the right hand has gotten close enough to be a problem for Vidal. Yes, yet there was one that got through, but it's got to be more than the repetitive stuff we've seen.
Imagine the fact that we're now in the 9th round looking at debatably, I don't know, that Chev Clark may have run 2 rounds max. And again,
thank goodness, this referee, it took you 9 rounds to figure this out? There's got to be a towel somewhere.
Please, is that all we've got? Just one little towel?
What are you throwing your hands up at? Just get it done, my mans.
The referee.
Look at this effort on the towel.
I'm not being funny, but when I was 16, I used to clean up the butcher shop. I did way better than this.
What is this effort we're getting
really
from the refs
right now?
Come on.
His wife's at home going, told you, never does a cleaning. You can tell, can't you? That is pathetic.
That's exactly what I thought he'd do.
Oh my God.
Unbelievable. At least we acknowledged it, and hopefully this will help out a little bit. Here we go again. About 1 minute and 50 seconds left here. Nice short right hand from Vidal. And both guys got a nice breather there as well. Something to pay attention to as we restart the action here.
My days, what are we doing? But yeah, for Vidal to currently be, you could only well slip from Vidal. Brilliant with the head movement. I'd say Chev might have won 1, maybe 2 rounds max. Yeah.
Big time shot there.
To say keep doing what you're doing is wild to me. He's going for it now. This is what he needs to be doing, Chev Clark. He needs to go for it. But Vidal needs to keep his hands up as well, because Chev is looking slightly more dangerous.
I was also saying Vidal's welcoming that exchange too, right? Yeah. You see him sometimes go away from that jab and sit down. And to be fair, there's moments for that. You need that. You have to gain some respect in those exchanges. Otherwise, Chev's going to walk you down. Be careful there, though, because he's looking for that right hand. And Vidal, he is...
What it is
getting that head off center line to the inside a lot.
Vidal makes people go into their shell, mate, and he's been criticised for having boring fights when obviously he was injured that one fight. We understand what happened there, but sometimes fighters just go into their shell and they don't want to risk anything, and because they know that that's where they might be getting knocked out. Chev's showing some balls here and really trying to make this
shots
turn this around.
Nice jab as well. He went to the body with the left hand, then came upstairs with it. Jab behind it as well. It's a solid right hand to the body from Chev, and then a combination from Vidal Riley.
He's just getting outlanded again, though, isn't he?
Yeah.
Firing that. As soon as he feels one of the punches from Chev just touch him, he immediately is firing back. And it's funny because it comes back to the work in the gym. You know, like when his dad does pads with you, it's literally as soon as you get touched, fire back. And like, that's even like the basic level that I was on. And you see it now at the advanced level that I was on. Those fundamentals are there on show.
Yeah, man, they're just written into him now. As we're going to take a listen in, I'm interested to hear how Derek talks to Vidal in the corner here.
It's not about skill anymore. It's about heart now.
Wow,
yeah?
he's proper. He says it's not about skill anymore. It's about heart now, and it's just little things like that where Vidal, when he was getting coached by the likes of the Mayweather gym, he said they didn't know me like my dad knows me, and my dad knows exactly what I need to hear. What's Chev Clark's team saying now, Wade?
Stay balanced.
A lot of the same stuff you're hearing. Stay balanced. Look for the right hand.
Being balanced.
Looking for looking for the right hand.
Corners, 10 seconds.
Okay, keep messing it up. You can do this, okay? Keep
Seconds
shot.
out.
Just break the line.
I think he might have asked him if he won the last round as well there.
No, you didn't. Right.
But the instruction seems the same from Chev's corner. Stay on the right hand, stay balanced, keep doing what you're doing. I don't hear the urgency I'd like to hear out of the corner.
This is a we are firemen moment, really, isn't it?
By the way, who had the urgency in the corner? It wasn't necessarily Vidal go and get this out of the fire, but it was, this isn't about skill now. These last couple rounds, we got to go and we got to be dogs.
Yeah.
That was the level of urgency I heard out of Vidal Riley's corner.
Oh, lovely body
Beautiful shot to the body.
Vidal Riley steps inside, slips the jab. I mean, this is the things that a lot of the time you don't see is that confidence to step inside. And we were saying that earlier for his body shots. That's why it makes them so much more impactful.
Nice jab again, man. He's just popping it out there. There's no overcommittal. That's another thing from Vidal when he doesn't overcommit, when he's using his feet, when he's using his shoulders to turn his jab versus reaching for it. It's so hard to hit him back. Last 2 minutes here in round 10. And you watch Chev, and he's almost exclusively become a jab right-hand fighter right now.
It's safety first. Just keep coming forward. Hope something lands. Because in my opinion, if he was going to win this fight and turn it around, he needs to throw a lot of punches in one go here to land one on a Vidal Riley, right? You're not going to really go shot for shot with someone who's that much more skillful than you, clearly, and quicker than you, and come out on top, really.
Vidal's getting damn close to landing a big right hand. There's two big misses right there, one uppercut and one overhand that just whizzed by the chin.
He's standing right in front of him now. He's squared on there for a second, and that's when you know he's...
Oh,
judo.
A little judo background of it now coming into play. We had another slip, which, by the way, is massively dangerous. Like, your leg goes the wrong way, and all of a sudden we could have a ligament issue, potentially. Like, we got to get this logo figured out. We got so many more fights tonight. We just got to get this figured out. Referee's throwing his hands up like he doesn't know what to do about it, but... in between rounds, we got to get that figured out.
I think Vidal knew he was on the way down and fought, and I seen him hook the leg.
Nice shot to the body.
Like it was a single leg takedown. Oh.
Good work here from Chev, man. He had a great combination, good shot to the body.
I've just had an idea, boxing on ice. Yeah.
Oh, my Lord. Well, I mean, if you watch hockey.
NFL, it's kind of already been done.
If you watch hockey, they go crazy with that.
If Misfits are watching, think about it.
Your next gimmick, Misfits. Oh. Vidal coming forward with a combination. Last 30 seconds here.
So dominant this fight, in my opinion, so far.
This round, yeah, definitely Vidal has gotten back to what he was doing early and mid part of the fight. And again, dictating the pace of the fight, and it's all starting with his lead hand. He started the round with 2 stiff jabs, followed it up with some right hands, and it just sets the pace. Look how it shuts Chev down, even when he doesn't land it. When he doesn't land it, but he's popping it out there, Chev has to cover, he has to slip, he has to reset. Now we got some clinch fighting here.
Vidal can do the lot, really.
Well-rounded boxing there from Vidal Riley in round number 10.
2 rounds to go.
I want to see the body language of both fighters as we head into these last 2 rounds. It's going to be interesting to see what Chev's team tells him again here.
We're seeing Conor Ben entering the arena now.
A destroyer. We're going to talk about our main event predictions later on. Obviously flanked by Nigel as well. Shaved the beard.
Interesting.
The beard, and, you know, got him a trim today after weigh-in.
He's the bad guy today, right? They're booing him.
They're booing him already.
They've him already.
Listen at that.
Do you know what, though? He's a classic person who could go from villain to hero in his career so easily.
Probably just letting that waft in. Now, we did hear Chris Eubank Jr. say, you know, listen, I've been the villain all of my career. I've dealt with booze all of my career. This was the golden boy. This is the one that the UK was behind. How does he deal not only with the booze, but 65,000 of them?
That's a lot. that is, I'm good with maths. That is a lot. Here we go. 11th round, British Cruiserweight title on the line, and Chev, as he has been doing, is starting the round ferociously. He's trying to come forward with them body shots.
Some big-time body shots there from Chev to start the round, and referee's telling them both to work out of the clinch here. Chev is paying a little bit too much attention to the ref and not as much to Vidal in the clinch there. We've seen too many fighters recently get in trouble doing that, waiting for a referee break. Nice left hand.
Ooh, Chev lent in. Vidal circled away and let that left hand go.
Beautiful left hook on the exit from Vidal Riley. Right hand over the top. Chev kind of sees it, rolls with it, but still good shots landing here to start the 11th round for both fighters. Like that cheeky uppercut slide out, the jab behind it.
I'm really interested to see how the boxing community reviews this, because on the one hand, obviously, it doesn't look like this is going to be a finish. But on the other hand, Vidal has been very comfortable in there, in my opinion, with a very high-level guy. And I wonder if they'll still, like, you know, if they'll give him the credit he deserves for it, you know, because he does deserve a lot of credit for this, in my opinion.
Absolutely. And I don't, and again, oh, look at that lead hand uppercut. Again, he's got it off both hands. Just briefly, you saw Vidal go southpaw for just a second, get square in the corner, turn, bang, out of southpaw. And he hasn't showed that much this fight.
I wouldn't be surprised if at times Vidal slips again. And this is what could get someone knocked out here.
Saying, man.
It's not through skill, it's through just pure chance. And that's not what we want. Uppercut, lovely uppercut from Chev Clark. It is something I wouldn't be surprised if we see from Vidal as he goes up the ranks. If things get testy in a fight, he may just go southpaw randomly and try and confuse his opponent and save that for that one moment where people go, oh, God. Nice job from Vidal Riley. And Chev is trying everything he can to rough him up. He's getting on the inside. It's never going to work, that. It's not going to happen for him like that.
For those that are asking or wondering, I'm tweeting my frustrations about the towel in the middle of the ring. We got to figure this out, man, because there's too many times in this fight specifically where both guys have lost their balance. One ended up, both of them, on the canvas. And other multiple times, like that beautiful right hand from Vidal. You wonder how much you can sit down on punches and how much affects your confidence to do that. Like, I don't want to sit down on punches if I don't have any footing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So both guys actively avoiding the center of the ring here.
It literally, you can see that Vidal tactically is
circling around it, yeah.
Well, literally, it's an 18-foot ring, right? You know,
which we haven't even talked about how small that is.
You want to be able to use every inch of that, and that's going to be a problem. Lovely combination from Vidal Riley.
Big right hand, he earned it, man. Oh my goodness, what a right hand at the end of the round. Vidal Riley with the pull right hand off the back foot. My Lord, I got to stand up.
That was nice.
Did you see that, sir?
Mate, as he was moving back, just goodoosh.
Come on.
Lovely.
I'm going to give a demonstration, a physical demonstration.
We got it. We got it for you.
A physical demonstration. Vidal off the back foot. Bah! Light work. Just,
that was nice.
Son.
Oh, my. He walked them right onto it. And you know what? Chev looked like he didn't know what the hell had happened to him there. Like,
got the stump.
Look at that.
Boom!
He took one to give one as well. He knew he was on the way in.
And you know why those punches are so damaging, folks at home? Let me tell you.
Knock the mouthpiece out.
I'm going to hit you with some Albert Einstein stuff, all right? This is gravity equals mass plus force plus acceleration. I know that's not the equation, but when you have a guy running towards you,
velocity on it, I'll tell you that.
You have a guy running towards you, and you hit him as he beats your punch. The damage is twice
now.
As bad.
Yeah, Big Papa Riley is letting them know this is it. All the marbles.
Baby.
We don't lose this round. Come on.
12th round for the British.
Oh, yeah. Oh, he's styling on him. He's switching the stances up, Vidal. And he's
beautiful.
He's gone
hand, and he's starting to swing the hands, and he hits him with a right hand.
And he's letting them know. Let them know, son. Come on, V.
Coming out, styling, swinging the backhand, Sugar Ray Leonard style.
Hey, Chev Clock really needs to do something here, and Vidal's trying to walk him onto something. He's acting foolish, so he wants him to overcommit here.
Beautiful defense there to avoid the big right hand. My man said.
You believe that?
Watch this one.
In his own home stadium, the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium, Vidal Riley is playing with his food here in the 12th round. It's been a difficult fight, and this toughness of Chev Clark has been respectable, but the skill level has clearly been, there's been a gap between these two.
And you want to talk about, now granted, we still have some fight left here and anything can happen. You want to talk about the pressure on Vidal here from his close friends and his family being in Tottenham. Nice counter there again from V. And obviously the prize on the line, the British title, a win over a very good prospect in Chev Clark. All those things, and the performance he's putting on right now is nothing short of spectacular.
Chev's a tough man.
He is, isn't he?
He's really tough.
And if you talk to V all week, he knew this.
Yeah.
He's like, listen, beautiful combinations, man. He goes to the shoe shine and then upstairs with the hook. Come on.
Chev's going to know when he puts his head on the pillow later on tonight. I got hit a lot. You know what I mean?
And also, on the other side of things, I don't think there's any, I mean, you'd have to ask Chev, but I don't see any shame in anything he's done today either. If anything, you know, there could have been more urgency at times.
I think that was the thing that lacked us. When the fight was getting away from him, but he still had some energy in the tank, that's the time to pull the trigger.
Yeah.
There's no good trying to pull the trigger in the 12th round when you're dead on your feet and you've already given everything you have. It was, and I blame his corner as much as him, because his corner did not give him the fireman speech that we were on about earlier. And
slipping all over the place.
And I just think that they weren't willing to risk it all, and I don't understand that. This is a British title, and you know, if you're wanting to get the biggest fights, this is a fight where if you win this, you're really in the mix. Then why not go?
Oh, there's a big right hand from Chev.
Chev took a good punch.
Vidal looked at his corner and said, "I'm good. I'm good."
Yeah. It was a
flush right hand.
It's not the shot you want to take in the final minute of a fight, right?
Not at all.
Vidal definitely didn't want to take that one.
You can see Chev's confidence go up with that one. About 10 seconds
too
left.
Late, though. Like I said, that should have come in the 7th round of the 6th.
And look at this, V standing with him and throwing here at the end of the fight, Max Holloway style.
His dad is not going to love that.
Great job, guys.
Brilliant performance. I think they both gave everything they had in there, and I think if Chev had committed a bit more earlier, we may have seen a finish there, but they were content to carry on with the game plan, and Vidal had to just continue outboxing him. And thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chev just had to continue outboxing him, and Vidal had to continue outboxing him, and the opportunities that maybe could have didn't come, and I think that his corner knew that. I think Chev Clark's corner knew if we give him the Valhalla speech, this could go south here. And maybe that's why you don't roll the dice, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that, you know, live to fight another day or whatever.
Yeah, listen, I think that this was a standout performance for Vidal Riley. I mean, you did everything you wanted to do outside of potentially getting the stoppage, but you showcased every bit of the skill in your arsenal. And not only that, you showcased heart, you showcased determination, toughness, and you sat down on punches with a guy that I think at a certain point in this fight, we knew the only way he was going to win was by knocking you out, and you still took that challenge and overcame it. I think a spectacular performance, and I think one that's going to get him a lot of respect, not only in the pro boxing world because of the influencer boxing stuff, but right here in the UK, like you talked about, a man to get behind.
I hope so, because I think that this was a stand-up performance. But again, when you're not knocking people dead every single time, I think the boxing world can be hard to please, right? Like, and it's weird because they pick and choose their moments for that. Like, you know, Alexander Usyk didn't knock out Tyson Fury, but you know, he did an amazing job in both of those fights. Some of the best. Same with Anthony Joshua. He's considered the pound-for-pound best. And, you know, aside from Daniel Dubois, he hasn't finished anyone in a little while. And yet, that's fine. Not every fighter is blessed with that one-touch of death kind of power. And I think that Vidal's other abilities were really on show. Those cat-like reflexes, the smart brain, setting traps, making him miss, making him pay. And he did it against a very high-level guy who a lot of people thought he was going to lose to. So couldn't have gone better. Aside from a finish, it couldn't have gone any better. What's the judge's scorecard saying, though?
Judge Victor Laughlin scores it 116 to 112.
116, 112.
Judge Kieran McCann scores it 117 to 111.
117, 111, more sense.
And Judge Mark Bates scores it 115 to 113.
115, 130.
All in favor of your winner by unanimous decision. And
let's go, baby! Come on, B!
Yeah,
let's go, baby!
He punched me in the face once. Get in there. I've been punched by a British champion. Just saying.
Come on!
What? I'm what?
Come on! Your winner, the realest and new British champion, Vidal Riley. Ladies and gentlemen, what a performance there. I did get confirmation. I aired my grievances about the slippage. And on Twitter, I don't know if it's confirmation, but on Twitter, people are
good sauce.
the people are saying that they don't know that Fatal Fury sticker or design is on the print. They think it might be a sticker that's laid on there. That's potentially causing
they need to rip that up really before the main event potentially, which is we got Billam-Smith warming up. I want to hear what Vidal's got to say, hopefully.
Yeah, we got to get an interview, no?
They're playing the Tottenham music for him.
Is that what that is?
Yeah,
I didn't know. So. I didn't know if that was like a nursery rhyme or we got to get some kind of, I know it's
Spurs goal much.
Okay, all right. I don't mean no disrespect, all right? I just didn't know the name.
I'll teach him, don't worry.
I'll teach y'all Rocky Top if y'all teach me that one, all right?
We got Billam-Smith versus Aaron McKenna coming up. Should be a really good fight, that one. Two come-forward fighters. Yeah. Billam-Smith, off the back of the defeat against Eubank, wants to get that fight back for a trilogy, which really is quite common, but obviously this fight was just too good to resist, with the feud between the two families.
It's interesting you bring that up. Have you been seeing a lot of what Chris Eubank Jr. has been wearing this week?
He's always wearing flashy shit, though.
He's got his Louis Vuitton on and everything else, but there has been like blood of Billam-Smith on the jackets or coated into the jackets. Don't tell me this man doesn't know how to set up and build fights. You don't believe he's looking into that trilogy. You're crazy.
I like the way Billam-Smith tweeted about that because he was like, oh, don't tell me that fight didn't mean anything to you. It meant everything.
There you go.
You be wearing my blood on your coat like that. I'm in your head, basically. And here's the problem.
I like it.
Look, the thing that we're all talking about, a lot of people are saying that was a good performance. It was a good performance. Objectively, I can understand why people would say that, but it was not against a Billam-Smith who looked anywhere near 100%. He looked miles off of it.
No.
And tonight, we find out how legit that performance was to see if he can do it again. But we also find out what does Billam-Smith look like now. Is that Billam-Smith from now on? These ankles were shot to pieces. And I worry about him in this ring, to be honest with you, if his ankles haven't...
Right, that's another problem we're going to have to deal with. By the way, I don't know if the people at home are seeing this or seeing us, but we have a Ring X Box Raw
I like the
partnership.
Jacket, by the way. Jacket
the swag is incredible. Yeah. I need my boys behind the camera, somebody, maybe HE himself, to drop me off a package of that.
Mate,
I'll be rocking it.
Yeah,
I'll put that on.
Any free clothes.
I put that on, and that might get me up and get me out of bed for a fight too. I'm just saying.
And any other brands out there, if you want to send me free clothes, I'm a cheapskate like that. No, I'm just, aside from the suits, though, you know what I mean. He's literally wearing a Louis Vuitton like old school coat. I don't know where. How much does that cost? Like what, £1,000 or something?
Oh, dude, I shop at the clothes that they don't even have a name for them. They're just T-shirt, large. That's what I be got. Shout out Target in the U.S. if y'all know about the Target. That's where I be.
If you're a man out there, lads, let me just say we never go into a Louis Vuitton shop unless it's for a woman, right? And if it is, it better be the woman, right?
Anyone.
Right? Not any woman, okay?
Okay, so
we haven't got the interview from Vidal yet.
I don't think we're going to get it, unfortunately.
No, I think they're moving on super quick. We do have to pick back up on the main event, right? We're talking about.
Let's talk about the weight, man.
Can we talk about the weight, lads? Let us know in the comments. Hopefully the team will be able to relay some of this to us. Talk about the weight, because there's been a massive deal made about the weight cut by Chris Eubank Jr., 160 pounds. And honestly, I don't get where the outcry is, right? Chris Eubank Jr., I understand why he's the good guy, right? One guy fails a drug test, the other guy automatically becomes the good guy. However, this is Chris Eubank Jr.'s weight class. He's been making this weight for 6 years or something.
Okay.
And people are saying, oh, they're making him boil down. Do you know who's making Chris Eubank boil down? Chris Eubank. Chris Eubank had the option. I'm going to say Chris Eubank a lot here. He had the option to take the Canelo fight. He said no. That was a £168 fight. He said no, I want more money. I'm going to take this fight where I beat this smaller guy, and I'll weigh in 160, and I'll be the weight bully in there because I'll be much bigger than him. And yes, I'll sign these clauses or whatever. And I understand. I don't really like the rehydration clause, and I get why people dislike that. I'm totally on board with that. But it's Chris Eubank who decided to take this fight against a smaller guy, and they paid him a lot of money to take that weight clause, and he's paid the price because he screwed up that weight, cut. And this is the thing. We see the weight cutting. It looks brutal. I'm not a fan of it at all, and I would much rather people walk around weight fight. But equally, every other fighter on this card made weight. Most fighters on most cards do make weight. Him not making weight is because he's chosen to get to a very difficult weight for him against an opponent much smaller than him, where he could be fighting Hamza Shiraz, rejected. Canelo Alvarez, rejected. I get why Eubank's the fan favourite here because of the drugs testing, but I don't think we should feel too sorry for him in him struggling to make weight.
I like it, man. Listen, I'll offer the other side of things. I'll tell you that, yes, I agree with you. There are options, and he signed this contract. This is Chris Eubank's doing. I get all of that. It's the rehydration clause for me that's very bothersome. I don't know what happened today with the miss. I know that there was some controversy about when he showed up versus when he was supposed to show up.
He showed up late for the first one, yesterday.
And then, yesterday, and then the .2 miss and then the .05 miss, which I could not believe, the $500,000, which I guess is a contract stipulation, not obviously the British Boxing Board of Control. The point is this. Yes, Chris Eubank Jr. signed to make 160. He's got to make the weight. He signed for the rehydration as much as I am in the same boat you are. I hate rehydration clauses. I hate weight cutting. It's a terrible practice. Imagine depleting all of the nutrients out of your body, taking fluid away from your brain. This is where I'll agree with Chris Eubank Sr. about the dangers of this kind of stuff. And it's always been a problem. It's not just Chris Eubank Jr. It's always been a problem in combat sports. It makes no sense to do 24 hours, 12 hours before you fight. It's very silly. And hopefully one day, honestly, you want to fix it, you do weigh-ins on the day of fighting. That's how you fix this.
You do it the hour before they walk to the ring.
That's how you fix it.
Simple as that. That's the one thing that just solves it immediately. Boom, done. Because then no one can drain themselves at that and then go and fight. It's impossible.
Yeah.
And I do wonder about the performance of Chris Eubank because of what he's doing to himself here. I watched...
Did you watch him take that sauna suit off?
Yeah, it did. He looked like the Little Mermaid.
The skull was sunken in at his temples. The cheekbones were showing.
Yeah.
I mean, we'll get to our predictions here in a little bit. I'll just tell you mine right now. I'm taking Conor Ben tonight, and I'm doing it. I wouldn't say all because of the weight cut, but a lot of it does have to do with this weight cut. And even the weight check today, he was 169 earlier today. I know he's going to get back to 176. But, man, it's not just that he's made the weight before. It's not just that he's fought at this weight before. He's 35. And this stuff takes a toll on you as you continue to do it. I'm sure at a certain time when you were younger, 250 pounds, 240 pounds, it was easy for you to cut down if you needed to. It's easy for you to shed some weight, and then if you needed to put it back on.
Now,
I'm just saying. Me too.
I didn't think we were going to have this conversation on stream, to be honest with you. It's
me
I put a few pounds on. I did a diet.
No, you're looking slim right now.
I did a diet recently. It's gone.
You're looking good, brother. The point is, as you get older,
it gets harder, mate.
It gets so much harder.
And that's why we had the failed weight cut, in my opinion. And look, it was only by whatever it was of a pound.
A percentage of a tenth of a pound.
Do you know what I think is more important? The skill set. I think a lot of people, the weight is important, But equally, the weight he balloons up to will be about 15 to 20 pounds heavier than Conor Ben.
Hold on a second.
That's a massive
Did
advantage.
you see what Conor Ben weighed today at the weight check?
Did we? Here's the one worry about that. We did not see Conor Ben.
You know when you tell you what he weighed?
If he was wearing clothes, 165.
We didn't know if he was wearing clothes. 165. And I learned from a couple sources online that Conor Ben might walk in there at 170 tonight.
Really?
And that he has before in a couple fights in his last two.
Interesting.
That would make a massive difference, especially if you're in the side of this that's like, oh, snap, those first early 4, 5, 6 rounds, Conor Ben is massively dangerous.
Honestly, I think that there's a narrative on, and it's just going to be too big and too strong for him. I understand that. And I look at the fight as Eubank. He's packing heat. No, but I honestly think that Sheremeta performance was wildly concerning if you're a Chris Eubank fan tonight. I think he looked slow. I think his accuracy was poor. I think his accuracy against Billam-Smith, when Billam-Smith was like shooting fish in a barrel, he threw 10 punches at the end of that fight when it was called off. He missed about 8 of them. I don't think Chris Eubank Jr. looks the fighter he once was. And I feel like it's amazing how many people are going, see him against George Grubb, see him against Billy Joe Saunders. Bro, that was nearly a decade ago. You got to think about who he is right now. Against Sheremeta, who, by the way, what did Sheremeta do? Stand off him and look at him and let him come forward, right? And made... That was the perfect fight. Deliberately chosen, of course, to make Eubank look good before we got this fight. And the problem is Conor Ben hasn't fought in quite a long time, and who knows if Conor Ben's going to show up on point. But Chris Eubank Jr. flat out did not look great that night.
Well, I'll tell you,
he looked the oldest we've seen him.
We could check with the father of Conor Ben really quick if you wanted to see how he thinks about this fight tonight, because I think he's here. Hold on. My boy is out here.
We all started learning about boxing. We see all the great coaches say speed kills. And I do wonder if that could be a factor, the major factor, in my opinion, tonight. Because there was times in that Sheremeta fight where I thought, my God, mate, Eubank is wide open. And if you've got a fast little guy in there who's just ripping into him, that could be, all right, extra weight in the gloves, a lighter guy, his weight might not translate. I don't think Conor Ben's going to get that tired tonight. I think he's going to feel fantastic compared to Chris Eubank is tonight. And a lot of people are saying early Ben, late Eubank. I don't think it makes a blind bit of difference if it goes late. If Conor Ben is the better fighter, he'll still win the later rounds as well. I could be wrong. Maybe the strength will take over. Maybe Eubank will be fine. He didn't look fine in the later rounds of his last fight. Conor Ben, his dad says he's a 15-round fighter. Maybe
that's right, my son, 15-round fighter.
And I also just think skill-wise, Eubank.
I'm not getting a lot of credit in the comments for my Nigel Emma. I think they're probably killing me in that. But I love it, man. I love your analysis on it because I think it's so variable what can happen versus the narrative that's been out there.
The narrative is all Eubank, mate, and I'm just. If it was the Yildirim Eubank, I get it. It's not, though. It's the Sheremeta Eubank, or maybe a bit better because he might have taken this more seriously. I don't know. I do worry.
We're going to find out, but we have a former foe of Chris Eubank Jr. about to go in and get it done. Billam-Smith, Aaron McKenna. I think this is one of those fights where you stack the odds in certain favors. Can the veterans still do it? Can he turn back the guys that are on the rise? Well, potentially you're on that teetering point of maybe going, what's that?
I think I'm on the teetering
point.
Okay,
you go ahead. I was going to say, one of us has got to go first, and then we're going to switch. Geordie's going to take
to the punch.
He's going to take a break for a second. He'll be back, but I'm going to take over for a bit. And like I said, this fight is... As he go, look at that. Look at that. Gorgeous gentleman sliding in front of the camera. This fight is a tale of two careers and crossroads of careers between Aaron McKenna and Billam-Smith. And Aaron, a big guy for this weight class, man. 6'1" at 160. I compared him to Fundora earlier. Is that pizza? Oh, my goodness. Y'all are taking care of me today, baby. Thank you to the Ring Magazine. Guys, comment your predictions down below. To be honest, I don't know where to go with this fight. I have no idea. Part of me wants to see that Billam-Smith, and not part of me, all of me, no Diddy, wants to see that Billam-Smith and Chris Eubank Jr. Trilogy. I don't know that a win needs to happen for that to happen, because I can see both guys taking losses tonight and still having that. But make no mistake about it, Liam Smith's going to walk right out in the center of that ring. He's going to look to throw big-time power punches, and he's not going away. I think Aaron McKenna's going to do the same. I think it just depends on who can take control of the center, who can land damaging punches to gain respect early. And again, in this level of a fight for a young guy like Aaron McKenna, how do you respond? Because Liam Smith is going to be there. I'll go with Liam Smith. Wade Curse is on the line, ladies and gentlemen. If you picked Liam Smith and you put your hard-earned money down, I apologize in advance. I don't know why. Whatever I touch, I have the touch of death when it comes to sports bets. So I apologize. But let's take a look and see what we got here, man. And I can't see the chat, but I hope you guys are having a fun time, man. Me, Geordie, we want to thank the Ring Magazine. We want to thank Fatal Fury, my guy Geese right here doing his thing. Thank you guys for making this all possible and making this watch party happen. Here we go. Round number 1. And again, Liam Smith right to the middle. I'm going to check on that logo because it's going to give me a heart attack if I keep seeing guys slip and slide like it's a summer day in July. But again, that is one of the quickest transitions I think I've ever seen. This man was in and out without the burger and fries, you feel me?
We'll need someone to hold the title for you.
My Americans will know about that one. Hold it for me.
Yeah, Jenny, we might need someone to go and get on.
Something happened?
Mate, it's like mad cues. Someone luckily was recognised me. Let me go first. I'm like, yeah.
Okay, there we go.
My subscribers coming in clutch.
That is clutch. I'll be right back. Take over for me, Geordie.
Yes, I got you, bro.
2 seconds.
We are in the first round of Aaron McKenna versus Liam Smith. Yeah, I really want to see what Liam Smith is made of. Because, cheers. I'm worrying about the way he looked in the last fight. I'm a bit of a fan of the guy. We're getting pizza brought in here. I'm a bit of a fan of Liam Smith. I like this character, hard-nosed bastard, proper boxer, and not necessarily the most gifted athletically, which makes it even more impressive when you look at the career he's had. And he's definitely looking better in this fight than he did against Chris Eubank Jr, which is promising. But he's in there with a young, fresh Aaron McKenna, who is massive at this weight, huge at the weight, and a solid fighter. I was interested to see who was actually going to be on the front step here. Who's going to take centre ring? And it's Liam Smith, and he ain't wasting any time in chopping this young lad down and trying to get stuck into him. I wonder if he'll walk onto anything though, because Aaron McKenna is, for his height, it's hard when you've got those big long limbs. He's quite slick there, and he's just landed a lovely left hook and a jab behind it. Liam Smith clocked him on the way in though. Things are filling up now in the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. This main event is on the way. I want you to get your predictions in the chat. We should do a vote in the chat if we haven't already. We've got Vidal Riley, who's just won. I'm buzzing about that. I do want to talk about the Eubank Ben fight while this fight is on as well. Let us know your predictions. I personally have been saying earlier on, I really believe that Eubank, not just for the weight cut, I think he's in a questionable place in his career right now. I think his big things that got him through fights in the past were his stamina and his chin. And his stamina didn't look great against Sheremetyev, and his chin did not look great against Liam Smith. And that, for me, is where the questions lie for him. The questions for Conor Ben are, does his power translate at a heavier weight? I really don't know the answer to that, but I've definitely got doubts about Eubank and the lack of speed compared to Conor Ben. I think those early rounds they're gonna be full throttle, because Conor Ben is not someone who just wants to sit and feel his way into a fight. He knows, I've got to get on the inside. I'm the smaller guy, and he's going to rip straight into Eubank. And I think the questions about Eubank are going to be answered pretty quickly. We've got KSI and Speed on the screen right now. We did see negotiations of KSI from Turkey Al-Sheikh trying to set up a fight against Conor McGregor. That fight didn't come off, but the fact that that was even a thing blows my mind. We're in the second round now. Wade is rejoining us. We got a little bit of pizza.
Folks.
You want a bit of pizza, bro?
Oh, I got my. What is this? I got
What we do?
chicken with the Hawaiian. You want a little cheersies there?
I'm gonna fold
Time
this
for the
bad
boys.
boy up,
Okay,
man.
fold it
the
up.
bad boy up.
Okay. I know he's out here folding. How do we look in the first round here?
Yes. Honestly, a lot of feeling out, but Liam Smith on the front foot. I was interested to see, can McKenna keep him at range, you know? A lot of dancing on the outside, but this 18-foot ring, not a lot of space to do that, is there?
By the way, I commend you for answering that while just scarfing that down. That was impressive. A little scrappy. I figured this was going to be the case, though. I was talking to the chat, the homies, a.k.a. the Pain Game, and the W.A.D.E concept crossover scene.
I like that.
They were talking, I'm assuming, about what we were talking about. I didn't get to see it, but I said Liam Smith's going to come out and stick his feet right in the center of the ring and not move back.
Liam Smith is looking way better than he looked against Eubank Jr. That's one thing's for sure. He's proving right now that was a horrendous night at the office for him, and he wasn't fully fit. And
cut the ring off here. Look at that.
Yeah, he's definitely piling the pressure on. It's so funny about Liam Smith's grey hair as well. I really feel like he's doing a lot for male body positivity. Shout out to Liam Smith. Like, grey hair acceptance is a thing, and I just want to say I'm all for it.
Are you trying to tell us something? Are you going to go just
I've noticed a few lately.
Or, okay.
No, I noticed a few lately, and I was like, oh.
I'm surprised you don't grow up the top, man. I know that it's, you know what I'm saying?
There's a little bit there.
I'm saying.
Yeah, but you know what?
We can ring up some people. You know what I mean?
I've already had the emails from Turkey. They're like, we'll do a brand deal. I'm like, I'm all right for now. Thank you, though. Appreciate the offer.
Need that coiffed slick bag. That's what we need.
Imagine
Come on.
me just out of nowhere coming out with like a mad perm or something crazy.
Hey, Floyd did it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Floyd got a beard transplant.
Floyd got real petty about that. I think Floyd really didn't like people pointing that out, by the way.
Listen, I'm a couple years away, but it's coming for me too. But yeah, Liam's got the Silver Fox thing going, and honestly, I think it could factor into people taking him a little lightly as well. And then he starts coming out, walking forward, and banging shots downstairs, and then right back upstairs. And ain't no joke.
It makes him look so much older. That was a good uppercut.
But Liam Smith got a chin on him as well, man. He's not going to go away from just one shot like that.
You know, the age difference in these two was massive, right? What is it, 10 years or something?
Yeah, almost a decade.
Yeah.
Thank you. Look at that.
Serviettes
Napkins from out of nowhere
amazing.
there.
Amazing. This could get awkward. This could get awkward.
The uppercut again. McKenna again. 6'1" for 160 pounds is a huge size advantage. And height, you could say advantage or disadvantage because he's a younger fighter. But he looked
McKenna's growing into this, though, isn't he?
Yeah.
That's the one thing you think is, if Liam Smith isn't on his game and he is losing a step, this is where you'll lose, and that'll be that, really. 11-year age gap, by the way. I've just seen that there. And McKenna's 19-0, right? So he's no slouch. This is a brilliant opportunity for him to put himself on with the bigger names. I'm kind of surprised Smith took this in a way. Like, you know when you were saying earlier about...
I'm not at all.
About Billam-Smith not wanting to take the Vidal-Riley fight because he doesn't want to fight down. Like, a lot more people know about Vidal-Riley than most people Billam-Smith is going to fight, right? Like, this is a really ballsy fight for Liam Smith to
But
take.
you talk about a crossroads, right? And I spoke to the chat about this earlier. You have Aaron McKenna stepping up competition in a massive way, really, I would say fairly early in his career for this level of a fight. And Liam Smith, especially after the Eubank loss, you kind of go, what's next? How do I put myself back into that upper echelon? Yeah, you can you can wait and take a fight versus an established veteran, get your win. Or you can turn back the clock, show people that you're not the aging dog about to just go old yeller on the way out, right? We're not loading it up, getting the shotgun shells and saying, girls get inside. It's still time for you to go out. It's still time for you to go out and win some fights here and prove a point.
Yeah, it's a big one.
So this is, and you even said, he looks way sharper to start this fight than he did in the last Eubank fight. So I'm liking what I'm seeing from Liam. I snuck in a pick right before where you were off to the loo. I said, Wade Curse is potentially involved here, but I said Liam Smith here. By decision. I didn't specify that, but by decision.
I like what I'm seeing from McKenna, though.
He's comfortable, isn't he? Super comfortable off the back foot, picking his shots well.
I'm going to go as far as to say
How about that?
Liam-Smith looks better than he looked against Eubank, and McKenna looks better than Eubank looked.
How about McKenna switching stances?
Look at that, he's playing with him a bit.
Ooh-wee, hold on a second. This young fella is nice.
Mate, I like it. He's showing some slick moves.
Chatters, I'm sorry already.
That double jab with that 6'1" frame.
Hello? Is that guy for real? Who is that?
Mate, he's impressive. And do you know what? You know them big skinny lads, right? Tall skinny lads. Some of them
stand up.
Yeah.
Tall and skinny, stand up in the chat.
Yeah, he's got your neck, bro, for sure.
That's great.
And they've got that skinny boy power.
That's just disrespectful.
Mate, I'm sorry, but you went there with the hair. I had to come back with something. And I swear to God, right?
He does have a neck on him.
For a tall, skinny lad, he's got solid punching. That was what I remember thinking when I was watching him before, and I was like, all right, yeah, maybe not the hardest puncher, but with guys with that frame, you expect to be able to walk them down easy. When you're the shorter, stockier guy, carry a bit more power. Absolutely. He's beating Billam-Smith up.
These shots, man. Finding the openings, landing shots, switching stance, sliding out of range.
Liam-Smith is swinging and missing as well, which is worse about this. This is a proud man in Liam-Smith.
Yeah.
And he's going to know in round 3, I don't want to be getting outclassed like this by some kid who no one really, prior to this, on this level, would have known about.
I love a high guard from Liam-Smith. He's one of the best at using it as an offensive weapon to barrel into range and then keep himself safe, but he's getting tagged up here. And standing right in front of this kid when he's tagging you like this with that high guard, it's just asking to get punched.
He's making it look easy.
This is where, Coach BJ Flores would implement the long guard.
Yeah.
Get me away from all that. Nice right hand
there. The thing about Smith, though, is sometimes he looks like, and then out of nowhere, the great equalizer comes, and the other guy's like wrecked.
And he can crack.
Yep.
Absolutely, he's got hammers in his hands, but very impressed right now with Aaron McKenna.
When you're going sideways, touch him off balance.
Yes,
right?
yes.
He's getting good advice as well.
Just rely on it because he's trying to time your movement. You got me?
He's letting them know. His coach of McKenna saying, go sideways. You got to land as well when you're moving.
This kid is slick, man. He's so slick. And I do love some good direct coaching here.
It's pales in comparison. Like, this is such night and day from what Chev Clark was getting, which is, yeah, bro, keep going.
Keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
Look for the right hand. That just wasn't going to cut it when he was down in fights. And honestly, I didn't get to see that second round or that first round there, but this looks like a fight that's turning toward McKenna very quickly. Look at that.
Frank Bruno in the
building, baby.
Sorry.
Our impressions tonight are just...
I love Frank Bruno, man, honestly.
In round 4, these last couple, it does feel like Aaron McKenna's taken over. And you know who? We were talking about him earlier a little bit. Smashed it, huh? Jeez, he's going to leave me with the bet here?
Hey, I don't fuck around when it comes also, because in my head, once I've eaten, I'm back on the boxing. I want to get this over and done with. I need my energy, and then we're
fuel.
back on the
It's fuel, baby.
Yeah. I didn't eat that pizza because I wanted to, right?
No.
I didn't want to. I had
you guys
to.
forced us to do this.
Because if I've not got the energy, you lot are fucked. All right?
I was going to say, it's not the same in comparison to weight class and everything else, but we talked about him earlier. David Nika, the guy that fought Jai Opetaia a couple fights, or last fight, fights very similarly to Aaron McKenna.
Yeah, I like him.
Long, rangy, fights out of both stances. Will sit right here in the inside.
This is a fight that'll make you retire if you're Liam-Smith, because it's just like...
frustrating, man.
It's like, I was supposed to break this guy down, do you know what I mean? And he's not able to live with him right now. Brutal, man.
I don't like... Unless he's going to get his head off center line, I don't like Liam-Smith standing here high guard, waiting for the punches to come to try to fire back, because he obviously doesn't have the snap and the timing right now that this young fighter has in front of him.
This is the problem when you don't have that crazy athleticism, right? Like Liam-Smith is a skilled boxer, but he hasn't got the biggest power. He's not the most explosive. He's not the fastest. He's that old man style, right? Keep coming forward and hurt you. And it's hard watching this a little bit, because The old dog just needs to roll back the ears here, and he's taken a lot of damage from that lightning quick long jab. And
look at this, man.
It's nice head movement from McKenna. Oh, he's making Liam miss, man.
Come on.
That's not going to do anything for the confidence of the older man there.
And then a freaking lead backhand, switch stance into a lead backhand. That wasn't two jabs, ladies and gentlemen. That was a backhand out of orthodox, switch, backhand out of southpaw. High-level stuff, man. This is what you call a systematic dismemberment from Aaron McKenna right now. And I can see this being an accumulation to the point where McKenna starts to look for a stoppage if this keeps going like this. Look at some of these punches, man. And just right now, Liam-Smith getting no respect out of McKenna.
What weight is this again, mate? Is this 160 or 154? Do we know?
I don't think it's 154. I think we're at 160.
Because I know...
Yeah, we're at 160.
Are you sure?
Yep.
It's interesting because we've seen the success that Hamza Shiraz, giant frame, had at 160. Obviously, the last fight was a draw, and it looks like he's going to be moving up. But for these guys at this weight class, those tall, lanky, rangy guys, they're a bloody nightmare to deal with. And I don't know if I've given Liam a round yet, to be honest with you. Yeah. They're saying go to the body. Yeah, and that makes sense. Like with a bigger lad, the head movement's so good, it's going to be really hard to clock him. You may slow him down and then clock him. You can feel the confidence. He said something about the left hand. You can feel the confidence draining out of Liam-Smith right now. This is going to take a mammoth effort. And look, I mean, he's been in there with the top guys. Hopefully we'll see him turn this into a bit more of a contest, because for a guy of his standing in the boxing community, you don't want to see... You're really not supposed to go out like this, do you know what I mean, against a young cat who, you know, you really want to have another big fight after this if he can, like the Eubank. Look, if Eubank gets smashed tonight, maybe they'll do it.
What I was talking about earlier.
Who knows?
Yeah, I can see that fight still happening if they both lose, which... I don't know that Chris had that in his mind when he was talking about all the bloody stuff and all that, but it's a smart play either way. But you're right. This needs to be, for Liam-Smith, he's in a bit of a tornado here. He's getting put in the blender a bit. And I don't know that he has the physical capability to answer what's happening there.
It doesn't look like it, mate.
And that's not a deficiency in work ethic or, you know, mental toughness and mental fortitude. He's going to be right in front of Aaron McKenna the entirety of this fight for as long as his legs work.
But Aaron McKenna is keeping this at range.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful to watch.
Full extension on these punches, walking and pushing Smith back even from the outside. Beautiful uppercut there. Smith tries to come in with a combination of his own.
Just off balance, forcing the shots. And he's trying to do what his coaches are telling him. He's trying to work to the body.
Yeah.
But as soon as you do, here comes Aaron McKenna going right back to the well.
Physical mismatch this a bit, isn't it? It's like...
He's just showing, as a young guy with that height, at this weight class, what it means to be able to really control a fight with your jab. They say it, and it's so true. You can win fights with your big right hand, with your left hook, all that stuff. But ultimately, what takes you around the world is your jab.
He's switching stances.
Yeah, man.
Like
this is why I compared him to David Nika, man. You guys go and watch the cruiserweight I'm talking about. He looks just like this guy. And honestly, I made the comparison to Fundora a little bit as well, even though I think Fundora is a lot taller than him even. But this is just a problem when he's able to fight on the inside the way he is at this height as well. If he just had outside game and he was able to keep you at range with his lead hand, with his backhand, and then frame off circle, then Liam-Smith would have a lot more success at what he wants to do. The problem is, when they enter range, McKenna's willing to sit down here and rip to the body. Or when he gets squared up like that, he has multiple outs. You saw Liam-Smith cutting the ring off to start this fight. Now it looks like he's chasing a little more.
Oh, yeah.
And it's not... Look at that, man.
And his corner just told him to do that, this young lad here. His corner said, when you go side to side, bang him, keep moving, bang him again, and keep him following you. And this isn't cutting the ring off in the truest sense of the word, is it?
Unbelievable.
he's doing the movement to try and cut the ring off.
Can't do it.
But the problem is when it comes to exchanging, he's a bit hesitant because he knows that McKenna's outlanding him. He's quicker than him. He's got the longer reach. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see some blood starting here. I think there is a little bit on the...
That shoulder bump to jab backhand, man. Come on. And to your point, when you talk about cutting the ring off, why are we doing it?
This could be a stoppage.
Yeah, it's starting to really ramp up. Nice
Liam is tough as all boots, but this ain't looking good.
Woo-wee. And Billam-Smith is just tough enough to not be there for his own good. You know, he'll be right in front of you. And there's a... I don't know if it's a cut.
Yeah, it's a cut.
It's a big cut over his right eye.
The eyebrow.
To your point, you're cutting the ring off to eventually get that other fighter to plant to where you can throw. And as soon as Billam-Smith, was it a headbutt?
It was a headbutt. I think it might have been. We'll have a little look here.
Yeah.
I'll be honest, there was already a mark over that right eye, but that might have been what I think that was what did it. Was it? Maybe?
An inadvertent headbutt there. He looked at the referee and told him. So
I think it was.
That's another just everything that can go bad will go bad moment. You know. What do we got on screen there, Geordie?
We got His Excellency Turkey Sheikh and the man, the Queensbury King as well, Frank Warren. Maybe they're talking about Usyk versus Dubois, which is coming soon.
Yes.
We're looking forward to that fight.
Cannot wait for that.
Question, low blow or not a low blow?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't. I don't care what people say. That was a legal shot to me, belt line.
I've got a photograph.
Oh, we're doing the still shot. I need to see the full replay because anybody can take a picture. I'm staying with it.
I think I took a photograph of this the other day because
And I'll say this too, though. I'm not going to be one of those guys that says, "Oh, Usyk went down and he couldn't have got up." If that referee had said 1, 2, you best believe Usyk would have got up.
Yeah, I think he would have.
Yeah. So I'm not going to be one of those guys that's like, "No, the fight would have been over." No, Usyk would have got up.
Dubois' coach, Don Charles, he was not having it, man.
Oh, no.
He was questioning Usyk's religion and all sorts about that. He was like, "You call yourself a Christian?" I was like, "Mate, like you got hit in the balls, maybe." You know what I mean? Like, let's just chill out here. But this is personal, very much so.
Absolutely.
And I think my worry is if
what we got here?
Oh, have we got a point deduction for Aaron McKenna?
I didn't see a
Is
point.
that a point? No,
I didn't see.
He's warning him. Okay, he's warning. With that Daniel Dubois versus Alexander Usyk fight, yes, that may be the controversy. But you know, it wasn't controversial every other round.
Yeah, it wasn't close.
It wasn't a close fight. And this is the thing where I think Daniel Dubois has grown a lot since that fight. But he's got to really make it show in this next fight. And he needs to fight him AJ style. The way he fought AJ, the one thing we've not seen from Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury, beautiful uppercuts from Aaron McKenna. Oh, and he's going to the body, and he's getting wrecked here. I mean, Billam-Smith is going to look like he's been in a car accident after this, by the looks of it.
The WADE curse is real, Chad. I'm just going to let y'all know. It is so real.
I'm not stunned by this, but I'm very impressed by McKenna's work here. Like
it's not necessarily that McKenna's winning this fight; it's how he's doing it.
Yeah, and this is how he's beat other people. And I watched him before, and I was like, yeah, but it's Billam-Smith. You know what I mean? This is another level to what you face. But honestly, this is how he fights everyone. Except, to be fair to Liam, most people don't press the action the way he's doing, which is getting him beat up even quicker than you know what I mean? Like, if he backed off a bit, he might be able to save himself.
Just shoving him wherever he wants, taking that lead hand, pushing Billam-Smith to one side, following it up when the guard breaks, shoulder bump, turn. This is classic Marcus of Queensberry boxing, man. This is just really special stuff. In the phone booth, by the way, for a guy that's 6'1" at 160, he's doing that.
It's very rare to see a guy who has massive height and reach advantage fight on the front foot as well. He does this in every fight I've seen him in, McKenna. He's always on the front foot, which is really... It shows how multi-skilled he is, and Smith is really struggling. And this is about to get... I mean, Smith is hard as nails, but I don't know really what the plan is here, because he's getting his arse kicked here.
Teeing off right now is Aaron McKenna, and we just talked about it a second ago. You can be too tough for your own good, and that looks like this round, at the end of it especially, it looks like it's starting to get that way for Billam-Smith.
as I was saying about the Usyk-Dubois fight, Alexander Usyk has never been fought in the correct way, in my opinion, and that's because it's kamikaze, right? If it fails, you die miserably.
You're accepting the mission at that point.
Yeah, and it's ironically, a lot of them know it, they just don't want to do it.
Yeah.
It's, you know, you can go in there and try and box him and hope that you you smack him and he stumbles and then you put him away, which is what happens in most of your fights if you're as powerful as Anthony Joshua or as big and as technical as Fury is. But with Alexander Usyk, he's way better than you are at boxing.
Right.
You have to understand that. And maybe they do, but to know that and then to go, all right, well, what I'm going to do then is I'm going to go at him and I'm going to risk it all and accept that if I've got nothing left in the gas tank after I've unloaded the clip on him at the right moment in the fight to do so, not recklessly, but when it's time to pull the trigger, I empty the clip on him and hope I land something, and at that point I might be able to put him away. And if I don't, then he's going to kill me. But you're not buying a ticket if you don't do that, in my opinion, to win that lottery there. And we've seen...
Oh, my goodness, man. I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt.
No, good, bro.
Phenomenal work again.
It's beautiful.
It's right away, too, and it's every shot is picture perfect. It's placed in the right position. He turns off of it.
He's showing a lot.
Liam-Smith is looking to land, but he's catching air right now.
And
I can't imagine, like, again, we're not fighters. I can't imagine how frustrating that is to throw with everything you've got and not hit anything.
Yeah. I think, well, I felt what that feels like because I've spotted.
Whoa, okay. Good shot there from Liam-Smith.
When I've spotted, shout out Lawrence Oswecki, my
big shout.
Team GB,
Lawrence. Come on.
Legend, national champion, one of my best mates growing up. When I spotted him, you know, hitting thin air was the most common thing.
You got pretty used to that.
Yeah, but this is the thing.
It's shadow boxing, and there's a guy in front of you.
Pretty much. But I expected it because I'm useless and he's amazing, right?
Absolutely.
But Liam-Smith ain't useless.
No.
And for him to be in there and to be swinging and hitting nothing, I think that really shows the level. And this is, and by the way, this is a better Liam-Smith than Eubank Jr. fought, and yet it's still a better performance against Liam-Smith than Eubank Jr.'s was. McKenna is showing he's a serious problem in that weight class.
4 straight jabs, and all of them from different angles. He threw the straight jab, he threw the up jab, he threw it from the hip, turned, threw it again from the outside. It's just, he's showcasing all of it. 4-punch combination.
Liam-Smith, man, he should join the Royal Marines. He loves punishment, this guy. What is wrong with you?
Nasty.
I mean, he just keeps coming forward and eating everything, man. It's like, I got to give him credit. He is tough. Tough as old boots.
But you're seeing this too a lot with the younger generation of boxers, whereas the old guard. I mean, look at the statistics. 400
punches thrown to 220. That is a masterclass from Aaron McKenna here.
Essentially, 4 times more power punches landed for Aaron McKenna than to Liam-Smith. But you're seeing this out of the newer generation of boxing. Nice uppercut there from Liam. Both guys.
He's getting a lesson here, Liam. It's brutal.
The newer generation are, look at that, man. They're fighting out of both stances. And they're doing it fluidly, where it was conventional wisdom, unless you were Marvin Hagler, or some of those guys, that you didn't fight out of 2 different stances because the energy would zap.
Liam's on the back foot now. Liam's in defense mode now. That's the first time this has happened, I think.
Big time shots.
Feeling it.
Look at that, getting under it. Yeah, man. Aaron McKenna's for real. An Irish lad, too.
You know, Ireland love their fighters, man. He could be massive over there.
Absolutely.
And you know, a very humble lad as well in the press conference. I was really impressed with the way he spoke with confidence, and Liam was very much big brothering him with the answers, like, yeah, kid. Yeah, kid.
I know, I see.
And you know, it's like, imagine you've been giving it the yeah, kid, and then a day later you're like, fucking hell, this is horrible. Do you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
God help him.
And do you think when you start seeing like that, you can chalk it up to confidence, or you can chalk it up to nervousness and an inability to really gauge what's about to happen in the next day?
Yep.
That's what it feels like now, obviously, in retrospect. Everybody can play Monday morning quarterback, but I wonder in that moment how Liam felt about this kid versus how now he is seeing this kid is for real. And he really is. Like, it's hard to tell any holes in his game right now. He's not been defensively irresponsible. He hasn't looked to trade and got himself in too much trouble at any point. He got, I think, one big right hand so far has landed for Liam Smith. Outside of that, it's been all Aaron McKenna.
I think it's again, he's got to play. He's got to throw caution to the wind, Liam, and he's getting in that similar.
He's doing that, and it's just.
It's getting beat up. I must admit, I think where we were looking for that from Chev Clark, I think he has tried a bit more, and I think he's paying the price for it. It's just that the punches coming back aren't like one punch knockout punches, because obviously McKenna can hit, but he's not that like build, is he? He's a skinny guy.
He's not sitting down a lot either.
Yeah, it's accumulative. He knows I'm just going to keep hitting you until you eventually give up, mate. And it's punishing.
I love this style of fighting, though, man. You're talking about unlimited gas tank.
Ooh, good straight right hand.
Come on,
McKenna.
Look at that.
Smashed him in the
I
nose.
love when he goes with the backhand lead and then switches stances. That right hand becomes a power jab out of southpaw, and then he goes right back to orthodox. Come on, man.
Wild, isn't it?
This is why this younger generation, the guys that are doing this more and more, are so fun to watch. Because you're essentially, I mean, it's a risky game. You're standing parallel. Pretty much the entirety of this fight, you'll see McKenna switch, but stand parallel, switch, stand parallel. It's a little risky, but...
He's shown no respect for Liam Smith, actually, by standing so square on.
Look at that, man. To the body. Masterclass.
Josh,
through 8 rounds. Masterclass through 8 rounds.
Crap, isn't it? No. I could do with some Wi-Fi.
Come on, Todd. No.
You know what I mean?
Do you got? I have the password too if he needs it.
Oh,
I can type it in. I think.
Yeah.
If I remember it, let me see if I can remember it.
There you go.
Was it? Yeah, we'll see if I remember it.
What the fuck is that?
We're working on the Wi-Fi as we speak, live.
It's super necessary.
On the ring.
I mean, honestly, it's more of the same right now. McKenna beating the piss out of Liam Smith, and you know, with Liam getting on a bit, was he 36? Obviously, this kid's 25. You do wonder when he gets home tonight and he's in the bathroom mirror, the question of why has got to be asked. You know, because his kids are watching him going through this. Shout out to him. He's a good bloke and all of that. But I just wonder how many more of these you want to take, really. I mean, he's throwing it, he's swinging and hitting nothing. Yeah, and I admire him. Like, you know, he's repping autism on the back of the shorts there. I love that he's raising awareness and stuff like that for autism.
Oh, my goodness.
But this man is taking such a beating right now. And I don't know if I've ever seen... I can't... Like, Liam Smith outmatched like, against Eubank, he was just a shadow of himself, so it wasn't really... Speaking of which, Eubank Jr. arrives with his start.
Oh, he's here!
He's here!
He's here!
Oh my God, Chris Eubank, he played us all like fucking chumps. He's played us all for a...
Oh my Lord!
Oh, simply the best.
Are you serious? Unbelievable.
God, I've been so annoyed at him for being mean to his son. Was this all a game? Or have they made up?
I can't believe this. Ladies and gentlemen, Chris Eubank Sr. has arrived with his son.
God.
Did they work us WWE style?
This is blowing my mind.
This is unbelievable.
I'm buzzing, you know. I'm absolutely... And Eubank looks like he's got...
Oh,
Eubank,
the swagger.
Like, oh, and my dad's
The
here too
swagger.
now. And I made weight. Well, kind of made weight. And my dad's... Honestly, that was...
Are you kidding me?
I couldn't believe it.
Did you hear the crowd with our headsets on, guys? Here at the studio, got it.
And we got the Wi-Fi.
With our headsets on, here at the studio, we could hear it outside, the ringing. It felt like the ground was shaking. We potentially thought it was a possibility.
Oh, mate,
and he is in the building, folks. Are you kidding me?
That was such a... The smile of his dad. I really hope this was all a lie. And that they never...
I hope so. I hope so.
Because some of the things that were said, the level of emotion in Chris Eubank Sr. in that interview, it felt very real.
Yeah.
I don't think he's that good of an actor, if I can be honest. If so, he's been wasted in boxing punditry for the last 15, 20 years. I feel like, I hope, anyway, that they've just gotten together and his dad's seen sense and gone, you know what? You're my son. I've got to go. Do you know what I mean? And that love has overridden all of the bullshit that we've been listening to.
I hope that the case was made, one last attempt from Eubank Jr. and that Senior finally, like you said, let bygones be bygones. Finally, maybe, Eubank Jr. this week said, Conor Ben's dad understands, and my dad doesn't. I don't know what it took. We don't even know what is going on, but hopefully the authenticity that we saw from Chris Eubank Jr. all week has now flowed towards Senior, and now he understands. I hope.
You know why I think
this is insane?
Yeah, I can't believe it. Do you know why I think this is real? In that the issues that they've had is real.
I believe that.
He went on Piers Morgan and said, I haven't spoken to my father in 2 years. You don't go on Piers Morgan and say stuff like that, and with the emotion that he said it with,
I know.
It's not all a lie. It can't, and I know people will want to...
Don't want to WWE work it,
It's fun for it to be WWE. I don't think it was. I think Eubank Sr. is a stubborn man, right? A very stubborn man, and quite selfish at times. But when he said on that press conference the other day, real pain...
That monologue?
Fuck me, mate. Not many boxers can speak better than Eubank when especially now he's matured. The grown man.
I can't speak better than Eubank when he was on that level.
Yeah,
he flipped that on Conor. He's like, yeah, that's cool. This little weight cut, that's pain. But let me tell you
what real pain is. And he talks about his brother being buried in the desert. He talks about having to tell his brother's child, where his dad is. He talks about his dad calling him a disgrace, days before the biggest fight of his life. That felt very real to me. You don't mention your brother's passing and your dad in the same sentence in that way unless you mean what you're saying. That wasn't a work, in my opinion.
I mean, if he's working, then you better put him on every film in Hollywood next year if that was a work, because it was...
Mate, he's so real. If he was that good at bluffing, he wouldn't have lost as many poker matches.
Look at this, and Nigel and Conor are watching on the television as the Eubanks enter the building. This is cinema, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, my God.
And my goodness, they were frozen in front of the TV looking on. Nigel looking on at his former foe. Conor looking at his present rival. The generations unfolding in front of us.
I got fucking goosebumps.
Look at that. Oh, my goodness.
And there's a look in Conor Ben's face of, and now it's on. Now it's on. Big time. The dads have arrived. I do wonder, did someone cut him a check? That's all I'm saying. I'm wondering.
Look at Eddie. Eddie's getting booed.
Eddie's getting booed. I really hope, though, that... And you know what I will say? Eubank Sr. seemed delighted to be there, and that was nice.
It looked like...
He wasn't reluctantly there.
No,
he said, you know what?
There was a relishing as he opened that door. Old Senior came out, and that sense. And then Junior, and here's the thing I liked about it. Junior walked in front of him.
Yeah.
And Senior was happy to walk behind.
Because you know what? And I've experienced this. Me and my dad had a bit of a chat about this the other day, because we've had a couple of moments where it's been like, know your role now.
Yeah.
I'm the man now.
Yeah.
You're granddaddy. Right? You got to know where, you know what I mean? And there was like a jostling between me and my dad once upon a time.
Yeah.
Oh, brilliant combination from McKenna. And it sometimes you have to stand up to the old man and look him square in the eye and let him know that, where you stand with him and that this ain't going to fly anymore before he can back down, And remember, these two lads are very similar men. So I hope that's taught Eubank Sr. a lesson. And Smith looks on his last legs here. Uppercuts, body shots, everything, and the kitchen sink is going in from McKenna.
There's a reason now. You asked the question earlier, why would Liam Smith do that? And it's because of the moxie, quite frankly, the balls of Liam Smith. But I'll tell you right now, 160, the top of that division, they're seeing this fight right now, and Aaron McKenna's going to have a hard time getting a fight at the top of this division, because he's putting on a performance that's going to label him the boogeyman, dude. Look at this.
It's one of those where you wonder why Liam Smith took the fight, but then you go, because he's Liam.
Because he's Liam Smith, dude.
You know, he's like,
that's it.
He's from a fighting family where, you know, was it 4 brothers who've all, like, you know, won some kind of boxing belt? It's a joke, man. I've never known how to like them. So, and look, you know, you look at the Smith performance against W.A.D.E from his brother the other month. I mean, they're just some family, them lot. You know, you could make a movie about them. Mate, I am still absolutely buzzing.
I'm looking on my phone. I just can't believe we just got to witness that. And it was just, again, you can't write this stuff. And this is why, selfishly, of course, right? Because we're just fans at the end of the day. You, me, everybody behind the camera. We looked over, by the way, and chat, I know you guys are feeling the same way because we looked over behind the camera and everybody looked like a school child. Everybody was giddy. We were all sitting here just relishing in that moment. And as fans, selfishly, that's the moment we wanted and we thought we were going to be deprived of, but it wasn't about us, right? Yeah. It wasn't about me. It wasn't about Geordie. It wasn't about us as fans. That was a moment for senior and junior, and I am just so glad that I got to see that.
Yeah, look at that, man.
I know,
on the
man.
Ring Magazine.
Come on, man.
Twitter account.
That was so nice.
And yeah, it was nice to see Eubank. Very well observed there, mate, that Eubank Sr. was behind his son.
Let him go first.
And because, I mean, it was embarrassing at times earlier in Junior's career, the way Eubank was basically just stealing all the spotlight, you know. And it's funny because you and I, when we were kids, and you know, even recently for you, WrestleMania, right? We grew up watching those W.A.D.E moments, and it's so rare in boxing. You get a moment where you go, "Wow!" And that was that was more WWE than WWE is today.
Legitimately, the best WWE moment of the year was right there.
Yeah, because it's so real and so shocking. It was, I don't know, like, you know, you think about back in the day when, like, a wrestler's surprise manager would come out of nowhere. Yeah. It had such mental, like, the goosebumps on me there. And I can't believe it. Like, and now it feels like we've got the fight.
Like it's on
it's
now.
Complete now. To see those dads in their boys' corners, it's a movie wouldn't do this justice. This is bigger than that. You couldn't write this. It's unbelievable. And Liam Smith's face just looks terrible right now.
Yeah, he's getting battered,
Jesus.
man. And I mean,
his face looks like corned beef or something.
I'll put it to you. That's crazy because McKenna's Irish as well. I'll put it to you. At this point, round 11, it's been dominance.
They've not given Liam Smith one round.
I mean, why would you? Why would you? Right?
Paul Frampton scorecard, not giving him a round.
Why would you? And do you worry if you're in Liam Smith's corner? Do you start to go, okay, do we send our guy back out there? It's 2 more rounds, sure, but like, what's the point at this point? Not about quitting, not about anything. Pride is on the line. I get that, but I mean, look at what we're watching, man. This is one-way traffic here.
Yeah,
and it's not the punches that drop you that affect you later, right? It's this accumulation that you're seeing, and it's over and over, man. And
it's funny because when it comes to damage on the brain and stuff, the heavyweights, ironically, fared quite well because they're not depleting themselves, and they get knocked out, and it's kind of over and done with very quickly. They don't take the level of damage.
Look who's walking in.
How's it going, mate?
The man himself, the COO in the building. Rick Reno, the COO of Ring Magazine. Is this mic working, guys?
Is this mic on?
We're good?
We were just laughing about...
there he is. Rick, how are you doing tonight?
About you dropping the mic the other day in the press conference, mate.
What a moment that was.
Yeah, I felt I was going to take a couple of shots here and there, but I took the flamethrower out. It was like a rapid-fire machine gun.
Scarface style, right? That was beautiful.
I didn't want to leave anybody out. That's why Wade walked out the side door.
I was ready, man. I was like, I'm not catching no smoke today. We have to ask you. We just saw a moment that we will never forget. Chris Eubank Sr. is in the building. Was there any knowledge of this beforehand? Did anybody know anything about this, or was this obviously worked out between Junior and Senior today?
I don't know. I mean, it kind of blew me away when I saw the two of them together. You saw how the crowd exploded. They went bananas.
It's crazy.
There's no roof on Tottenham Stadium, or maybe it's retractable, but if there was, it would have been shot into the air, man. It was unbelievable. I looked off camera. Everybody just shocked. What a moment.
It was like one of those Joe Rogan knockout moments. We're all like,
oh, yeah, for real. Wait until you see our reaction. We were on the floor, the goosebumps. I grew up watching, Chris Eubank Sr. when he would make his ring walks. It was the best thing in boxing. And to see him there with a big smile on his face, backing his son, I've been particularly disappointed in the way it's gone on. So to see him stand up with a big smile on his face and standing behind his son, supporting, and not trying to take the moment, but adding to the moment. It was a beautiful thing, and then to see the reaction of the Ben family. It was.
What a shot. They're staring at the TV, watching the Eubanks walk in, the
beautiful.
father and son. Oh, you can't write this stuff.
It's such a generational fight.
Unbelievable.
Because people, I've run into people all over London. Everyone's talking about it. I grabbed a taxi by chance. The taxi driver was talking about the fight the whole way.
Oh, yeah.
People at the pub are talking about the fight. People at the hotel. I was in the hotel. People were walking by. I think even when we were sitting together, I saw you on TV the other day. People are going nuts because they, their fathers remember watching the fights of the two fathers. They remember people's grandfathers remember watching the fights, and it's brought
household names, mate. This is everyone, kids, grandparents. I've got a question for you. This is the first ring event, right? Yeah. How does it feel looking out there? All these people putting on an event like this. What are you feeling about this?
It's actually blowing me away because to think that this is only the second boxing event in Tottenham.
Yeah.
I think the first one was Joshua and Usyk, and this is only the second card. And it takes two guys to make a fight, because if you would have put Ben and Eubank against anyone else, probably would have only been the three of us there. Mm-hmm. You put them together, and look at it, over 60,000 people.
Those personality styles clash so well.
Yeah.
Because their fathers are just like them, and they're the spitting image of their dad. Conor Ben has that mean expression on his face, and he's the destroyer, and Eubank is the smug character who thinks he's better.
Big shot right there.
Whoa.
Aaron McKenna drops Liam-Smith to the body.
Coming. And this is going to take a lot for Liam-Smith to get up.
You want to talk about an impressive performance.
Liam-Smith's a dog, isn't he? What a guy.
Certainly Aaron McKenna's coming out party.
Massively.
For real. We're sitting here watching
he's done. He's done.
Referee looking really close here. Fair play to Liam-Smith. What a dog.
Mate, he does have no quit in him, this guy. And even
Big
against
shots.
Eubank, when he lost against Eubank, it wasn't as bad as this. This has been worse than what Eubank did to him, in my opinion. Beautiful performance.
Look at Liam, man.
Yes, McKenna nods in appreciation for it.
Yeah.
He's saying, you're a proper dog, you son.
See, the smart thing Aaron did in this fight, round after round, Liam is most dangerous when he plants his feet.
Yep.
Aaron never let him plant his feet. He just kept moving around. Every time he saw Liam set, he moved to the side.
He didn't load up himself. Everything was just volume.
Yeah.
He was constantly breaking him down. It's the skill. Like we were talking about how he was squaring up, switching stances. He's got a lot of skill, this kid, and at 6'1", at 25 years old, there's going to be no one wanting to fight him after this. This is a brutal performance.
And he looks like he's about 15.
I know, right?
Still got the baby
wild,
face.
isn't it?
Rick, I was talking to GEORDIE about this too. This new generation of young fighters that love to fight out of both stances. It's a risk, absolutely, but look at the weaponry you have at your disposal. Yeah, there's no throwing in between beats. You're always on beat at this point.
Every couple of years, fighters just adapt, like in any sport.
Yeah.
They just, I think Terrence Crawford, guys like him, have shown the younger generation you don't have to fight out of one stance. You can keep switching off, and you can knock a guy dead with either hand.
Yep. And you're seeing it. It's taken over the sport. Crawford, Boots, obviously here with McKenna as well. I'm seeing it more and more, and the more you see how dangerous it is. And even a guy like David Nika, who we've talked about and kind of looked at Aaron McKenna like, man, this guy looks a lot like him. Obviously lost to Gio, but still, at this height, man, he's so dangerous.
You guys have got a busy week ahead. Ryan Garcia, the big fight with Rolly Romero in New York. Obviously, then we've got a Canelo fight the day after. Sorry, it's going to be crazy. How's you feeling about the Ryan Garcia fight?
I mean, it's one of those fights where Ryan's obviously a big favorite, but Romero could hit hard. He's a live dog. He catches you on the chin.
Crack.
All it takes is one shot in boxing.
Absolutely.
All it takes is one shot.
what a card that is as well. I mean, all the fights on that, obviously, it's not the biggest card, but it's quality.
The uniqueness of it, too, Times Square.
Teofimo Lopez, Devin Haney. We've got, like, the future stars in boxing just packed into that sandwich. It's going to be unbelievable. Can't wait for that.
It's one of those cards where every fight on there has the hint, potential of an upset.
Oh, yeah.
You can't rule, is obviously a favorite and an underdog, but you can't rule the underdog out in either fight. Ryan's been out for a while. Devin has been out for a while. Barboza's on one hell of a run. Yes. And Teofimo, that's a fight where guys are like almost split on.
I'm really split on that one for sure. That's the one where I'm like, if there's an upset, I feel like that's the most likely.
Yeah. Yeah, a lot of shots.
Garcia looks very focused on coming into this one. He doesn't look, you know, the Devin Haney fight. It was like, what on
crash out Ryan? That's crash out Ryan.
The fact that he still like performed the way he did was crazy.
Unbelievable.
But I think he seems a bit more dialed in, and I think he wants to make a statement to prove, look, that wasn't the drugs or whatever that I've been accused of. And look, I've seen from loads of people experts who've spoken about, he wouldn't have benefited from that. But no one, once you get tainted with that, you know, that brush, it's very hard to shake that. And now he's going to have to do a lot of work in this fight, in a Devin Haney rematch, to prove I'm the real deal again.
I think he's one of the most talented boxers naturally that I've ever seen. That lead hand is something. I've been and talked to Joe Goose, and I've talked to a lot of people in Tengoose. I'm like, teach me, just show me. They're like, we can't. He had it before he came to us.
No, he's a freak.
We don't know how he does it, but he does. And I've talked to guys that have sparred both him and Tank, and they're like, listen, Tank is otherworldly power for his size, and he has thudding power, but Ryan hits harder. He's got a whip of a left hand. You don't see it, and all of a sudden your legs don't work. It's unbelievable, man.
Haney was a huge favorite going into that fight. And I remember talking with people, and I told them, I said, not so sure about that, because I said, I think Ryan is faster with his hands, and he hits harder. And I said, if he lands on Devin, it might change the whole fight around, and that's exactly what happened.
The thing that got people confused was they're 3-3 in their amateur days. But the thing is, when you watch
3-3 wasn't the same.
No, but when you watch the amateur days as well, it's like, that was headgear, massive gloves. You can't just take those left hands the way you're taking it with those head guards on. And I mean, first bell, Ryan Garcia came out wild. I hope he performs as good as that, if not better. I think he could be better in this fight, to be honest, because he seems to really have taken this seriously, and he wants to actually get the most out of his potential. We're seeing the decision here. McKenna, I mean, did he even lose a round? I don't think he lost a round.
Scores it 118-108.
All
in favor of your winners by unanimous
absolute
decision.
Domination.
And now
again,
the
you said it,
W.A.D.E.
Rick.
International
It's a
coming out party.
champion.
I think
hello, everybody.
Liam would never have expected. Liam would have been like, maybe I'll lose this, maybe I'll win this, but he would never have expected to be dominated. Like
domination,
brutal.
A lot of people expected a tear-up between the two of them, and McKenna kind of changed his tune and just boxed circles around him.
It was unbelievable. What a performance. That is...
we have to give it up to the Ring Magazine. We talked about it from the first fight of the night. The matchmaking tonight has been unbelievable.
Yeah.
It's been class, it's been quality, and you know, you alluded to it, kind of poking fun here and there, but you legitimately mean, listen, we're going to put on cards that people want to watch. We're going to bring in fights that people want to see, and that's why the Ring Magazine is restoring, I would say, boxing to its glory, to what people came to the sport for, that what made it in America the most popular sport, not only in the world, but in America for a long time. And I think that's why, you know, Rick and His Excellency and everybody involved with the ring is really proud of this card and everything coming out through it.
I mean, look how packed the house is. You know, traditionally you would see the majority of the crowd show up when it's right before the main event. They don't even, because the undercard is so bad, they don't even want to be there.
I mean, you had a point at the end of the day, right? Like Vidal Riley versus Chev for the UK. What a high-level cruiserweight fight that was. You're looking at Vidal Riley, a potential future world champion, and the skills he showed in that fight, I was so impressed with him. I can't wait to see his next fight. I think he really took the will from Chev as the rounds went on. I can't wait for this main event now. Now that we've seen the dad show up, it's almost like a secret weapon has arrived, and it's got to give him a little bit of a mental edge of,
I was going to say,
you didn't say this coming.
Does it matter at this point for the fight itself? Maybe not, but that boost mentally can make all the difference in a fighter that came in today going, well, you know, I'm on my own here.
The weight drain, I've got
to do this for the family.
He's been posting a lot of the weight training thing. I think I was a bit worried about that because, like, why would you want your opponent to see you looking weak like that? Are you leaving excuses open for later? Like, what are you posting that? Because every fighter does that. Every fighter has to make weight. They all go through similar processes. What are you gaining from that? That's what I was unsure about. What do you think, mate?
I mean, there's a couple of things. You know, Chris Eubank Jr. is a master at the mind games, right? So even if that is pain and that's tough for him, maybe, I'll put that out there and make you think I'm a little bit more weak than I am. Yeah, maybe I'll make it look a little harder than it was.
Yeah, to Wade's point, there are a lot of the conspiracy theories are flowing that maybe it's all an act. Because Ben and his team, they seem to be infatuated with the whole subject of weight. And, I was there at the weigh-in up close.
I heard there was some cheering going on.
Yeah.
Like they had won the fight, and we're talking about a weigh-in.
They were looking at him, and, Ben's father, Nigel, he was saying, I don't know if he's as bad as we think he is, and Eddie Hearn, the promoter's like, no, look, his legs are gone already. His legs are gone already.
I mean, this is the way he's made 6 years running, right? Like, that's the strange thing that there's been a lot made about it, and I'm like, well, he's made this for 6 years. It's his choice. He chose not to take the Canelo Alvarez fight. He chose not to take the Hamza Sheeraz fight. He wanted this fight. He chose this. So as much as people are saying, oh, Ben is the bad guy for draining him, Ben is the one moving up. This historically would be considered a weight bully thing where the guy drains himself down to beat the smaller guy, and yet everyone's having a go at Conor Ben for Chris Eubank fighting at the weight he always fights at.
They're also, I think, going at Conor because of what's happened in the first time this fight was scheduled.
About the drug test.
The drug test failure. Obviously, the controversy that surrounded that, and people don't feel, even with the time that he has, been out of the sport, they still don't feel like that he's justified. That's why you're hearing the boos when he walks in. That's why you're hearing the cheer. Part of why you're hearing the cheers for Eubank Jr. Now, as senior, I mean, that's rocket fuel. But there has been a definite shift here, where Conor Ben has become Darth Vader to the Anakin from the light side to the dark. Yeah. It's been very clear, and now you have this rise of Chris Eubank Jr. becoming the fighter of the people when he was booed, when he was the bad guy. And it's crazy to see, but it's happening in real time. And, of course it's because of what happened in the first fight.
Well, you look between the whole PD issue, I think it's backfired on them with all of the different weight protocols, the rehydration clause, the fact that they have almost played it up that they're weight training him.
They're like, again, the cheering on of it has made even you
that's
saw
not
what
a good look, is it?
You saw what they booed Eddie as soon as they showed him. Like that's them being like, we're doing it. And even yesterday when Chris Eubank, or a couple days ago when he hit the classic line, he's like, it's painful. And Conor's all good. Yeah, awesome. Be painful. And then he hit him with that monologue. It's like you're walking yourself into these traps mentally that Chris Eubank has set for you. And again, was the senior thing a trap? Was it not? I have no idea at this point. We're pro wrestling guys, Rick. We, sometimes a work can fool you, but that just looks so genuine. It's hard for me to believe.
That's what I had to do at the press conference. I did a heel turn like John Cena.
Very Vincent Man. We like it.
You did. I went up there. I swerved them. They thought I was going to say a couple of kind words and thank my partners up at the podium. And I said, you know what? I said it's time for the Cena heel turn.
I loved it, mate. And the question for you now is, after the fact, how were they with you? Were they annoyed, or did they take it in good fun, or what was it like?
They actually sent me out with security, and given some of my Saudi contacts, they had to dress me up like the women, where you could only see my eyes.
Wow, when I doesn't play around. Oh God.
So that's how I was going around the place, so people wouldn't know it was me until they told me that the green light was on. There was no green light on me anymore.
Yeah, I seen an interview with Eddie Hearn where he wasn't best pleased, but to be fair, I think he took it as well as Eddie can take something.
Right,
you know what I'm saying?
Right. Listen, it's the fight game, man. Everybody's pride is involved.
Doesn't it make it so much more entertaining?
But that is why we come back. It makes it exciting,
though, because boxing is at its most fun when it's at its most competitive, and when you're poking at them a little bit and being like, hey, we're not going to do what these guys do, you're setting the bar and you're letting the public know this is the standard now. That great matchups, high-level fights throughout the card, where you're getting, as we've seen from first match until this one, which was a complete unknown. In that we didn't expect Aaron McKenna to come out here and teach a boxing lesson to a guy like Billam-Smith. It's very rare that you see that. And we got Lyndon Arthur here versus Anthony Yarde, which we've seen. This is a trilogy fight.
We're not quite there yet. We got a video game matchup.
Oh, yeah. I think, is this the...
This is Fatal Fury, baby.
Yeah, KSI Speed played
No, these are two professional gamers going at it here. Listen, I'm not a big video game player as a fighting game.
I am, yeah.
You'd probably kick my ass in this. Rick, I know you play some games from time to time. Are you pretty decent at Fatal Fury?
I haven't played Fatal Fury since probably the first one.
The first one.
Yeah.
But I do play a lot of fighting games on a somewhat regular basis because I have one of the, I wouldn't say it's like almost like an anthology set where every single version of Street Fighter is on one disc for the PlayStation 5. There's like 10 or 11 versions of it. And I remember dropping a lot of quarters back in the day. Between that and Mortal Kombat, used to take my whole allowance.
I love those old school games. And we've seen KSI and Speed play. Was it in Leicester Square?
I got some breaking news on some picks from some celebrities in the building. Well, celebrity.
Go for it.
Idris Elba, Team Ben tonight.
Is he?
Going Conor Ben. Reported first by The Ring magazine.
He's the coolest man alive, by the way.
Stringer Bell himself.
Come on now. Oh, he is, by the way, the coolest.
What I was at this Formula E show in Paris, and I was in this like celebrity tent, and I was such an imposter. But anyway, I was there, and I was sitting there having a drink, and in walks Idris Elba, and I just thought, I'll never ever be that cool, me. Like, that is unbelievable. He's the coolest guy in the world, and the paparazzi were following him like flies on shit.
Black Superman. It's Black Superman.
Yeah, he really. It's a crime he hasn't been given the James Bond movie, by the way. But
hopefully that's coming. Rick, we appreciate your time. Is there anything else you want to tell the people? We're going to get you out of here because we know you got some bigger business, some bigger fish to fry coming up. Anything you want to tell the people at home here for The Ring?
Well, definitely everyone pay attention to the main event.
Yes, sir.
Pay attention to Times Square. And certainly pay attention to the post-fight press conference because I'm going to reveal every single massage parlor that Eddie Hearn has hit in London. I'm going to reveal every single one.
Yeah. Can you tell me the cheapest? Because I do need my back.
No.
Well, come on.
See, he prefers to visit the ones where not only did he get a tug, he gives a tug back.
Okay, there it is, ladies and gentlemen. He is the COO at The Ring magazine. That's my Rick. You gonna take my phone now too, Rick? That's my phone.
Brother.
It's yours.
My days.
He's taking it with him.
He just
Appreciate you, Rick.
Gives it
That's
a tug
man
back.
right there.
Gives it a tug back. I never expected this, by the way.
There he is,
the head honcho at The Ring magazine. Shout out.
Holy cow. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have another guest making his way in, folks. He is journalist extraordinaire.
Top dog.
I would say lead voice right now on the journalism side for The Ring magazine. It's Mike Coppinger.
Hey,
how we doing, man? Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you.
I think this is so cool to see because I've known Mike before he got with The Ring, and I've seen the work you've done, man, and covering the sport for as long as you have. I feel like it's been before I was even able to pronounce some words. You've been covering this sport and doing a great job with it, man. So we're obviously proud and blessed to have you on the show today, and we just wanted to say thank you for coming on.
Yeah, thanks for having me. You're making me feel old saying that.
I'm just saying, man.
It looks good.
I was gonna say you're looking great doing it, but
question for you because you do seem to have the inside scoop. This Chris Eubank Sr. thing. Man. You know, there was obviously a real issue there. Do we know when and how that was patched up? Or did you get word of this before? Was this all hushed up? Did you know anything?
I mean, I always expected that he would be here. I don't think he was going to miss the spotlight of being here on this big night. And also, I think he would regret it as a father if he wasn't here for the biggest fight of his son's life. So I expected it, but I didn't know it.
Work or shoot, you're saying, though?
Maybe a work shoot.
Work shoot is what we're thinking, potentially. Because when the moment was just too perfect. They opened the van door, and Senior is sitting there in that same pose,
it blew
smiling,
me away.
And he paused, and here comes Junior around, and I'm getting goosebumps just reliving it in my mind. And then the next shot, the Benns staring at the TV as their arch rivals come in. It's perfect. Perfect. What a night it's been, man. How has it been since you've gotten with The Ring, being able to I would say, just expand your reach and do your job to a higher level now, too?
Yeah, it's been great. I've only been here for a couple of weeks now.
Yeah.
I was with ESPN for the last 4 years and started at The Ring on April 1st. And actually, it's a comeback of sorts because I was with The Ring as a freelancer from 2010.
Wow.
I used to do the new faces, the prospect profiles.
crazy how it works, isn't it?
Yeah, and then I actually was, after I was the full-time boxing writer for USA Today in 2015, I went to the ring in 2017, worked for Dougie Fisher, and was there for 2 years, and then went to The Athletic for 2 years before ESPN. So, yeah.
Been all over the map, man.
Didn't think I'd be back here, but here I am.
Here you are.
Tonight, in terms of, I want to know what you thought of Vidal Riley's performance, if you managed to catch that fight. Did you see that fight?
Yeah, I was actually on the call for that fight. For the Zone and Sky Sports. I thought Vidal Riley, I was impressed, actually. That was by far the toughest opponent of his career against Chev Clark.
Were you impressed because of, we know Vidal really well, so we kind of had an inkling this was how it was going to go, but I don't know that, obviously you yourself are so well researched. There's a lot of people that thought, okay, this is the YouTube guy. Chev has got this Olympic background, his amateur pedigree, and they've rushed him really in this pro stint. Eddie's really put him up against it. Was that kind of the sentiment that Vidal, this was going to be Vidal's real test, and you didn't know if he was maybe the realest yet?
I think a bit of that, but mostly I was so impressed with his footwork. I thought his footwork was levels beyond his experience. And this was seen as a 50-50 fight, with Riley getting the slight edge with the odds makers. And it really, I only gave Chev Clark 1 round. I was really...
I should have put so much money down. I knew this was coming.
Yeah.
I thought the judges were incredibly generous. One of the judges gave him 5 rounds.
Shocked.
How do you find 5 rounds for that?
It was a little crazy.
I think he was in quicksands.
Crazy.
You make a great point about 27 years old, the footwork being at such an elite level against a tough opposition in Chev Clark there. And it's funny because we were mentioning earlier, Daniel Dubois, when he recently bumped into Vidal on camera, went, "It's him. It's the best 9-year-old boxer we ever seen." and this was Vidal from a kid, right? He was flying around the ring, and he grew. And when you grow so big as he is a cruiserweight, but you maintain that kind of footwork, that kind of training, you see he's kept that movement all the way through it, even adding on the size. I want to ask you about the main event. We've got the size, the experience in Chris Eubank Jr. We've got the explosiveness of Conor Ben. They both, not look their best in their last fight. How are you leaning right now?
I'm leaning Conor Ben. I'm going to go Conor Ben late stoppage.
Wow.
It's interesting.
So funny because I've been saying
I was
going to
say, tell us why you say late stoppage, because right now the narrative out there is early Conor Ben, late Chris Eubank. Talk to us.
See, I've seen a lot of that, like you said. I don't necessarily agree with that for one big reason, and that's that when you're fighting with weight issues and maybe not rehydrated properly, usually those fighters tend to lose steam over the second half of the fight.
100%.
So I think, even though Chris Eubank is the guy that's going to be trying to keep Ben at the end of his jab and box and move, I really think he's not going to have the same snap on his punches towards that second half of the fight.
Dang,
and we've seen him, in my opinion, against Sharameta and against Billam-Smith even when there was no pressure in front of him, just be a bit sloppy, lacking accuracy. And there was moments where you thought, if you were in there with a guy who was pouring it on, you may be in trouble, like Billam-Smith did in there. If Billam-Smith continue, and look, there was the weight cut that time that he did for the Conor Ben fight. He got to 157 out of principle. I don't know what he was trying to prove. Then he went
Tony
back.
Ferguson rule. You don't do it, man. You don't go full in like that. You don't do it.
But the fact that Billam-Smith chinned him the way he did, and we've seen how Billam-Smith is pretty finished at that level tonight, that would worry me if I was a Eubank fan right now. I do. To be honest, I would be shocked if Eubank wins tonight. That's how far along I am on Conor Ben.
Yeah, I think also Conor Ben is a guy that a lot of people along the years have said this is a special talent. Now, a lot of people think that he's far from that, and maybe they're right. But I've never heard anyone say Chris Eubank is anything but what he is. We know what he is. He's a solid fighter, a solid jab. He's really lost every time he's risen to that top level. Whereas Conor Ben's more of an unknown, I think.
Yeah. And that's probably where the problem is with picking Conor Ben, is it's hard to do it super confidently because, again, he's been out the ring for a while. We haven't seen
know what you don't know, man.
Yeah, we haven't seen him tested, but all I can do is look on the eye and kind of watch him in the ring, and you see that the speed difference, and I kind of side-by-sided this on a video before I did this event, of Conor Ben in his last fight in round 8 versus Eubank in round 6. It looked like Eubank was in slow motion. It looked such a drop-off in speed, and I think that's the thing that when people talk about the size, I'm like, yeah, but Eubank's never been the hardest hitter, has he? Or...
No, not at all. And look, he has quite a nice jab.
Yeah.
But Conor Ben is far more explosive, and when you look at it, all of the variables are kind of going Conor Ben's way. That ring is tiny in there. It was on the apron.
Wait, 18-foot ring.
18-foot ring.
The weight, the rehydration. I will ask you this.
The horsehair gloves as well.
The horsehair gloves they got through. I'll ask you
I love
this.
a good glove controversy. It's not a big fight unless you have a glove controversy.
Frank Smith ready to go, baby. Come on. Frank was ready to go.
Matchroom and, yeah. That was
said, let's take it outside.
The bigger the fight, the wackier the controversies get. You know, the only thing we're missing now is something with the beards. But I see Conor Ben's already trimmed his beard.
I saw he went full shave, no beard. I'll ask you this. Does it, in your opinion, make any difference that Conor Ben came in at the rehydration at 165 today? And rumor is, you know, he's going to walk in there maybe around 170 tonight. Is that going to weigh on his gas tank anymore? I don't know that. I've heard he's done this before in fights as well. So
156 at the first weigh-in, wasn't he?
Right.
That was. I thought. Did he wear clothes on the second weigh-in? Like, how did he gain?
We heard that Eubank Jr. wore a coat for 169s, but I just want to know, is that going to make any difference to you?
I don't think so. I think Conor Ben, look, he's a big enough guy, and most of these guys are fighting well below their walk-around weight, as you know. So he probably had a pretty easy weight cut, relatively speaking. And he just added some, you know, maybe he was chugging water yesterday.
He just got rehydrated and it just came.
So he's on the creatine, I'm sure.
Hey, come on now.
I'm a big creatine proponent. This guy's clearly on some.
Yeah, got on that protein and the creatine. It does your body good.
I'm only on the 5 grams a day, but I saw.
Had to bust out the suit. What do you mean? Come on now, bro.
All over social media lately. Creatine. Have you seen it? It's everywhere.
I've been on. Yeah, I think I saw it was Rory McIlroy, the golfer, that's taking like something crazy, like 100 grams a day or something.
That's why I want to hit my driver about 10 yards further. Roy, come get me on that creatine.
Those gains.
Real quick, we're going to get you out of here because we know you got to cover some of these fights coming up. Next weekend, we have the trilogy card, Fatal Fury in New York. Tell me the fight you're most excited about in that one.
That's easy. From a matchup standpoint, it's got to be Teofimo Lopez and Arnold Barboza Jr. Barboza's live dog, and
he's on a tear, man.
He's on a tear. He really is. He just beat Jack Catterall. I did pick Catterall in that fight. He beat Jose Ramirez.
Outboxed him, right? He outboxed Catterall quite well there.
Yeah,
it's what he's been doing to everybody.
I actually visited all 6 fighter camps last week. All 6 fighters on the card. Watched Devin Haney spar. Watched Jose Ramirez spar. Watched Tio spar. The other guys I didn't watch spar, but I watched them work out.
Any inside scoops you can give us without giving away anything crazy?
I think Barbosa's going to come at Tio. I don't think he's going to try to be cute in there.
I love it.
Because
Tio talks a big game.
Tio's one of the best talkers in the game. He's all.
But like, you know, you got checked by the Australian guy. Like, come on now. Like, you need to start backing up.
Making boxing great again.
Yeah, and
he's
doing it.
I think we've got a great opportunity to watch these 3 like stars at the moment in Haney, Garcia, Teofimo. Like, shows what they're made of. But if you're not 100% against the Barboza, you're going to get found out. Like.
Sure.
Big time.
It's the newest age of boxing, and they're doing it the right way with the ring, with his excellency, putting up the matchups we want to see before they're past that prime. And again, the fear of the O has got to go. I've been saying it for so long now. Let's get these fights while they're in their prime. Fighters get better by being in these fights. That's what we're doing here at the Ring Magazine.
Absolutely.
We appreciate you, Mike. We're going to let you do your job. We're going to sit here and goof off and do ours.
Thanks, guys.
Coming one more time. Mike Coppinger.
Hey.
Come on.
Well done, brother.
Thanks, brother.
See you soon, bro.
We got a co-main event to talk about here, Geordie.
Mate, it's I'm a bit of a fan of Yard. Even when he loses in style sometimes, right? Like his performance against Beterbiev, the performance against Beterbiev, the performance against Kovalev. Even when he lost, he absolutely was not afraid to go out on his shield. And it's something I complain about a lot, right? When the fight isn't going your way, you got to turn it on, you got to go for it, and take whatever comes with it. And he's prepared to do that, and that is why he beat Lyndon Arthur in the last fight, right? Lyndon is a safety first, behind the jab, you know, take a step back, jab, take a step back, jab type of fighter. And Anthony Yard, he's like, fuck all that, mate. I'm coming at you.
We're going at it, dude.
And I love that about this guy. And the only thing is, since the Beterbiev fight, where he really showed a lot of people, I am about this life and I am a special fighter, not really delivered as much since then that I hoped he would have done. And that last fight he had, which was supposed to be a squash match, made hard work of that, went to a decision. And I think it's going to be interesting to see how Lyndon Arthur approaches this. Does he do what he always does? Or does he try and get after it a bit more, because he knows if I sit here and try and get behind the jab, he's just going to do what he did last time, and I need to be a bit more cute, a bit vary the game plan a bit more. Yeah. Give him something to worry about because, again, you just sort of walked through it and just went, come on then, cool, get to the business now.
Yeah, let's go to work.
Knockout, mate. It doesn't usually demand a trilogy fight.
No. I saw him yesterday at the weigh-ins. Obviously, two guys that are very familiar with each other. Obviously, the previous fights, but there was a moment of respect where they both just kind of had a little bit of a stare down in the hall, by the way.
Really?
And then it kind of got a little lighthearted, which I thought was kind of cool to see because you never know in those situations if something's going to kick off. I'm around. For some reason, I think it's like bestowed upon me to get in there and put the force hands up like I'm going to do something. It's not going to happen. But they didn't. They both had a nice little laugh and just a mutual, like, I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah,
which
fair.
to me is one of the craziest things to try to envision as just a normal person that talks about this sport, but the bravery, the courage that fighters display in the ring, but just the understanding that this is what it is, that you're going to go and sacrifice your body in there, and you're just fine with it. I know. Talk to him.
We got some footage here of Billy Joe Saunders, who has been selected by Team Ben as the man to inspect Chris Eubank Jr.'s gloves. He obviously beat Chris Eubank Jr. 10 years ago now, and it's a mental game of, I want you to send someone into your changing room who reminds you of defeat.
And also, Billy Joe Saunders has accused Chris Eubank Jr. of stacking.
Yeah.
Of pad stacking.
Yeah.
Said that we know that they do that, so I'm going to go and check it out.
And apparently security are now refusing him entry.
More controversy for the main event.
It's so good.
You can't write this stuff, folks. Cinema on display. The fathers are here. The fighters are ready. The pads may be stacked. We're going to find out what happens. By the way, Billy Joe Saunders, put some weight on. Good for him, man. Good for him. In retirement.
He's got that about me.
He's got.
He's
looking good. He's
looking healthy in a way of, like, that retired boxer sort of look.
Like, he is not upset with what's, transpired in his career. Like, he's able to let it go. I guess that's what I mean by that. He looks good, man. Some guys, it's hard to let it go. Oh, big right hand right away. Okay, we're getting to work, man.
Yeah, I think Yard knows, like, I'm not going to jab with this guy and outbox him. And what I will say is, as much as I get frustrated by Lyndon Arthur's negativity, that man's jab is
nasty,
insanely fast. This light heavyweight division, you don't really see a jab that quick usually.
Woo!
And I'll be honest with you, it kind of shows how great Dimitri Bivol is in the fact that he was able to really bully Lyndon Arthur with quite a lot of ease. I think that styles make fights, and that was a horrible style for Lyndon Arthur because he came up against someone who just does everything better than him.
Yeah.
Interesting to see Ben Whittaker watching on
closely.
And he is watching with a lot of interest, hand on the chin, studying this because that he knows these are the type of killers who are waiting for him. Should he want to fulfill his potential.
I know we both covered the Ben Whittaker last fight. What did you think about, obviously we had our thoughts going in about what was going to happen and then how he performed?
I thought he was going to win, but I thought it would probably be by a points decision. I didn't think he would look as devastating. And I think, to be honest, it was great game planning, and I think Andy Lee has a lot to be, spoken about.
Do not leave Andy Lee if you're Ben Whittaker.
Oh, mate.
Stay there.
Not only is he obviously a great coach, but a great mouthpiece as well for Ben Whittaker.
Yeah.
Ben Whittaker, he reminds me of like a young... we see these young superstar football players in the UK. It's very rare that a young boxer, outside of Anthony Joshua, gets this level of fan attention. And in football,
shot right there.
We see like old hard-nosed managers take the microphone.
Nice left hook yard.
and like Manchester United's old manager, Sir Alex Ferguson, was like a known don, right? The way he would look at, he would just protect his young players, right? Don't mess with my kids, right?
Yeah.
And the way Andy Lee took that microphone and was like, I'll speak. Yeah, it really reminded me of that in the way he looked after him like his own son, and I really respected and appreciated that from Andy Lee. Not only a great boxing mind, but just a good man in trying to take the pressure off of his kid, right?
I'll tell you what, I'm loving what Yard is doing right now.
He's getting it's right back to work. It's round 5 from the last fight where he chinned him, right?
Beautiful feint, setting up power.
I knew this would come.
And he is so snappy, too, with that backhand. He's turning it over so quick. Look at the feints, get reactions.
Yeah, he looks much better than he did in that last fight when he just was a bit flat. And you know what? I think he knows he can't do that in this fight. This is the big moment. He wants that Buatsi fight. He wants the big fight. And I think in terms of, you know how we talk about athletic talent, Yard's right up there in that light heavyweight division.
Look at how twitchy he is. And I want you guys at home to watch what's happening in this first round here. You're seeing Yard a lot of, level change feints, a lot of circling with the lead hand, and then the left hook, and the left hook, and the left hook. Yeah. Mark my words, if the opening presents itself, you are going to see left hook, right hand down the pipe behind it. And if it's there, that's good night, Irene, and then Hannibal Lecter walks through.
I've got to...
the lamb still scream, Clarice.
I've got to give credit to Yard as well for... Really, if you look at Beterbiev, you could make a case for Yard hurting Beterbiev more than Bivol did. Even though Bivol beat Beterbiev.
And at the time, that win for Beterbiev launched him.
And Beterbiev, by the way, was younger back then, right? Yard really... He put a dent in Beterbiev. He let him be known that I'm here right in your face, mate, and I'm not going anywhere. And I think that was the best of Yard. I mean, I'm loving the head movement from Yard on the way in here.
Goodness.
And look, you wonder what the after effects of a knockout defeat are going to be for a guy like Lyndon Arthur. Severe, if by the looks of it. He's biting because he knows what can happen if he doesn't move.
There's a lot of hesitation right now.
Yeah, and he's always a fighter who, in my opinion, lacks that bravery to go and be the aggressor. But now he's really, it's psychologically, it's not doing him any favors.
Jab is nice though.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Give him his credit there. That thing is snappy. Look at that, chopping right hand and back upstairs.
Yard just hit him with a jab of his own. Like
he is so explosive, man.
I really like this from Yard. He's looking brilliant in these first couple of rounds.
Woo.
Yeah.
Sharp with the backhand, slip inside backhand as well. Again, man, what a night of fights we've had. And everybody, you could tell, man, from the opening fight where people were still filing in, there was a chip on everybody's shoulder tonight. You really wanted to, on the first ring card, right here in Tottenham, in some people's backyard, and if not in your backyard, still in your city, put on a show in front of your fam. And that's, again, credit to HE and everybody that did the matchmaking for this card. It's been brilliant so far, man.
Yeah, I've thoroughly enjoyed it, mate. And again, with Yard here, if he makes...
Ooh, come on now, Lyndon.
Lyndon coming back with one of his own. If Yard makes a statement here, I really want to see not just the Buatsi fight, but if he can use that as a stepping stone, maybe a fight against your boy, your favorite fighter.
Yeah, bring it. I would love that, man, because again, you want to talk about El Monstro, David Benavidez, and how he's doing at his move up to 175. That guy, I think, and I've told you this, I think he's the best boxer on the planet. I think his style is so difficult for everybody because of how big he is, because of the volume.
Yard would mesh well with him. It'd be a fun fight.
It would be such a good fight because Morrell meshed well with him.
Yeah.
And Morrell had that dynamite in his hands and even rocked David Benavidez in their fight. But I just love his volume, man. I love his technique, and he can do it inside and out. But yeah, man, anybody that Benavidez gets in with their next is going to be fireworks. I don't know who they're going to go with, though, because you got the trilogy.
Yeah, they're at a loose end right now because they couldn't negotiate that deal for the Bivol rematch. I guess that's down to,
Callum?
Is it PBC?
Yeah.
One of those.
Yeah, that's who David's with.
Yeah, they were difficult, I assume, because I think Turki Al-Sheikh was 100% interested in making that fight.
They brought him out. You don't
fly your guy out and give him the red carpet treatment if you're not going to try and make the fight. I think he intended to make that fight, but this PBC lot, they're very difficult in my opinion from what I've seen.
I mean, Al Heyman's been in the game for forever, he knows the game, and they know how to play it, but I think, here was the
this is
kicking off. This is what it was.
This security issue with Billy Joe Saunders.
By the way, that guy to the far right is Chris Eubank's manager. That's Napa, who's going back and forth with Billy Joe Saunders there.
Right, okay.
So there's more than just security there. There's two teams going at it, and I guess, I mean, you would have to think that Billy Joe Saunders would have to be approved to be in the corner, to be going into the locker room and checking hand wraps.
Yeah, usually it's
not like out in street clothes being like, all right, everybody open up, here I come. You know what I mean? As much as it's great theater.
My favorite ever video of someone checking the hand wraps was Tyson Fury watching KSI get his hand wraps. And you can see Tyson Fury just watching it going, this is ridiculous.
It sounds like, I'm about to smash your bro. Because Tyson's like, okay then.
Tyson's like, this ain't boxing. You know what I mean? You can see it's written all over his
face.
face.
Hands in his pocket.
He's like, he looks like he's off to like take the go for like some fish and chips afterwards. Like, he doesn't look like he's out
watching
of the
kids at the playground. He's like,
it was hilarious. It was hilarious that. And he really, when KSI was like, I'm gonna smash your brother, and he's like, yeah, okay.
He's like, all right then, cool. It's like not the effect you wanted.
It was just such a weird combination. I can't think of two people who would struggle to have a conversation more than those two. Do you understand what I mean? They're just so different, aren't they? You know? I mean, it's hard enough to talk to Tyson.
Oh! Be careful. Yeah, right, Tyson
doesn't.
You know better than most.
No,
it's hard to talk to
a lot of talk about boxing journalism right now. Look, I tried, right? I got banned, so there you go. That's how it goes.
I just want to know if he ever learned how to shut the laptop or turn the phone off.
That was a funny moment, wasn't it? You're all right there, mate? You struggling to put the phone off? That was brilliant, wasn't it?
Oh, man.
It was funny because I come across a clip someone had clipped up with me. We're in round 3, by the way. And after that, where all the boxing journalists were going,
oh, he should never have spoken to Tyson Fury like that.
And, you know, it's so funny because it's like, you snivelling little, honestly, pathetic. And they're like, he's not a good interviewer. And I'm like, and on this clip, I just go, do you know who I interview, mate? I don't go running around with a microphone trying to catch someone as they're having a piss, you know. They come to my house, man. Ricky Gervais, people like that, you know what I mean? Don't talk to me about what I can do on an interview, you idiots.
Talk to him.
Honestly.
Let him know.
You shouldn't have asked him about this and that. Oh, God. Honestly. Because I asked him about Conor Ben.
Oh, goodness.
You know
Come on, yeah.
It's like, well, it's bloody boxing chat, innit?
Yeah, what are we talking about?
Flipping hell.
Let them know, man. We ain't these behind-the-camera journalists, huh?
No, I've got respect for a lot of them, but it's like when they were criticising me because I was all the comments were like, it's just because he put you to shame because you never stick it on him. Do you know what I mean? all of their subscribers are saying that.
100%.
Yeah.
I will say this, by the way. Again, we're looking at Yard going again front foot, looking for big power punches,
sticking it on him, double jab.
But when I did actually get a little bit of the taste of boxing journalism, fair play to some of those guys, man, because when you get in the scrum at some of these events and you got a superstar A-list fighter, Canelo Alvarez, for example, I had to interview him one time.
I remember.
I was about to shit my pants, man. It was so cool. But the crowd just engulfs you, and the smells and the different elbows that you're getting in the back.
Flies on shit, mate.
It's crazy.
Yeah. And I get it. Like, they got to hustle, and if they criticise a fighter, you ain't getting another interview, right? But the reality is, I said the things that other people were thinking. You know what I mean?
For sure.
And I actually look back at that, and I'm really proud of that. That was one of the best boxing interviews you see in a while. You know, because
I go back and watch it
because of how hard it is when you've got a superstar boxer and they can't just shut you down. And I'm not having a go at these guys. It's their livelihood. They can't not ask the tough questions.
Sure.
They can't ask the tough questions sometimes. I get that, but equally, don't fucking criticise me for doing the job properly.
Okay. Is there any way we can hear this, guys? No.
We got Nigel Ben getting questioned on the ring right now outside of Conor Ben's dressing room.
You know what he's saying is the answer?
He looks very calm.
You know what he's saying? I know what he's saying.
What's he saying?
My boy took William's skull 8 rounds.
Tell him.
It was so tight he was sitting on the ropes, mate. I really want to know, though, for real. I want to know his reaction to Senior. I have to know it. I need to hear this. I'm going to wait until it comes out on socials, but
I got to give...
That's okay, fellas.
Amazon did a documentary about Eubank and Nigel Ben. Also, Frank Bruno and Lennox Lewis called it 4 Kings. Boxing fans, if you haven't seen it, it's a masterpiece. A beautiful documentary showing all of these old legends talking later on in life about not just their career, but... what happened after boxing and how hard it was to walk away. And I think the one fared best, obviously, was Lennox Lewis. He really did it perfect, right? Went out on his own terms.
On his own terms, before he was too far gone,
Yep.
had his faculties, and had essentially gotten back every loss he ever had.
a legend, man. And the other guys struggled a lot more.
Yeah.
But there were some funny little moments that you had, obviously, because they're telling funny stories. And Nigel Ben, he liked to party.
Oh, yeah.
Let me just clarify. This man was going to the club, but the party didn't end after the club. He was having multiple women around his place on a night out. What a legend.
Absolutely.
This guy, he got active.
And you know, to me,
in and out of the ring.
Of course.
So
at that time, he's the king of England, man.
Man, what a lad.
It's funny you say you were a Chris Eubank Senior fan, which there were a lot of.
I guess I was more in awe of his character. But I like them both.
But what I guess I want to ask is, was it not, going into that first fight anyway, did it not favor, like a lot of people I heard favored Nigel Ben?
Oh no, Chris Eubank.
It was a massive upset.
Chris Eubank. I wasn't. I don't know if I was around. I wasn't around at that point, like in terms of old enough to know that. I think I was like 1 year old when that happened, or something like that. Maybe 0. But Eubank was hated until, like many fighters, he lost a few.
Yeah.
And then he became because then people were like, you know what? We've seen what you're made of now. I would hope a little bit like when Anthony Joshua went out on his shield against Daniel Dubois, right?
Yeah.
There's something in seeing, not everyone can be the nail. A lot of people can be the hammer, and it's going your way. But when it's not going your way, it's very hard to keep coming. And AJ kept coming. Eubank especially was as hot. It was weird because his character was
nice
so
left hook there from Yard.
His character was so pompous and arrogant, and yet when it come down to it, he was as hard as nails.
Absolutely.
And I think he won a lot of respect over with the British public that he's recently been hurting, to be honest. But I think a little bit similar in Eubank Jr. Him getting beaten up off Billam-Smith, coming back, winning. That does make people like you a bit more. 100%.
And the way he handled that loss and came back. Question, do you think if Junior wins tonight, does Senior immediately gain? I mean, there's a lot of people, of course, that still support Senior, and you know, that's no question about it, but does he gain all that back tonight? If that win happens, he's in there embracing his son in the ring, does it all go away?
I think the 4 of them will embrace together.
Oh, what a moment that'll be.
Because Chris Senior and Nigel are very good friends now. They did a stand-up tour together where they tell their stories. And Chris loved it, right? He performs to the crowd about,
of course,
he hit me in the belly, and I felt like I'd been shot. And he says all of it, he really acts it all out, right? He's standing up in front of the crowd.
Okay, Lyndon.
You're getting after it as well.
Come on now. Now we're in the fire.
This is it. So I think that their relationship will bring the boys together. If
you don't see a rematch,
I think the rematch should happen. Will happen rather, because the money. If it's a close fight,
they'll run it back.
Or if Conor Ben wins, they'll run it back, because Eubank Jr., if Conor Ben wins, he's got nowhere else to go. He ain't getting no Canelo payday. It's
Liam-Smith trilogy?
Liam-Smith would not do the money that Conor Ben would do.
No, not at all.
And Conor Ben would go, well, fuck, I might as well get the money. You know what I mean?
There's the Ed Sheeran wannabe there, walking in.
Okay.
That Lyndon Arthur jab is starting to take its toll. There's the gazelle hook once again from Yard, leaping in with that lead hand.
I think Lyndon's showing a little bit more bravery in that last round.
Look at that.
Gordon Ramsay
in the building. I was in Vegas for WrestleMania last week. I went to Ramsay Burgers.
How was it? Out of 10? Be honest.
6, 7 out of 10. The guy that served me and my girlfriend swore he was Gordon Ramsay's personal server when he came in, and I was like, now I understand what the upsell is here, buddy. I wanted soda water. He brought out the Pellegrino. I was like, okay, bud. This is crazy. I said, get the gun. Hit me with that. You know what I mean?
My favorite
nice jab.
Gordon Ramsay clip is when he puts 2 bread buns outside of a woman's
the
head.
idiot sandwich.
You're an idiot sandwich.
What are you?
Oh, my God.
An idiot sandwich.
Chef.
I
wouldn't like to be a chef, by the way.
Heck no. The only thing we're cooking up is banger watch parties here at the ring. And by the way, folks, if you haven't liked the streams, if you're not subscribed to the Paint Game, to the W.A.D.E concept, and to the Rings YouTube, make sure you do that right now.
We got the main event coming up next, right? Not long now to wait. And we've been going back and forward. I think we're both leaning Conor Ben. I picked Conor Ben by stoppage.
I'm feeling this is one of the things, man. I'm superstitious. I'm not a little stitious. I'm superstitious about the fact that not only have you picked Conor Ben, the Wade curse has been placed upon Conor Ben's broad shoulders.
I've got something to counteract it, though, bro.
Mike Coppinger. Go ahead.
David Hay. David Hay picked Eubank.
Okay.
We good.
Push.
Don't worry.
Drake, do not pick anyone.
If David Hay picks it,
keep your money at home, Drake.
Absolutely. He has the most horrific record of all boxers. I'm fine with that. Not a problem, mate.
Okay.
Fine.
All right.
Don't get me wrong. I kind of like them both the same. Like, even though
I don't care who wins tonight.
I'm cool with either way, because if Eubank wins, it's going to be a beautiful moment with his dad.
Absolutely.
I don't mind that. But I think I'm right. And you know what? I got to admit, there's a bit of ego in this. I just love picking an underdog and being right and being like,
to be able to say
you didn't see, man.
Yeah,
you all thought the size would matter. I seen that the speed would matter. I seen it. You didn't see it. Sorry. Keep watching your boy.
Keep watching.
You know what I mean? Especially when people give us stick because we're not pro boxers, right?
Yeah.
So they're like, well, what do you know? You've never been in the ring. What I love is how many pro boxers are notoriously terrible at picking fights.
Really
right?
not good.
It happens all the time. So, yes.
You want to know why? Because it's fighting. At the end of the day, it's fighting. It's not flipping a coin.
Yeah.
It's not putting the ball through a hoop. It is fighting. And one punch, one instance, one sequence, one combination can change everything.
There's so many variables in this main event as well that I think it's so interesting to think about. The experience of Eubank, the size of Eubank, the speed of Conor Ben, the fact that Conor Ben has never lost before. Eubank has been at the top level, yes, but he has lost at that level. And actually, it's been a while since he was at that level.
Yeah.
And that was 168. He's at 160. He's been 160 for a few years. And yet the weight issue, that's another issue. There's so many things that also can sway people on this fight.
Eubank Jr. only been dropped one time in his career. And
obviously, my God, that was recent and that was bad.
He got the noodle legs. I think, too, the inexperience with being dropped in that moment, he jumped up super quick, if you remember. Had the noodle legs. Could have taken more time and probably gathered himself. But jumped up quick, and now we get a shot of Junior in his locker room. Ronnie Davies there. You see Ben Shalom. You see the entire team. He's getting ready to go. This was another coat, by the way, they said that had Liam Smith's blood on it. That's like 2 coats. I was like, how many? Is he got a vial or something? What are we doing here? Just pouring it out?
I must admit, Eubank looks fairly well recovered from the weight cut. He's not as bony in the face as he was earlier with those cheekbones that could cut glass.
We heard Rick Reno sit right here and say he was in the room when everybody was taking a look at Chris Eubank Jr. and Nigel Benn was the first one to go, I don't know if he's as drained as we think he is. And who would know better? Not Eddie Hearn, even though he's been around fighters. Not any of these other guys. It would be a fighter that fought at super middleweight, Nigel Benn. So the gamesmanship will be decided, baby.
Yeah, I don't think that the weight cut is really what should be resting on this. It should be the skills. And
it's going to
I think Conor Ben's the better boxer, personally, but they both got holes in their defense. It isn't like, one of them's not like, it's not like Vidal versus Chev Clark earlier where we were like, it's going to take a lot for Chev to win this fight.
Yeah.
One can zig when he should have zagged, and that could change it. That's what I love about this main event. Yes, there's been a lot of criticism about them being in different weight classes, but level-wise, yes, Eubank's fought higher, but I think Ben's performances have been more impressive recently, so I'm up for this. I'm bang up for this.
I don't know who I heard say it, but they said, before the PEDs and before the suspension and the time off from Conor Ben, he was starting to get looked at as one of the fastest rising stars in the UK.
It's true.
Based on his talent level, jumping, just leaps and bounds. And you can say, okay, was it PEDs? Was it not?
You see why they'd say that, to be fair. He
because it went from something to like Chris Algieri face down on the canvas. By the way, shout out Dan Canobio and Chris Algieri. But is that going to be...
He bullied Chris Algieri as well. Yeah. He didn't just land a lucky one too. And look, I'm not saying Chris Algieri at the age he was at is the standard. But you know what's funny? People go, yeah, but they were old. They were old when he did that to, was it Algieri and Van Heerden, right? They were old. And I'm like, they were the same age then that Chris Eubank is tonight.
Can't use that one.
So you thinking that sort of disallows that and disqualifies that as evidence.
It actually makes the point
It
stronger,
actually makes the point.
Yeah.
Yes, he's beating over-the-hill fighters. Do you know what Chris Eubank looks like recently? An over-the-hill fighter. I could be completely wrong. welcome being wrong for once in this one, because it would be such a screaming upset for us that we'd just be like, oh my God.
Yeah.
But I'm not expecting Chris Eubank to win this fight. Would I be shocked? I would be shocked. I would be. Yeah. And it's not because I think he's a terrible fighter. I just don't think he's the fighter he was. He's not the Yildirim Chris Eubank.
Nice right hand from Lyndon Arthur. Question: if Conor Ben does do this, as we expect him to do it by knockout,
or decision even, I pick him either way.
What is the fan reception to Conor Ben? Is all forgiven? Is it get worse? Does he become the ultimate heel? What do you think happens here?
What annoys me is here's the thing. I know how boxing works. I know how the boxing our scene works.
Mm-hmm.
So many people have picked Eubank to win that if Ben wins, they'll go, it's because he weight trained.
The revisionist history.
Because he weight trained them.
Yeah.
And it's an invalid win.
Woo! There you go. Oh, Yard.
Anthony Yard getting active in the pocket. And you know what? You pick them regardless, right? So you just stand by your pick.
Yeah.
Take it like a man. If I get this wrong, I get the wrong. Who cares? But don't devalue a fighter who was fighting at 147 for the majority of his career, coming up to 160, and fighting a guy who people think is far too big for him and getting a win, even if there is a rehydration clause. I still think that requires a bit of like fair play. That was a good win. But if people just take that away from him, I think...
Yeah, no, the excuses have to go out the window tonight, right? As much as I am staunchly against rehydration clauses, I hate them, get them out of the sport. Chris signed it, right? He put himself in this position for a reason. And if he goes and gets it done, I'm not going to be... I don't want to hear anybody going, well, Conor was 2 weight divisions up, because he decided to do that as well. He came up to 160 by his own volition. So, again, the excuses go out the window. This is a gutter war. Winner take all.
That's right, mate. And, you know, with that rematch, I wonder if the rematch clause includes the contract agreement. Because if Conor Ben wins, Chris Eubank ain't getting that bloody... Eddie Hall's just won his MMA fight.
Oh, yeah, he fought tonight against
Pudzianowski.
Yeah.
Marius.
Shout out to Marius, man.
Eddie's just beat the
out
in 30 seconds. Man.
Shout out Eddie Hall, man.
I remember, I think Eddie rang me once and he was like, yeah, I'm looking for boxing opponents. I went, well, don't ask me, mate. Christ, man.
Heck no.
What you think? What are you on? He didn't ask me. He looked at me. I was just like, don't even ask me.
Don't take that somewhere else.
I seen Vidal spot him. I was like, wow.
And Eddie put some hammers on him.
Eddie looked great.
He's a good athlete, man.
Yeah, he's a freak.
Shouts to Eddie Hall. Congrats on his MMA win. What a psycho. Just doing it.
No, mate, I love it. 350 pounds
just
in there.
Doing it.
350 in there. Can you believe that?
And explosive, too.
Yeah.
Wiry.
Ridiculous. We're in round 7 now. Anthony Yard versus Lyndon Arthur.
It's been a good scrap, man. This has been a good back and forth. And I think Lyndon Arthur has shown a lot more moxie in this fight
than
obviously than the last one. And, yeah, that you thought he maybe would here in this third one. Like, look at him standing on the inside here with Yard.
He's gotten braver as the rounds have gone on. He was a little bit tentative after the knockout loss, I think, early on in this fight. He's warmed into it. He's like, actually, no, I'm all right here.
Yeah. The pace has definitely slowed down, and we talk about Yard being a big, explosive guy for 175. You're seeing what happens sometimes when you're so muscle-bound. Honestly, he could probably be a smaller cruiser.
He's moving up, I think, at some point. He's definitely said, I'm going to move up. The ref separates them because it's been a lot of, dirty fights.
A little tying up there toward the end of the last couple of rounds here. It's just tough because we're just sitting here waiting on that main event.
Mate, I can't wait for this. I can't wait for it.
Oh, there's that
nice
left hook again, man. I'm waiting for the right hand behind it, though. I want to see that hook right hand, because he's thrown it with no follow-up a few times now. I want to see him follow up with that right hand.
It started off as a better performance than it's becoming from Yard. I'm not saying it's a bad performance, but
Lyndon's seeing those shots. He's rolling with stuff.
I was quite impressed at the start from Yard, and it's getting a bit,
That's that explosion, man. Double jab there from Lyndon. You can see the frustration on Yard's face.
Yeah, he and then he loaded up and basically...
I need that one back,
You've seen that a mile off Lyndon Arthur. Yeah. You've got... Where was... the twitching early on in the fainting and you've got to prime this before you go for him, you know what I mean? You can't just throw without actually setting anything up, and he's just throwing without setting it up here right now.
I think a lot of that explosion has gone by the wayside a tad bit. And he's starting to feel the effects of just a stiff jab right in his face over and over. Again. Good. Glanton R3 doing a great job with his lead hand here. Some shoe shine at the end of the round here from Yard as well.
I appreciate the pressure from Yard. It's
not going anywhere. He's sticking right in his face.
But it's just not the quality that we've seen in the first couple of rounds, is it? We got more pictures from the weigh-in. Eubank versus Ben. Eubank's words and Conor speaking on screen right now. I really feel for whoever loses this fight, by the way, because when you've had your biggest moment in front of the whole of the UK, right? This is going to be
incredible. The pressure,
it's mega.
The amount of eyeballs, the amount of and this is the unfortunate side of the sport, but it is a part of the sport. The ridicule that'll come to the loser is just, credit to them for being as mentally tough as they are, because this is going to be a make it or break it point for either one's career. If this is Chris Eubank Jr. losing this fight, you said it. What more does he have? If this is Conor Ben, who is considered still on the uprise,
yeah, we could take a step back.
You can kind of come back. So the pressure is really on Junior here.
More so. And I did suspect, right, and a lot of people were going, Eubank has owned the press conferences, and he has stole the show. There's no two ways about it.
For sure.
But I kind of wondered, like...
Ooh, okay, Lyndon. Counter right hand right there. Stick in the pocket.
Is Eubank trying to pile the pressure on in these press conferences in the way he is?
Absolutely.
Because he's feeling the pressure. Because he's thinking... I'm under pressure regardless, yeah. My dad's up on the scorecards. I'm the bigger man. I'm the bigger star. I'm expected to win. You're coming in here with almost a free hit on me. I need to pile the pressure on you so that you collapse under it almost. The way, Conor McGregor did it when we were, watching Jose Aldo, for example.
Yeah.
I don't want him feeling free and just weightless when he's on the way to the ring. I want him to feel every ounce of expectation in that. And that's maybe why he's manipulating the way the public view this fight, in that it's like he's weight training me and, here's how hard it is for me to make weight, so that he can change perception of it and put more pressure on Ben and make it look like more of an even fight than what it really is in terms of size.
I mean, you think about the difference in the two fighters and how they fight. Chris openly says, like, it's not about emotion for me. Like, yes, of course, because of the family lineage, this is going to be a little more personal. But on the other side, Conor Ben's like, yeah, I'm an emotional guy. I fight with my heart on my sleeve.
Handled it well. I think Conor, when even though Eubank was like the funnier guy, and he was getting them riled up a bit with the stuff about, if your dad ever touches me again, he won't get the hand back and stuff like that. I think that Conor Ben handled it well and felt fairly honest in his responses.
Yeah.
It didn't feel like he was lying to win, and I think that made me feel like,
look at the double left hand there from
beautiful.
Oh,
the right hand behind it, which is what we've been waiting for. Anthony Yard pressing Lyndon R3 up against the ropes here, which is kind of how we caught him in the last fight in round 4. A lot of pressure and just inside fighting, and that right hand was very similar to the one that hurt Lyndon R3 last time. And what Yard's doing here is he's kind of taking a breath and then swinging really hard and fast. But he's recharging while he's leaning on Lyndon R3 on the ropes here, and he's not letting him go anywhere. And having a guy as big as Anthony Yard, leaning up against you, up against the ropes, you wonder why. Lyndon R3's best kind of fighting is on the jab, at range. He's allowing Yard to make this his fight right now.
Yeah, this is great work to end the round for Anthony Yard. Triple right hand there, and he chops another one over. Woo! Hook up top and then return from Yard.
He's breaking him down, Yard, yeah.
This was big-time work.
Breaking him down.
Very, very good work at the end of the round there. Yeah, I think, there's something to be said for the honest nature of how Conor answered a lot of those kind of questions and moments from Junior, because it became more about Junior versus Eddie Hearn.
and Junior versus Piers Morgan at one point, right?
Yeah,
Piers Morgan's asking those, and he's like, I'm not going to let you get me. And Conor was like, yeah, I'll answer the question, like, not a problem, mate. And I felt like, if you're the one suppressing your emotions, you're the one who's not going there because you don't want to go there. Yeah. And I get it's not a nice topic always, but there were certain things where Conor was when he said, like, what did that make you feel? And he was like, well, he didn't answer the question. He would always go,
I've already answered it. Or
Conor Ben, he'd go, has let his family down.
Yeah.
I never let my family down. I've always done everything that I was supposed to do, yada, yada, yada. And I thought, if you don't want to answer the question, it's because it's not making you're uncomfortable with reality. Reality is not somewhere where you want to go. Whereas Conor, other than the drug stuff, which obviously isn't his favourite subject, really was fairly open and honest. So I think that a lot of people, I don't know, maybe misread that a little bit and thought that Conor came across a lot weaker than I thought he did. I didn't think he came across that weak personally. I just thought Eubank was more entertaining in those exchanges.
For sure. I always looked at it like, you know, Eubank and Eddie Hearn going back and forth more so than... And maybe that was by plan because they know that Conor's not a big talker as far as like the gift of gab, and Eddie being the mouthpiece is exactly why that became more of a rivalry.
I liked it on the other night where Eubank is just like doing his thing and Conor goes, oh, shut up. Like, and it's just, they're so similar to their dads, right? That's like you see in the old interviews where like Eubank would turn his back on Nigel Ben. What's the
Lyndon
scorecard?
Arthur up on the unofficial AI judge scorecard.
That AI can be scarily accurate at times, to be fair.
Here we got a voice message from Senior, since we can't necessarily show it on here.
Okay, what's he saying?
This is what we do. And the idea is always to come dressed and ready to
we got to watch the music. Watch the music for the copyright.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
I'm always thinking, bro.
He essentially just said, this is what we do. We're always ready for action. Dressed to the nines in his coat as usual.
Yeah.
War Chisora on display here as well. He's ready to go. Saw Derek. You know what? I've never seen Derek in person until this week. I thought he'd be a bigger heavyweight than he is. I know he's a big man, but I was like, man, I'm surprised. I thought you...
He's a great example.
I think he's got such a big personality.
Oh,
that you know what I mean?
You know how we talked earlier about Eubank went from being a villain to a hero a bit later?
Everybody loves Derek Chisora now.
Chisora was a hell of a villain early on.
Yeah.
And now he's a hero.
Loved.
Oh, and it's because us Brits, we love someone who can take their licks and keep on coming and show resilience.
Yeah.
We love that more than a winner, right? We do. And I get it, like, he's not the most talented, but he's shown the heart of a lion, that guy. And I think he's the most crazy heavyweight fighter out there, to be honest with you. Like, I worry about life after
heavyweight,
I don't want him to quit
lightweight.
boxing.
Oh,
everyone wants him to quit. I want him to stay boxing so that we're all safe.
It keeps him sane, and it's the same thing that Tyson Fury said, and a lot of fighters go to. They're like, hey, when I'm not fighting, I get a little crazy. Like, things happen to me.
Bro, you seen Tony Bellew on that SAS show, did you?
Yeah.
These boxers aren't normal, right?
And Tony, by the way, look at that uppercut from Yard. Tony's a guy that came from a rough spot too, man.
Oh, yeah.
And had to literally get it out the fire. So you want to talk about reverting back as quickly as possible if he needs to. That switch can get
Tony's the type of
immediately.
guy where if you burgle him or something, it's the worst mistake you'll have.
Good luck.
You know what I mean? I hope
the
no
wrong
one ever
guy.
burgles him, just saying.
Hell no.
But Tony's kind of unfortunate because if he was in this era with the way he sells, the way he fights,
man.
he would have made so much money, you know, in this new era that we're in where boxers are really killing it right now.
Yep.
And I bet you he's at that moment of temptation where he's like, should I do it? Should I come back? You know what I mean? Especially because he was, I don't know, people would have said he had less damage on him than Derek Chisora back when he retired.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Chisora just kept on going. We're seeing shots of the stadium right now. It looks absolutely
packed out,
unbelievable.
I turn around.
Look at this. Can we show this or something? No,
packed out. I don't know that he'll even be able to catch anything back there, but
it's beautiful.
I mean, you can see it on the big screen there as they go wide with that shot.
Beautiful.
Packed to the nines, man. Could you have imagined, you know, when the Ring magazine came back into prominence behind Turki Al-Sheikh, that you'd see this quickly of a turn with the support, with the matchmaking, and with the fan interaction that you're seeing? I mean, this is another sold-out show, massive venue. It's crazy how quickly things are turning around in boxing.
Yeah, I think it's bred life into it. And, you know, you and I are massive MMA fans, right? We watch UFC.
Yeah, absolutely.
I've watched it for 20 years. And for a long time there, it did feel like the UFC was so much more exciting. It was so much more captivating with the characters it had and the kinds of fights they were making in the level of competition. And you look at the UFC currently struggling to make Tom Aspinall versus John Jones, you know, for example, and just lacking in characters right now. It's not that I don't still love the fights. Like, I still, you know, Paddy Pimblett the other day got a good fight, good result for him. But it's just not the way it was in the late 2000s, early 2010s.
Golden era, man.
The golden era, right? Anderson Silva, George St. Pierre, all of these kind of guys. And I really feel like boxing, while the UFC is not in the best place it's been in, it's just taking a huge lead here where, you know, pay-per-view wise, it's not even close. In the last 12 months, it's not even close. Boxing, for the first time in 15 years, 20 years, I don't know, it's dominating.
I was talking to somebody today that's, you know, I would say high enough up in the company to know what pay-per-view numbers would look like on a fight like this, and they were saying they were trending in a massive direction as of this morning for this card, and that's not something you're seeing over in the mixed martial arts realm right now. Complacency breeds that kind of stuff, and again, when Turki Al-Sheikh, His Excellency, came into this sport, complacency wasn't an option, and he's moved swift, and he's moved correct, and he's brought the right people in, and you're seeing the results of that here, man.
What do you think the 18-foot ring will be a difference maker or not for this main event?
You want to talk about? I mean, you're seeing it right now in this co-main event. Where can you go?
Yeah,
you know, these fights that have happened on the ropes, and if you think about it, you know, McKenna did a good job of maneuvering, and so did Vidal.
Yeah.
Are we going to see Chris Eubank Jr. at that level be able to maneuver for 12? Because you're going to have to in an 18-foot ring. You're not going to be able to stand around the outside and then straight back up and circle. You're going to have to be lateral moving the entire time. I think it's going to have a massive effect on the fight.
I also don't think Eubank is necessarily like that kind of mover.
Not anymore.
Where he's like slick and he's going to make you miss. And
he like, tried to be with Roy Jones for the longevity of that partnership, but honestly, if I watch a Chris Eubank Jr. fight, the best of him is the guy that sits down and bites down on that mouthpiece and says, "Let's go." That's the best version of him. Or it was, you know, I don't know about now.
I think that's why style-wise, this is. Well, I hope it's a good match because I think Eubank, he has to do that.
At some points, he's going to have to. I don't know that he's going to have to fight like that the entirety of the fight.
At some points, though.
But there's going to be moments where you got to answer that bell because as much as you want to be the matador, that guy's a bull over there, and he's just going to keep coming forward.
And he's not a stupid bull. He's one that uses head movement and works his way in, right? He uses a lot of head movement, more than Eubank does.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's going to be interesting to see, yeah, Eubank's got a decent jab. Can you use that to keep him at bay, though?
It's got to be more than that, yeah. It has to be. You better have... And listen, Chris Eubank has a great uppercut off his back foot as well. And if he can time it correctly, and this is, you know, where timing can potentially beat speed. And there's Black Superman right there, Idris Elba. Oh, that's, wait. Bellingham.
No, that's Marcus Rashford and Declan Rice.
Who's Bellingham?
Bellingham's another England player.
Was that even close?
It's close enough. Yeah.
Son of a gun.
Close enough.
What are y'all laughing at back there, y'all? What are y'all laughing at me?
I'll teach him. It's fine. I've made him a Newcastle fan anyway.
I'm like, is that Wayne Rooney?
We won the day. Who's
that? He plays that soccer. Yeah, come after me, comments. I said it. I'm sorry.
We did get Wade in goal for a
Hey, how'd I do, though? That's not too bad.
No, you did fine. You did all right.
Did you like that I tallied my saves as much as I did my goals let in?
I'll be honest, I don't see you as an outfield player. Yeah, I think goalkeeping...
Physical defender?
Use the hands, right? You're decent at boxing, you're decent at goal. Let's stay with using the hands.
Got to. Hey, this fight's a close one, man, and Lyndon Arthur, as last we saw, was up on the unofficial scorecards. Anthony Yard, I thought, has had a very good last couple of rounds. Heading into the 11th, he's been able to pin Arthur on the ropes and really start to tee off and use the body work and then go upstairs. It's been back and forth, though.
Oh, there's just nothing behind some of these shots, though, is there? They're so tired and drained.
Yeah.
I wanted Yard to really show that
dogfight,
you know, Beterbiev, Kovalev. Lyndon Arthur's put in a better performance than I expected after the last fight. I think he knew I'm going to have to come with everything after the guy chinned me the last time.
Yeah. Big right hand there from Yard.
It's just been grueling and not the silky side of boxing that we like to see. You know, it's been a bit of just a battle of attrition.
So Frampton has it 96.94 Yard. AI judge has it 96.94 Arthur.
Oh, God. This is going to be...
Have to get the true GEORDIE judge out there.
Honestly, I always lean towards the guy who's doing the pressuring, and right now Lyndon Arthur is just sitting on the ropes and trying to fire back when he can, but, like, it doesn't look great.
Because at that point you have 50-50s, right? You're both landing, but who is being held against the ropes against their will? Even if you know, if you're not, if you're wanting to be there, it's just the visual of it. Yeah, I'm with you.
I like the fact that Yard is trying, because he knows this is going to points now, I think.
Yeah.
So whenever he takes a little shot, he's just shaking his head like, nope, that's not doing nothing to me, mate. And he's trying to win the judges over here when he's doing that, I think.
no.
He says that. Yeah.
Some of the low, yeah.
Fucking low, bro,
he's
honestly.
like, he's hitting him.
This
like
is Daniel Dubois territory right now. Honestly.
The thigh with one of those, man. Oh, nice left hook. That left hook's been snappy from round one, man. He's had, oh, look at that shot.
Beautiful body shot. Come on, Yard.
Going right back to it, and he's feeling him, yeah.
He's definitely not, he's in trouble here.
Arthur is feeling some of those body shots. Oh,
Lyndon
yeah, he's
Arthur
feeling
is getting
bad.
broken down by Anthony Yard here in the 11th round. He fires one back, but he's taken a decent uppercut. Oh, God.
Good showing there. Yeah, Arthur's, look at that. Big, deep breath. You saw the pain on his face.
Massive respect from each guy with each other. But I feel like Yard mentally is winning this battle right now, just by the way that was such a aggressive, dominant round that. Put the stamp on it. Finish strong, this in. We got the main event up after this, folks. It's one more round. And then it's here.
That was low.
Eubank Ben 3.
It's so crazy. It's so crazy, seniors here, man. It's so insane. What a moment. What a night.
Question for you.
Yep.
Those sparring stories from Nigel Ben about Conor Ben beating up William Skull.
William Skull is sitting on the ropes after 8 rounds, tired. My boy made him tired.
Did you believe any of that? Did you believe it?
The fact that he kept saying it, and I don't peg Nigel as a guy that just makes things up.
Nah, me neither.
Makes me believe it.
Yeah.
Now, if it had been Conor to come out and say it.
No, it's because it's him, isn't it?
It's because it's Nigel. And because you do, regardless of what you think about the etiquette of it, you respect Nigel enough to give him the credit that it was true.
When he said, "As the Lord is my witness," that when a man like
who has later in life, gone on to become very religious.
Yeah, when a man like Nigel Ben says, "As God is my witness," I go, probably believe you.
Yeah, he's not playing around there. Yeah. Nice uppercut from Lyndon Arthur, double left hook Yard.
It made me think. That guy's a 168 fighter, William Skull, and he's a world champion.
He's a big 168 too.
And look, most of us, it's not like we've been following his career from day one, right? We're hearing a lot more about him now that he's fighting Canelo, and that there's,
And by the way, that's not just us. That's people in the know. That's people like Mike Coppinger. If we sat him down and went, talk to us about William Skull, he'd have been like, oh, he's fighting Canelo.
That's been said by really well-respected boxing people who are living and breathing this every day, right? And yeah, I was still impressed to hear that. I was like, okay, this means that the weight really shouldn't be that much of a factor. If you can handle it in there with a 168er who is fighting a week after you. It's not like he's out of camp, fat and lazy, and just rolled out of bed and went, yeah, go on, then I'll give you a bit of sparring.
Big, separate, different parts of camp. They were right there online.
Yeah, massive fight coming up against Canelo Alvarez. He's fighting you not like... He doesn't want to lose against you in sparring. And if you're saying to me, my boy put a beating on a guy who's about to fight Canelo Alvarez, who's heavier than Chris Eubank, that's a good sign, right?
Can I tell you something? We are about a minute left in this 12th round, and I just got butterflies in my stomach because, again, I don't mean to compare myself, but I'm thinking in my head, there's two guys watching this fight, counting down those seconds, knowing they're about to walk out in front of 65,000, excuse me. And I did a little fight over on Misfits in front of about 5,000 or 6,000 people. And I remember the butterflies that started here and went up into my neck, into my throat that I had to try to shove down and lock in. I can't imagine what's going through their mind, their feelings.
Your dad beat his dad 30 years ago.
I can't imagine, man.
You know what I mean?
This is crazy.
Makes it so much more.
I'm nervous. I have butterflies. I have no skin in the game.
Yep.
None. I didn't grow up with this rivalry, guys. This man did, and I'm nervous. That's how important this is.
When I was a kid, my first, boxing people I seen were probably Eubank was one, and Prince Naseem Hamed was definitely
hell of a finish in this fight, by the way.
And Prince Nas was the showstopper. And we see the showman that we've got in the modern era. People talk about Conor McGregor. Prince Nas was the best showman I'd ever seen, right? And it was funny because I kind of, my memory, as it does when you get older, it's vague. And you kind of wonder, like, who was the real showman? Like, was it Eubank first?
They even argue about it.
Was it Nas first? And Eubank went on a TV show, and he goes,
"Okay,
look back to this fight, right? Look back to my fight against such and such." So they bring up the fight, right? It was on a sports show, and they bring up the fight, and they go, "Watch me vault over the ropes. Watch the way I entertain and dance with the crowd." And he knocks the guy down, and he's giving it all of this, right? And he goes, "Now look into the crowd, row 5.
Crazy.
And Prince Naseem Hamed's eyes are as wide as possible, and you can see Prince Nas like, "Wow, I want to be like him."
Yep.
Now, don't get me wrong. I think Prince Nas did it a little better. I think he did it a little better. But you got to give credit to the originator. And
it's the Chael Sonnen and Conor McGregor argument, right?
Very much so, yeah.
Before Conor, there was Chael. He walked so Conor could run.
Yeah. And I must admit, as much as I don't think Eubank's winning this fight, I love how much of a showman he's become over time, and how, like, even in the last event, in the Saudi event I went to, where he had the sword and he had the full Saudi attire.
He's fully embracing it.
He knows, like, I'm here to put on a show, and that is how I'm going to get the most out of this. If I'm going to get in the ring, let's make a noise about it. And the thing I really appreciate and respect about Eubank Jr. is the reason fighters don't want to do that is they don't want to add pressure. They don't want to add pressure. Why would I, when I can just pretend like no one else is watching and just fight my fight? And that is the difference between good fighters and stars.
Yeah.
There's better fighters than Eubank out there, but guess what? Who's selling out this arena tonight? It's Eubank more than anyone.
Right.
And that's because he's not been afraid to take all this pressure on his shoulders and go, "Come on then, I'm the guy." And you don't really do that unless you're walking out and know that you can handle it. We've got the decision, yard.
Judge John Latham scores it 115 to 113.
115 to 113.
And both judges Lajek Jankoviak and Giuseppe Quartarolo
Here we go.
are in agreement. They both scored the same, 116 to 112.
116, 112.
All in favor of your
winner.
By unanimous decision.
Unanimous decision.
And now the WBA Intercontinental.
Who are they going for? I kind of feel like it's Yard. Anthony Yard. Yeah, I think he finished stronger. Definitely finished stronger.
Those last 4 to 5 rounds,
he wins the trilogy,
were a big-time finish for Yard, where Arthur had turned the tide a tad bit and was giving Yard a taste of his own medicine.
Yeah, he won the mid-rounds.
And then all of a sudden, how many rounds in a row did we see Anthony Yard put him on back on the ropes and say, "Nah, you're not going anywhere"?
There's a lot of respect there. That's pretty good to see from after a trilogy like that.
Look at our guy, Rick Reno, man, standing there, stoic. How about Rick sitting down and firing from the hip while we were in here? That was insane.
Mate, that was so funny.
He's the best.
The fact that he said...
I know you were loving that. He said, they didn't want me to pull the gun out, so I brought the flamethrower.
My favourite line was, he goes, I want to let everyone know every massage parlour that Eddie Hearn is going to. And I was like, wait, what? And he goes, "Oh, by the way, ones he really likes, he finishes them off after." I was like, wow. Wow. And he does the hand action to match it. We were warned a little bit before we started this. Then the geezer who runs the show is just like, "Mate, it's all gone to shit. Don't worry about it."
He came in and said, "Hey, try not to curse so much. We want to be a little more professional and do this the right way." Which, by the way, we can do. We can turn it on.
Before he planted an image of Eddie Hearn masturbating a masseuse off in London.
That was Rick. That was all Rick.
That was his words, not ours. So you can't get us for it. Sorry, us. Eddie. I like you, mate. I really like you. But
by the way, shout out Eddie, man.
Did you see that promo Eddie cut? One take promo.
Come on, he's the best. He's the best. A part of the story that we do have to acknowledge is the build. Yes, because of the main factor being Senior and Nigel Ben. By the way, shout out Ade Oladipo right there on screen.
Oh, yep.
That's our guy. But Eddie has done a phenomenal job. As much as they're going to boo him, he did a phenomenal job with this build. Always taking interviews. I couldn't go a day this week in the last really 3 weeks without seeing Eddie on somebody's YouTube channel, on TalkSport, on wherever.
He smashes it.
He's a monster, man.
Yeah.
I think everybody that's helped put this together, kudos to all. Kudos to all.
Yeah, they smashed it. I mean, shout out to everyone who's watching on Wade's channel, on the Ring channel.
Let's
go.
go.
Pain Game. Hit the like button, subscribe.
Let's
We're
go.
Seeing the trailer now for the main event, and we're seeing Eubank and Eubank Senior, and they're doing a lot of. They're putting a lot of Eubank's dad in this. So I'm
wondering, man. Come on, someone had the know-how on us.
Yeah,
they're playing Sweet Caroline behind us. The crowd's going crazy. All right, last chance. Are you gonna flip flop here? Are you flopping on the pick because of Senior's involvement now? Or are you sticking with your guns?
There was a little like moment of, oh shit, he's here, and it did make me go. I give him weirdly a slight more of a chance right now, just because of his mental state must have been boosted so much.
Yeah,
and being drained the way you are, little emotional things can give you a big moment. But I have to say, I just looked at the basics of this, and I accept Chris Eubank Jr. is the bigger man. He's the more experienced man at the higher level, and that's something that people just know as a fact. But I think that what people are writing off is, oh, well, we just haven't seen Conor Ben before there, so therefore he can't be as good as Chris Eubank because we've never seen that. And I'm like, what I'm saying is the unknown is the X factor here is he may be better at boxing than Chris Eubank Jr. is. In fact, I think he is. I think the way he throws punches is better than Chris Eubank. I think he's quicker than Chris Eubank. I accept he's not as big, and that sometimes can have an impact, mainly because when you're bigger than someone, you're stronger and therefore hit harder.
Look at this shot, man.
Mate, it's amazing. We're going to find out what Conor Ben's chin is like. That is a factor that I really don't have an answer to. That's something that I could be wrong about. He may not be able to take the guy who's 15, 20 pounds heavier than him, that sort of power. However, when I just watch them box, I think Conor Ben, he throws punches in a more technically sound way. There's less fat on the technique, more accurate, faster. And that, for me, is going to be the deciding factor here tonight.
He is ferocious when he throws as well. There is no wasted punches, and you can say that's not necessarily a good thing all the time to not have setup, payoff, but everything is a setup, payoff because his jab hurts you. Yeah. His right hand hurts you. His hook hurts you. He doesn't throw a jab
to range fine.
No.
He throws it to go, I hope this hurts you because the right hand behind it's going to hurt even more. Like
the jab's going to daze you and the right hand's going to put you to sleep. So
that 1-2 on Algeria, people underplay Algeria. I get it, right?
It was bone-chilling.
But it was that was impressive. How long has it been since we seen Chris Eubank, who is known for cherry picking, look that impressive? Yes, there's the drug thing, which actually adds even more spice to this, right?
Absolutely.
And that means that I could be even more wrong than what I...
Oh, yeah. Egg, no pun intended, egg could be on our face here.
That finish really has, like, got in my head a bit, and it could be that I'm wrong about that. But how long has it been since we've seen Chris Eubank Jr. look that impressive in a fight?
Yeah.
Long time.
The thing that worries me about, recent Chris Eubank Jr. is the lack of volume that I've seen out of him, right? The jab is slowed down.
Isn't that a first?
Where are the combinations gone? A lot more flat-footed.
Eubank was a monster cardio machine for a long time. But guess what? That's what happens when you turn 35. He's nearly 36. It's hard to... People think they go, the last thing to go is the power. Do you know what the first things to go are? Speed, reflexes, engine. Those are things I'm watching going in real time when I'm watching him. So I just think... And here's the thing. I'm not going to be salty if he wins. If he wins...
We'll probably lose our minds.
I've said all of that. I'm going to
probably lose our minds.
This is amazing if he wins, because the older you get, the harder it is to compete with these younger, quicker guys.
Yeah.
Even if he is smaller. We're seeing the final build-up here.
This trailer that they did for the Fatal Fury is hilarious. And you get to see some acting skills out of the two guys, too. Look at you got Speed in the middle of Eubank Jr. and Conor Ben.
I really think Speed's quite an entertaining kid. To be
He's
fair.
taking over the world,
he's
man.
Funny, man.
He is taking over.
It's good to see our boy KSI in there. I know you've had your back and forth.
You know what?
Him,
there's no more beef on this end. If they're still on his end, then we can settle it in the ring if he needs to do that. But Turkey,
we'll do.
But on my end,
you might have a chance of making that happen now.
You know what I'm saying? I got HE now. Come on. But on my end, no, man. I'm proud that he's doing stuff that looks like genuinely makes him happy. It looked like the fighting was becoming more of like a forced thing, and like, I have this company, I need to do it. And maybe he'll come back, maybe he won't. I assume he will for bigger fights, and he should for bigger fights. Like, no offense to even myself, like, he shouldn't be coming back to fight me. You know, he should be. They just cracked an egg in the game. He should be fighting Conor McGregor and those kind of names.
That egg, by the way, can we all agree, is the most valuable egg of all time. Nothing has made, no egg ever in the history of eggs has made more money than that egg when it cracked off the face of Conor Ben. It was the smartest thing any fighter has done before a fight ever. And like, it took nothing. And the bad thing was, he was wearing his Louis Vuitton jacket, and he had the deliberate, like, these pockets that are, like, tailor-made for a size of an egg. And you see the freeze frame as it's about to crack off this kid. And he, like, it would have been hard not to, like, accidentally splatter this in his hand. He snuck that in. It was unbelievable.
So clean. And then you see the face of Conor after. It's just like all down the side. He's just ready.
That face.
And you got Nigel coming over with the Undertaker chokehold.
So W.A.D E. I love it. I absolutely love it.
And by the way, that wasn't the only egg he had. He had like 5. So he was ready. If he missed the first one, there was another follow-up coming through. And he said, I don't know how true this is. Again, Chris is such a good worker with his words. He was like, I made sure these eggs were rotten before I cracked it on his rotten head.
I like the way he says we've got to humiliate people like that. We've got to teach them a lesson. My favorite line was, we've got to make an example out of them. And this is, look, if he wins tonight, I guess he can say, like, he was a drugs cheat, I made an example out of him, and all of that sort of stuff.
All the stuff he said is going to be vindicated if he wins. That's why it's so massive, the stakes here.
Wow, here we are. We're ready for.
Do we get the classic event for the walkout here for Junior?
Oh, man.
We have to, right?
We got to get the classic.
If anything,
and I like that they both have the same entrance music their whole career. It's very rare you see a boxer. I mean, God bless Vidal, I love him, but his entrance music.
He switches it up.
Needs
sometimes he's the one rapping. I mean, you got to give him his credit.
I appreciate him rapping, but you want to get the crowd hype, bro.
I mess with the rapping, dude. I mess with the albums. Drop the new freestyle for me. But I hear you got
real living sports. I like it, but like I just mean like.
You got to get the crowd behind.
You want to get the crowd going, and I like that they both have songs that actually get the crowd going. Still Dre,
we go, man.
A classic.
Here we go.
And there it is, Michael Buffer.
What a legend. HE in the ring as well.
I'm never not slightly starstruck when I see Michael Buffer. It's very rare that people...
Staple.
But I'm just like, wow, you've been here for everything.
Staple.
Been there through them all.
Oh, we got it. One time, out of respect, I will, of course.
Long live the... No. It's all right, Wade.
Oh, God, man. It's too big a moment for me. I gotta.
And Chris Eubank is having his gloves signed off. Conor Ben is having his last drink of water, sharing it with his dad as the national anthem plays in the arena. Fatal Fury everywhere being promoted, the new game. And the Ring Magazine's first main event in the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. What a moment here. The crowd already...
Listen to
the
that
fighters
crowd,
are ready.
Listen at that crowd.
Is everybody at home ready? Let us know in the comments. Hit the like button, subscribe. We are absolutely ready for this.
Michael just looks like a star.
Come on, son.
Wearing the shit out of that suit.
I worked with him once.
Same, one time.
Imagine, me and you, we worked with Buffer.
God, man. That's what kind of life we're living, man.
That's grandkids stuff, right?
What kind of life we're living.
Yeah. I did the KSI Logan Paul 1 fight with him, and I was commentary. And he came up and asked me, I can't remember what he even asked me. He was like, hey, GEORDIE. And I was like, wow, what a voice, son. That's like a Wolverine's purr right there.
There you go.
Honestly.
And the fact that he knew, he was like, I'm going after.
Called me GEORDIE. Hey, GEORDIE.
I told him where a bathroom was once.
Wow.
That was my contribution to Michael Buffer. Here we go.
Yeah, we go. Conor
Ben walking to the ring.
How does he look, bro? We're looking into those eyes. What are you saying? What do you think, mate? He looks all business to me.
Stone cold, yeah. I don't see like any real tells there. I'm looking at the team as well. No one looks like this moment's too big just yet. Maybe when we get in the ring, we see something.
Now, what would be better if he just had a fight in between? Like, that Sheremetah fight, as crap as the performance was, in my opinion, from Eubank, it's a good warm-up just to be out there, feel the crowd, feel the noise. You're going to perform better when it's not... it's 16 months since he's been in the ring, you know, I think. It's a long time, not like...
What are you seeing?
I'm not... I'm going to wait until we see him come out, because I'll never forget Daniel Dubois' ring walk ahead of AJ. Here we go. It's the Ben clock.
Holy...
Big Ben.
Oh, my God.
Epic, son. This is epic. Here we go. Ready or not, here I come. Oh, this is the moment, mate.
I'm turning mine. I'm gonna...
Yes.
There you go.
Oh, he's got performers singing.
We got live performers,
baby.
Wow. Yeah. H.E., you did it right.
Mate, he doesn't play it, does he?
We did it right.
Ready or not, here I come. You can't hide. Oh, gonna find you and take
looking
slow.
What a moment, man. I can't imagine what's going through the mind of young Conor Ben. Lineage, legacy, family name.
His father right with him there on the stage. Beautiful.
All amounting to this, man. You dream of stuff like this. Like, we dream of it as fans, but as a kid, you know, he laid in bed at night dreaming of something like this.
He's talking to his father on stage. I wonder what they're saying. Last minute words. Oh, we switched it up.
He did a little switch up.
I like it. We had to have a bit of his original song. Now he's looking more mean. Now he's looking like
game face is on now.
Yeah. Game face. It's a lot. He's not getting booed from what I can hear. I thought he'd be booed a bit more. You know, because of the narrative.
I want to see what this crowd pop's going to be for Junior, though. They're going to blow the roof off the place.
I love this song.
They're going to blow.
We're going to have to turn that up for me.
Yeah, I got you.
I'm ready for that. I'm ready for that still.
Don't worry, I got you, brother.
That's one of my favorite songs ever, honestly. That's the type of song that when I first got my first ever car, I'm like, still Dre.
Come on.
Get it on.
He's entered the ring. One half of your main event is in there. They say that a fight is not official until both fighters enter the ring. One half is there.
There's a boo now. I'm hearing the boo now.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm hearing the boo now.
They're pouring it on now. How does he deal with this moment? Out of the ring, the fans have turned clearly. Can you process, compartmentalize?
The people who've been sitting with us are now in that ring.
Crazy.
Holding the belt.
Rick's in there with the belt. H.E. standing beside him.
I feel like this is going to be interesting.
Chat, what are we saying?
I'm interested to see how Conor Ben handles this pressure. And there's some words of real love and reassurance at the end from Nigel Ben. You can see that they're having like an embrace moment of, it's time now, Dad. It's time. Do you know what I mean?
Unbelievable.
Means a lot. Means a lot.
Chat, I need to see predictions.
Yeah, let us know.
Let us know, chat. Who we going with and why? I'm looking at my chat right now. I need to see some predictions. Let me see it.
Huge moment, mate. Huge moment. And I've just seen a tweet saying, getting Wade and True Geordie on the Ring magazine was genius. Love watching the boys.
Come on.
Big love to everyone who's
appreciate y'all,
it.
man. It's been a fantastic night. We appreciate all y'all for making this happen. Without y'all, we don't get to do this cool stuff, man. You guys are the best in the world. Thank you to the Ring magazine, to H.E., to all the guys behind the camera that are making this possible.
We love
appreciate y'all, boys.
Thank you, guys.
And now, prepare for the roof to lift.
This is it. Here we go. There's some booing, isn't
They're
it?
booing heavy right now.
I wonder what's going to happen. I wonder if they're going to boo Chris as well. Like, what the hell's going on? Yeah.
I think that first visual of Senior walking with him, they're gonna go crazy.
Yeah, I think so. Are you telling me we're not getting Still Dre? I've been ready for this.
Oh my goodness!
Oh, look at his dad. His dad's doing his bloody robe right at the last second. That robe. What are we doing? He's keeping us waiting. He's such a superstar. This is so egotistical, right? We're getting in the background now. Conor Ben sitting in the ring waiting for his opponent.
Very smart.
Literally, and you're seeing the entire ring walk out. He ain't in no rush. And the very last thing you see is him gulping down water, rehydrating.
Very, very smart right there. And by the way, just so everybody knows, right now...
Oh my God, they're playing Tina Turner. Simply the best. I am absolutely feeling everything. I have seen his father come out of this song, and it is simply the best.
Take it in, Geordie. Take it in, everybody.
I think this is the most amazing thing right now, that he's walking out to his dad's song, and then they're going to switch to Still Dre. You're simply the... As he comes out, oh my God, I am feeling every second of this. Chris Eubank Jr. living through his dad for years and years is now walking out to his dad's song.
This is unbelievable.
This is electric. Stuck on your... Oh,
come on.
And his dad is with him on the stage. And we never thought that would happen with the way the build-up has gone. But here we go.
Man.
This is a show. What a show. And Chris Eubank is saying, take it in, I think, to his son. Take it all in. Isn't that crazy? Imagine your son had followed in your footsteps, and now he's walking out to fight your arch-rival son. It doesn't get, any bigger than this in terms of storylines than what we've seen in boxing history. It's special, man. It's so special. Wow.
What a moment, man.
The thing I'll give Eubank, as I said, he always piles the pressure on himself and never looks phased. Like, I feel like Conor Ben looked a lot more...
Yeah, man.
He looked a lot more aware of, the moment. Eubank, this showmanship stuff, it's so second nature to him. It's like, I'm born for this.
Conor Ben looked like he felt the moment. Chris Eubank...
owning the moment.
He feels like he owns this. He is soaking in this moment.
Like what we did there?
He's ready for it. Come on, brother. He is. This is... I mean, man.
Sick, bro.
This is goosebumps.
Oh, man.
Remember where you were, guys. Everybody in the chat, everybody that's watching at home, remember where you were. This is a moment in time you'll never forget.
Here we go. It's time. Woo! Still Dre on the keyboard. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, yes, they're going old school with it. Do you know when Dre used to have that, brass
that
band
interlude? He don't drop the beat on you right away. He lets it breathe. Yeah.
He did this at the Super Bowl, right, Dre?
Yeah, man,
electric,
come on.
Just like this.
And again, a smart play.
Chris
Eubank Jr.
Emotional.
So smart, yeah.
Chris Eubank got emotional there. He was looking out like, I did this. I did this. You can see he's feeling it in a this is for me kind of moment, you know what I mean? This is the thing. Eubank has always been a big game fighter or whatever, but he's never had this. He's never had the Anthony Joshua moment. And he's got tears in his eyes right now. I think are they tears? He looks emotional.
Yeah, he's got tears
in his eyes.
Yeah, man.
And this is because he never challenged for a world title like an Anthony Joshua. He's never been the guy. And all of a sudden, he's the most loved fighter. He's the most adored, charismatic guy, and he's having this moment with his father behind him. How could he not be emotional? This is insane.
And sit in this ring. And again, we both pick Conor Ben. But you want to talk about battling against the crowd, the moment, the atmosphere. How about the elements? He's been in this ring trying to stay warm. It's 53 degrees Fahrenheit out there. I'm not sure what that converts to Celsius, but let's just say it's not short sleeve weather. It's cold out there, and he's been in there alone.
Height of summer for me, mate. Lovely.
Sitting in there waiting on Eubank Jr.
Yeah, he made him wait as well, didn't he?
Very smart.
12 degrees, that's fine. That's best weather, that, mate.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm Californized a little bit, all right? I'm used to 70 and sunny. I'm just, just putting it in
Newcastle to watch a Newcastle game soon. We'll sort you out. Put some hairs on your chest. We got Eubank now shadowboxing into the camera as his father waits by his side. Similarly, Conor Ben hitting the shadowboxing with Nigel Ben by his side. Conor is walking around the ring, right? He's getting a feel for it. He certainly doesn't look in any, and his dad's just held him and sort of tried to have a word with him.
Maybe settle him a bit.
I don't know if he's worrying about the nervous energy here.
Yeah.
I'll tell you one thing, Eubank certainly doesn't look very nervous. He looks very calm.
Locked in, man. Big breath there from Conor Ben. A big.
Wow. What? Imagine.
It's human nature, by the way. As much as you're seeing a calm, cool, collected Chris Eubank Jr., it's human nature for a guy that's never been in this position like Conor Ben to have to calm himself. And he's going to have to.
Even Eubank is not being in this position. Like, Eubank has way more experience at the big events or whatever.
But nothing like this.
But this is 65,000 in the stadium, and you're the main event. You're not the warm-up guy for AJ.
Co-main.
This is your event. Eubank is the name headlining, you know. And as much as I think it's hard for probably harder for Ben because he's less experienced. I think Eubank. Yeah, it's a weird one, right? Because you've had experience of this now. You've had your first fight.
Yeah.
The nervous energy is a healthy thing because it's going to keep you sharp, right? You're going to keep you out of trouble. But equally, I love the way Teddy Atlas talks about this sort of stuff. Is a fire in you can either heat your house or burn the whole thing down. So you want to keep it under control, much like these nerves, and but you know you don't want it to go out completely.
Can't fight it.
Know what I mean?
Can't fight it.
You can only control it, exactly. Yeah. Here we go. They're giving a round of applause for the Hall of Famers, Eubank Sr. and Ben Sr. Nigel Ben. They're getting. It's a lovely moment that these two legends are getting their moment.
And they absolutely deserve it. They absolutely deserve it.
Emotional, man. Emotional. To think the blood, sweat and tears these two men gave in an era where men went into the ring and come back out of shadow of themselves. There were so many dangerous things going on back then. And it's a lovely moment for them, this. Here we go. Come on, Buffer. He's not quite as
we got to put a little pep in the step here, Mike. Come on.
Hit the pacemaker. London, England. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble. All right.
Come on.
We're ready. We're ready.
Look at that, man.
I am ready.
It's incredible.
And fighting out of the red corner, wearing black.
Let's hear this.
Conor Ben. Okay, there is booze for Conor Ben. Heavy.
Wee. Ooh, wee.
23-0. 28 years old.
He's the European Continental welterweight champion from London, England.
Here we go. The undefeated Conor Ben. And the crowd are mixed. There is some cheering. There is some cheering, but there is a lot of booing. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, they rained it down on him there.
Yeah. Isn't it weird that the smaller guy who's fighting the bigger guy is getting booed so much? That's so unusual, like, in terms of, like, them.
Listen to this.
Eubank's getting booed as well.
A little bit.
I love that this is so split.
I like it.
Obviously, Nigel Ben was the more of the light guy back in the day, but...
Yeah.
You know, they both had massive sets of fans, and you're seeing that it's still there. I guarantee there's people in that crowd who went to that last fight.
Yeah.
32 years ago.
Taking their kids' kids. Mate. How about that? That's insane.
34-3, Chris Eubank Jr. Let's see what he's got, because that Billam-Smith performance, it left a lot of question marks for me. The Sheremetah performance left question marks on his gas tank. Obviously, Conor Ben, we don't know after the drug test who is the real Conor Ben. Were those amazing knockouts really all him, or was something else going on there? So many questions are about to be answered, Wade.
So many years since their fathers fought. So many questions after that fight. The questions after the first one was canceled. Would we ever get it again? Finally.
You know what's funny? There's a clip of, Conor Ben early doors when he first started fighting. And he was on a show with Chris Eubank Jr. and he looked like a little kid back then. And Chris Eubank Sr. started talking to him and being a bit disrespectful, and immediately he checked him. even as a kid. He was like, you know nothing about my personal life, so don't you dare start talking to me. He didn't give a shit. So, yeah, this is a long time in the making.
Oh,
and the
boy,
two
here we go. Look
dogs.
at that face-off.
Oh, what a face-off. That is beautiful. That is so nasty. They hate each other. That is that's one of the best face-offs I've ever seen.
Oh, ref, don't do the thing where we make them touch.
Oh, piss off.
It's a grudge war, man. Come on, it's a gutter war. There we go. Finally, we get our touch.
I hate refs like that who think they're doing something for...
Get out of the way.
What are you doing, like? Is this charity work? Come on now. This is boxing. They're going to punch the living hell out of each other. All right, let's see.
You got the call, Geordie. You got it.
We believe Conor Ben is going to start fast and try and close the distance on Eubank. Eubank may want to take, a look at him, get that jab going, but with an 18-foot ring negotiated by Eddie Hearn, you wonder. Eubank immediately tried to get in the jab, and he lands a nice check left on the way in on Conor Ben. And Conor Ben misses, but he's swinging wildly.
He's super
Conor
wild.
Not looking like someone who... He's taking risks very, very quickly. He's not looking like someone who wants to take their time. He's going after it. He's going for a knockout immediately.
Junior looks sharp. Nice short left hook to start out.
Conor just swung for an absolute haymaker there. I know Conor does this, but he does need to be a little bit cleverer. Do you know what I mean?
And this adrenaline dump you have to prepare for as much as you think it won't affect you.
I can't imagine how
this
hard
adrenaline dump is going to come, so you gotta pace yourself. Both guys.
Wow.
Eubank on the jab.
Nice job from Eubank Jr. And Conor looks a little bit...
my goodness
He doesn't look good here.
No, he's all over the place.
He needs to compose himself. He's not swinging... He always goes out for the kill, but he's not as composed as what I've normally seen him. There's big swinging and misses here. And Eubank isn't even having to move out the way of it, really.
And we do have to take into account a lot of the foot problems, a lot of the slipping fighters have had tonight. And as big a movement you're seeing out of Conor Ben, how much is that going to affect his game?
Eubank isn't trying to close the distance at all. He's just sitting, having a look at him, getting the jab going. And Conor Ben is having to do a lot of work, and he's not succeeding with anything so far.
Good work there in the clinch from
He's trying to close
Jr.
the distance, but it's not really happening for him yet.
Nothing set up behind the jab just yet for Conor Ben. A lot of big swings.
Good left hook from Conor Ben.
And a right hand
behind it. And Chris Eubank definitely took a shot there. Oh, yeah.
Referee letting him work in the clinch.
Like bro. That was more like it. That was some real shit.
Goodness. That's the explosiveness we talked about with Conor Ben.
Yeah. And you know what? As the fight goes on, that could get worse for Eubank. I actually think Eubank's chances are probably better earlier.
So working off his jab, trying to keep...
That's it.
Ben at bay a little bit. Feints, nice
Conor
jab.
Ben feinting, head movement, all of that. He started to think a bit more in there. Nice left hook from Eubank.
I like the jab.
Jab's
I like the jab,
better,
man.
yeah.
Chris Eubank Jr. has been on his jab since the first bell, and it's served him well. It's kept him out of danger for the most part here in round one.
1-2 from Conor Ben, and he is too quick for Eubank early on at times here. We're seeing it. That feint, he caught Eubank off guard there with that feint.
And he is swinging for the bleachers.
Oh, yeah.
My goodness, the power and the speed behind some of this. You see Eubank Jr. with the nice hooks, but the head movement of Conor Ben to elude him. Nice right hand from Eubank Jr.
This is the problem, is you kind of have to exchange at some point with this little monster, right? And, backpedaling on your jab all night, as much as...
they're talking.
Conor Ben's letting them know I'm here now.
Woo-wee!
I want to see the replay.
There's a welt under the left
cheek. He caught him with a big shot there. I think they might give the round to Eubank. I don't know, because he controlled it well with the jab. But the big shots were without a doubt landed by Ben, in my opinion. That was a massive shot. He's already coming out with a bit of a mark on his face there.
Eubank is telling his corner how to get him the water. There's something wrong with the bottle. The biggest moment of the round was the big right hand.
Looked like it got him... there was a second where he saw a Tweety Bird. Oh, fucking hell.
Conor Ben's power is for real. And there's already a welt under the left eye of Eubank Jr. I'm with you, though. Could have gone to Eubank Jr. based on the ability to keep Conor at bay, the jab. But the moments...
Now you'll see Conor Ben fighting with a bit more calmness now, a bit more... because he was so tense in that first minute. It was a joke, man.
My worry in that first round is I didn't see much from Jr. that really, he didn't sit down on anything.
It was just a jab, mate. There was no authority behind anything other. And now the jab of Conor Ben straight in the nose of Chris Eubank. And this is where we're going to see Eubank needs to come in, and he's getting jabbed again.
And that jab is nasty, Jordan.
Mate, and he doesn't jab like Eubank jabs. Eubank's jabbing backwards. He's not putting authority on that. Conor's stepping in with it. It's going to have... Now that was a good jab from Eubank, but it's onside with the right hand from Conor Ben, and they're getting after it here. The brothers, wow.
Here we go. This is what we expected early, and this is what we thought Junior needed to do. If you're going to get some respect early, if you're going to have to deal with this monster all night, that forward pressure. But hold on a second. Look at Conor Ben.
They're getting told off, yeah. They're getting told off.
I want to look at Conor Ben when we get a chance. I saw him breathing out of the mouth there.
I think he's... Oh, little slip there.
No, man, the slip again. Nice jab from both guys.
Oh, and a right hand from Conor Ben, and it looks like it caught Eubank. Eubank trying with the jab himself. Conor Ben needs to fire when he's in the pocket. And Eubank, when he gets caught with that right hand, he really reacts. He really does react. He's got a good chin, Eubank, but there was question marks after the Billam-Smith fight.
What's worrying me for Conor Ben right now is the motions are so big. The feints are so big. The head movement's so big.
He's always like that, though, isn't he?
That's the way he fights. I just worry.
It's not subtle enough.
How it's going to be, that and how it's going to affect him as this thing goes on, because right now Chris Eubank Jr. is not having to move a lot.
Yeah, it's all, because he's commanding the center of the ring with the jab, isn't he? So he's just, well, come on then, come in.
He hasn't had to move back a ton. He's gotten clipped with some big stuff, but look at the big in and out movements from Ben. Right? Like great feints. We love that.
Left hook from Ben.
And a nice left hook.
And Eubank ducks his head under afterwards. He can't follow up on it.
My goodness gracious.
Ben needs to let him walk onto shots a bit more. You know what I mean? Let him attack you a bit, because that's where you're going to find the openings a little more. You don't always have to be the one to start it.
Nice jab from Eubank Jr.
Eubank looks tight, like
and another one.
He looks as good as he could look. You know what I mean?
He's been sharp with his jab.
There's good jab from Ben.
Punishing jab from Conor Ben.
Oh, and a right hand from Conor Ben. He's winning this round. He is winning this round. And Chris Eubank is offering very little in the way of power punches so far. It's all on the jab. He needs to do a bit more if he's going to start taking over this fight.
I'll tell you what. Eubank Jr., outside of that first punch that landed, that clipped him heavy, his chin is held up this far.
Yeah, it's not good.
Thus far, it's held up. Conor Ben back on the front foot. The double jab from Jr.
Yeah, good. He's got a good jab, Jr. It's definitely...
it's going to have to be the resetter.
It's looking better than it did in the Sharameta fight. But then I wonder how he's going to get on when...
Jeez.
Mate, Conor's loading up here.
My goodness.
And when you load up like that, I worry about how much you can continue to do it.
That's what I'm saying, man. This is what I'm saying. There's a lot of big, unnecessary, in my opinion, movements right now from Conor Ben.
Heavy breathing.
Yeah, heavy breathing in the corner here from Team Ben.
I think he's winning the fight so far.
The biggest damage, the biggest moments are absolutely going to Conor Ben. The slick punches, the short hooks inside, and the jabs are going to Eubank Jr. Conor Ben has to settle down. He has to win this fight. And for Jr., I think what he's doing, like you said, is the best version of what we can see out of his lead hand right now. It's just a matter of, can you sit down on some punches behind it? You know?
When you catch him with the jab, let him know afterwards. Follow it up.
Yeah.
You got the range. You know what I mean? If you can jab someone, you can knock them out, right? You can hurt them badly. And he hasn't attempted.
He's talking to him in there.
Yeah, he is talking.
Conor has got to settle down. And look at Senior is saying the jab will take you around the world. And they've shown it in the first couple. And here's Junior again on it. Very smart.
Good head movement. And Eubank did try and step in with it there. He missed the power shot, but that double jab is catching Conor Ben now. And he returned fire with a nice jab of his own. Right hand. Did that land flush, though? It didn't really...
Conor is, he's looking for that pull right hand behind the jab. That's what he wants to do to counter the jab, is he wants to pull on it and drop the right hand bomb behind it.
He needs to not telegraph it.
Chris Eubank Jr. is a great jabber, so he doesn't fully commit behind it. He doesn't stick it out there and follow.
I think this is the best I've seen Eubank's jab, actually.
It's looking sharp.
Yeah.
And right now...
Oh, right hand and another right hand. Conor Ben is landing the more damaging shots here. Oh,
that's going to hurt him!
Eubank. Chris Eubank is absolutely rocked right now. He is on wobbly legs. He's holding on for dear life. And I did say the speed advantage would come into play. And Chris Eubank is in danger right now. He is trying to return fire and get that respect back. Conor Ben just needs to take his time. The openings will be there here. The openings are there because you're the quicker fighter.
My goodness.
And it didn't take long. And Eubank is smiling at him. He could be eating the canvas if he's not careful. He needs to wake up and be very careful.
Geordie, it was off the jab right hand that Conor had thrown time and time again, and Eubank had seen time and time again. What he hadn't seen was a left hook behind it, and finally Conor followed up with the left hook, and it landed flush.
Got power
and hurt
in both
him.
hands, Conor.
My goodness.
Conor, he's got him there. He just needs to not overdo it now. He's not chase the knockout here. You're outboxing him. The better shots have been landed from the first round by Conor Ben. He just needs to wait for his opportunity. And it
Another
will come.
big right
and that
hand.
right hand, it just looks insanely more devastating whenever he finds the target.
Just over a minute here.
Eubank hasn't landed a power shot where you look at Conor and go, ooh, that was a problem for him. Not yet anyway.
Just under a minute, round 3. And this has been the most troublesome round for Chris Eubank Jr. He got absolutely rocked with a left hook. Stayed on his feet, and again, fair play to his chin. And then we have a takedown of sorts here.
You know why his legs have gone there, Eubank? His legs went so easily the minute they clinch because they're not properly underneath him right now. That's a good sign for Conor Ben.
Still feeling the effects of that left hook.
30 seconds left in the third round. We've seen Eubank rock massively here. And the head is moving from Conor Ben. And the thing Nigel Benn said is he's a 15-round fighter.
Oh, another
right hand. And that chin is there all day. Conor Ben is a problem for Eubank right now. And now Eubank's having to throw a bit more meaty punches behind him because he knows he's in a bit of danger here. And he's putting a bit more into it. Can he find the target? So far he hasn't. Brilliant round for Conor Ben. That's what I'm talking about. Big trouble for Chris Eubank. He recovered well. Credit to him. The chin held up there, but he did have to hold on a bit for a second. Let's see what the corner are saying. Let your jab control the fight. It's just jab, jab, jab. That's all they've got, mate. That's all they've got. It's not enough, mate. It's not enough. You're not going to keep this little lad off you, man. He's bloody moving like... His lateral movement, his head movement, he's coming in at angles, man. You need a bit more than a jab, mate. You need to get his respect. He's making noises like bam, 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 boom.
Big left hook right there, and they both tried to trade. And those 50-50s, the younger fighter with the fire in his hands will always win.
Oh, he went limp there.
He always win.
Oh, he went limp there. That was Billam-Smith type of almost like that.
For Conor Ben...
Confidence builder,
that was a massive confidence builder in the last round. And what he needs to do is realize that it's more about quality than it is about output here. His punches and the punch selection have to be better in the later parts of this fight because he's still got fire in his hands. I want to see him carry it late.
Do you know what? The head movement of Conor Ben is proving a real problem for Chris Eubank Jr. here. Eubank's talking to him.
They're talking, yeah. They're having a conversation.
You can talk to him. You're taking right hands, mate. What the hell? How about put your hands up? Do you know what I mean?
And what I'm seeing so far, too, is that Conor Ben has no reason to respect any power yet.
And this is what... I mean, good shots.
There's where it needs to be.
That's more like it. Good combination. It didn't do much, though, did it?
That's the volume that... Chris Eubank Jr., it's part of the risk of this fight. You're going to have to get in the fire with this young guy to get some respect.
Left hook from Conor Ben.
To get him off you, you're going to have to punch him off. You can't just jab him all night.
Exactly, and I actually agree with the strategy from Chris Eubank right now. I actually think he's doing the right thing and being a bit more aggressive. That round 3 rounds in a row where you've been outlanded in the bigger shots, you need to get a bit of respect back. Sitting behind the jab ain't going to do enough here. We've seen that now.
Conor has gone to the well with the jab right hand continuously here. I want to see if he follows with that hook. That devastating hook he landed in the last round.
He's landing that right hand time and time again. At some point, that's going to pay off. Oh, uppercut! Chris Eubank Jr. with a great uppercut. We said before the fight, that was his money shot. And against the smaller man, it's always there, and he found it perfectly, and I'll give him credit. He waited till the 4th round to throw it. It's one of his trademark shots. This is a good round from Chris Eubank. He's pulling something back here. Nice job from Conor Ben. Return.
Back and forth, baby. Back and forth. Come on. on.
Son. Oh, my days.
I'll tell you this. Conor Ben, if he didn't know if he could take punches at 160, he took a flush uppercut and ate it.
Oh, yeah.
That has to be something that either convinces him, I don't want to get hit with that again, but also got to be some confidence in that.
Yeah, we see, we've seen that shot. Tyson Fury used it perfectly on Dillian White, for example. The taller guy.
He almost hit the ref. Eubank Jr. almost took a left hook to the referee there. Oh! Big shots again.
You blink and you would have missed that one, mate. I don't know who connected properly. That was wild.
Feints from Conor Ben. Jr. on the jab.
You know what I will say? Eubank put a lot of effort into this round, but it's return fire from Eubank, and he's talking to him again. Jabbed with Conor Ben, returns the jab.
Both guys are taking some of the other fighters' best punches and then talking to each other after.
The levels are this thing about one being massively above another one. They're a good level match here.
Step in with the jab.
Ben looked like he was in trouble there.
Oh, he might be. That jab, as Chris Eubank stepped in with it, it landed flush.
That was a good round
right there at the end of the round.
Give him credit, he turned it around. That was a good round. He needed that. 3 rounds to 1.
Chris Eubank Jr. at the end of that round stepped in with, it might have been like a modified short hook to jab, and he hurt Conor Ben with that.
Did you see the eyes? His eyes went cross-eyed just for a second, right? It looked like that real, and it was weird because on the way in, I wasn't like expecting it to have that reaction from him, but it really caused the reaction. And he has the question mark. There you go.
Look at that shot.
Where's the chin of Conor Ben? We need to know that. We haven't really seen that tested.
And Eubank Jr. is starting to roll with right hands. Yes, he's catching them, but he's rolling with it. And it's not hitting him flush on the chin.
Let's see. They're talking so much shit to each other. It's beautiful.
Conor Ben has to be very careful with how reckless he wants to get, because that last round was a statement from Eubank Jr.
Easy, Conor Ben says. Easy. I love how much they like their darts, you know. It's so funny. And the referee's trying to get them to calm down.
Referee, relax.
Mate,
it's a fight.
It's a fight between two sons. Come on, man.
I like the feints from Conor when he's on him. They're so beneficial to him because his biggest weapon right now is that jab and then the double jab right hand. So the feints have to be crucial for him.
I want to see that left hook of Conor Ben. I want to see that left hook because that was what caught Eubank earlier, and he's gone away from that, loading up on that right hand. And I just wonder where the energy is going to be like for Eubank down the stretch here. I think that he knew he had to come out and win that round. He put a lot into that round. Let's see what his level's like here.
Yeah, Conor is getting a little bit predictable with the double jab right hand, and there's the left hook.
They're just swinging and banging in the middle of this ring, and this is everything we thought it might be.
That's what Conor Ben wants. He wants that fire. And again, Chris Eubank also wants that fire. But if you're Eubank, if you give him that trade, you're risking the 50-50. If you stay with your game plan, if you stay on your jab, and then the shots behind it to the body upstairs, you have such a better chance of winning. Look at that.
Conor's diving over the top, and he's missing Eubank completely at times. He needs to set it up a little bit more. Do you know what I mean?
For Conor to be successful, he needs to be in exchanges.
Oh, yeah.
Right now, if he's leading the dance or throwing one at a time, Eubank's seeing it and getting out of the way. Jesus.
Mate, that right hand is landing at will. How many more of these can Eubank take? I mean, maybe his chin will hold up better because he's the bigger man. I don't know. But he's taken a lot. Considering we're in the 5th round, he's taken a lot of right hands here.
Just under a minute and a half. Nice right hand there at the end of the combination from Eubank Jr.
I feel like Conor's like waiting for his moment here. He's trying to get Eubank to throw more.
It's just a bit predictable right now as he's got the jab right hand.
It's just that right hand constantly. He needs to throw that left.
Look at this from Chris Eubank Jr.
Good from Eubank, and he's feeling it.
He's starting to see a lot of these big looping shots from Conor Ben. To the body from Eubank Jr. Tries to double up the jab and a big
left hook by Conor Ben. Knocks Eubank back, gets his respect a bit. He was definitely...
There's some body work from Conor Ben. I think more of that would be helpful.
Yeah, definitely, especially with that weight cut.
A follow-up right hand.
What was that, Conor Ben says, after Chris Eubank throws a punch? What was that? It's the disdain for each other that I love. This is drama. This is everything
we wanted, man.
I'm so impressed with this fight so far.
There's a shot to the body. A little bit low, but he rips the body, Conor Ben. And then Eubank Jr. returns.
Nice left hook from Conor Ben. I think Conor Ben's winning this round, to be honest with you. I think Eubank's done some good work, but he's missed him a lot.
Conor has got to get what I call in American football, he's got to get his pad level down. He is popping up to throw the right hand. It's here and over the top, here and over the top. Let's hear some coaches. Couldn't get much out of that corner work there from Conor's team.
We tried to hear it, sorry.
But
guys.
essentially, what I mean is, every time he wants to throw the right hand, his level comes all the way, he stands straight back up. And you notice the difference in Eubank Jr.'s right hand is he's chopping it down.
Yeah.
That way, if he misses you on the chin, he's hitting you right in the throat.
Am I wrong in that last round being a Ben round? I don't know.
It's tough, man, because I loved the work that Eubank Jr. did with his combinations early. Conor Ben, again, he's landed the more powerful shots. There's no doubt about it. The right hands are just starting to get a little predictable, so I worry. Even if he is landing them, the effect is starting to dwindle because you're seeing Chris look, take it, come back.
This is where the weight might come into question.
Yeah, this is where it's going to be. Round number 6, middleweight contest, main event, the trilogy. Eubank Jr., Conor Ben. Nice jab from both fighters. Pretty even Steven right now from...
Oh, Conor just chin-checked him there with that fucking left hook. Bloody hell, son.
We talked about it a second ago. When there's exchange...
Eubank's angry. Eubank is raging that he got caught with that. He's not happy. I can see that bothered him a lot. He's trying to get that get back real quick. He was frustrated with that one. And now he's putting his right hand up because he knows that left hand is dangerous.
When Conor has the most success is when they stand and trade in the pocket. He needs to force exchanges.
Yes. Yeah.
And he shoves Eubank Jr. into the ropes.
Eubank just got his chin just forced into the over the ropes there.
Just every little trick, every little moment.
Anything you can
do. Have to win.
Right hand lands on Eubank, and I've got to say, Eubank's chin is holding up brilliantly here.
Something happened. I don't know what fell on the ground, but Conor looked at the ground for a bit there, and now
is that a
they tie up. I don't know. I didn't see anything on the ground. I don't know if he thought maybe it fell out, but it's still in. But he looked at the ground momentarily. Now we're back to it.
This is so competitive, isn't it?
I'm still on the edge of my seat. We're in round 6, man.
Real close. Nice work from Eubank with the jab. Again, he's touching.
His jab has been so good, man. Uppercut, he looks to it again. And again, Conor's...
He needs to follow up with that, doesn't he?
He gets so straight up with his right hand that he's shooting it over the top. He's got good knee bend. He needs to be able to stay with that knee bend.
There's the slippages again.
Yeah.
Can't believe in a fight like this we got this much slippage.
Drive the right hand through the sternum of Chris Eubank Jr., where the head will go should he try to roll underneath it. Again, he misses high with the right hand. He's aiming where the head is, not where it's going.
It's a hard one to score this round, I've got to say.
It's so tough because you're getting moments and big moments from Conor Ben.
It's slowing down a bit as well. Round 6.
Absolutely.
It's definitely the pace is slowing down a bit. A little less action in this round.
And you're getting the jab, and you're getting some combinations and that consistency from Chris Eubank Jr.
That right hand has been landing, man. I can't believe Eubank's chin is holding up so well. Fair play to him. I had concerns after the Smith fight. Yeah. He's really taken these shots beautifully.
I'll say this. Chris Eubank Jr.'s clinch work has been something to watch here. He's been very aggressive in the clinch, making that referee separate, going head and body over and over. Nice jab.
He's missing him, though, isn't he? His head movement's been good here.
What we need from Conor, though, is when he makes him miss, you got to make him pay. You got to make him pay.
Yeah, there's been a lack of that, yeah.
It's great to play defense, but get a little offense in as well.
Jesus. I'm really struggling to see how this is going to go now. I'm really thinking that Eubank is performing at his absolute best he can do at this age, in my opinion, right now. He's definitely looked better than the Sharameta fight.
Now
way better.
Let's turn to, again, the words of Nigel Benn. When he talked about the spar with William Skull, he said this was the moment. After rounds 6 and 7, Conor started to pick up the pace.
Let's see it.
And that's when he started to really put it on him. Could that have been just a spar story? Could he have been telling the truth? Will it really matter? We're going to find out.
I can't believe it. I can't believe how this is going. I must admit, I thought Ben would be too quick for a moment. And when Ben hit him with that solid shot in round 3, I thought that might be the end of it. Eubank has rallied back really well. He's showing heart, showing a good chin, and the jab has been doing wonders for him in this fight to keep Conor Ben at bay as best as he can. It's a tough one to score that last round. That's the hardest round to score so far for me. You could still argue Conor landed the harder shots, but could be 3 rounds to what is this, round 6 now?
7.
Yeah, could be 3 rounds apiece maybe now. I don't know. Maybe
Conor has got to tuck his chin on some of these exchanges. He gets so high just right off rip.
Yeah.
And it hasn't made him pay yet, but that moment may come. Nice right hand there from Conor.
How many of these right hands Eubank has taken is wild.
I love this pressure from Chris Eubank Jr.
Look at this referee is a fucking farce, isn't he? Get a grip of it, you silly old man. Honestly, mate, what do we got a fat little old man like that looking after these two for? I do not know. Be a man and get in there. Honestly, Granda.
Oh, let it go, Conor. That right hand was there.
Yep.
He got it. You can't.
Last second.
Oh, beautiful uppercut again. Nice shovel hook from Chris Eubank Jr. Again, that's the shot he had in round 3. It was successful there again. Conor eats it, though. At some point, one of these are going to hurt.
Good right hand from Eubank. And Eubank is doing really well to just keep dipping and keep dipping and keep dipping here as the fight goes on.
It might be worth Conor's while to look to the uppercut as well.
Oh,
nice 1-2-1.
Big shot from Conor Ben. Sorry, from Chris Eubank. Conor Ben is in trouble there.
Big 1-2-1 there from Chris Eubank. That was beautiful.
That's the most damage we've seen Conor Ben.
Oh, he's hurt.
And he doesn't look good, Conor, here. He needs to tuck right up and think about getting out of this round with his teeth intact.
2 jabs that left him stunned there. A 1-2-1. We talk about it all the time. Everybody throws their 1-2.
Exactly.
Who follows it with the jab? It stunned him. He didn't see it at all.
He looked really in trouble there. And, I mean, he's done all right to not go down, but I'm impressed with Eubank there. That looked like
nice body
as
work.
The fight went on, he's growing into it, yeah. And Conor
Look
Ben
at the volume.
Is taking more shots now. He needs to get that head movement going again. He's just going to, you know, when you get a warning sign, he's not taking the warning, he's just swinging away. This is where you back off. Back off, mate. Woo! And Eubank's talking to him.
Yeah, Eubank is letting him know. He's saying things are turning, young man.
He's got to be clever here.
And Conor's an emotional fighter. He can't get caught up in this game that Eubank is going to play with him because this is veteran savvy, man.
And this is where the experience is.
And what a round. What a round right here for Chris Eubank Jr.
Yeah, this is a hell of a fight, by the way. I'd watch this again, I'll be honest.
Absolutely.
If they do this, I'm surprised how great this has been. I knew it was going to be good, but it's been...
Woo!
Ooh! Ooh! Conor Ben throwing big, but Chris Eubank is also going after it.
Goodness.
This is a war.
Oh, my goodness. Back and forth we go.
Oh, my God. Conor Ben doesn't give a shit, by the way.
Swinging.
He has been hurt in this round. The guy doesn't understand what backward step means.
Eubank Jr. tries to go to the body, and, I mean, Conor is just looking to tee off, and he's getting so wild, man. He's got to sit down on some punches.
Got to keep his hands up.
And it's the jab, once again, from Chris Eubank Jr. that's starting to control this fight.
I wonder how Eubank's going to feel, because it's been a while since Eubank's been in a fight like this, right?
Yeah.
And I've just not seen anyone stick it on him like this, and so far he's coping really well. But you know when you say about this William Skull story, right now it looks like Eubank's getting better as the fight goes on.
Absolutely it does.
But the fact that Conor Ben didn't take no for an answer there is wild.
He's hard as nails.
He's crazy. They're saying you're making a miss, but you're not making a pay. Just like what we said.
Big right hand there from Eubank Jr. You saw the jab right hand, and again, look at the inaccuracy of the right hand from Conor Ben. He's too high.
This is what happens when you haven't been in the ring in 16 months, man. You know, that's the problem. He's really ring rust this year. Is real. You can see in it.
Yep.
He's the real deal, though. I'll tell you that.
We're going into round 8 here. I think this is starting to turn.
Looks like it.
Toward Chris Eubank Jr.
Nightmare.
That last round was a bit of one-way traffic. He said.
I'm wrong. No, but you know what? I actually think this could go either way. I really do still believe it could swing again.
It's just Conor Ben needs to make adjustments. He hasn't made adjustments.
Yeah, and Conor's coming after it early in this round. He doesn't give 2 shits. He's like, come on then.
Hard as nails, man. Oh, and he gets tagged for it there, but he comes forward anyway.
Man, this Conor Ben is box office to watch, right?
Absolutely.
This is so much better than any Eubank fight you've seen in years, and I think Conor Ben deserves some credit for that. This guy is an animal. He is a pit bull.
When you're seeing these exchanges and Conor is getting tagged and he's still coming forward, it's because, yes, he does have ferocious power and he has great speed, and there's a right hand.
Eubank gets tagged, but he keeps throwing as well. Man, these two were born rivals. The tag line is so true.
This is unbelievable, man. Because right there was one of the harder right hands that we've seen out of Conor Ben in the last couple of rounds, and Eubank ate it and threw some shots back.
I can't believe it. I can't believe Eubank took that so well. I got to give credit. Wow, the chin is back. The chin is back. It's going to take a lot. Nice left hook from Conor Ben. And he lands one, and another one, and Eubank is getting tagged way more now. Eubank is getting tagged a bit more.
Good head movement from Conor Ben. He's trying to chop the right hand now.
Coming on strong here. He's coming for him. Wow.
He's trying to chop that right hand down more now. That's a great adjustment. We talked about adjustments in this round. He's starting to make a few. And now he's got Eubank trying to chase him.
Conor? Why all of a sudden does he just start running? Like, it's weird because the head movement, the footwork, and then all of a sudden he just runs backwards. I don't know what happened there.
Here comes the jab from Eubank again.
From Eubank, he's pouring it on.
Yeah, man.
He might smell that. Oh, you put a lot of effort into that first minute, didn't you? I'm going to try and win this round now.
And again, the uppercut, if Conor Ben would go to it, is there. I mean, I don't know how many right hands I've seen Chris Eubank Jr. duck under time and time again. And Conor's got to get his hands up.
Fucking hands up.
He's got to get his hands up.
Oh, no. Conor Ben taking major damage.
Conor's tired. That's what I'm seeing here. He's tired. That's why those hands are dropping in. He's relying on just his head movement. And Chris Eubank Jr. is starting to really put it together.
Oh, wow. Chris Eubank Jr. on the scorecards won the last 4 rounds.
Starting to run away with it.
AI scorecard.
There's a right hand.
I think Conor started this round really well, to be fair.
He did. He had a great start here. Can he capitalize?
Is someone hurt?
I don't know.
Hurt? I think
there looks like there's some stumbling around.
Eubank is holding on there, and he only does that when he's hurt.
Uppercut from Conor has to be there if he would throw it.
Oh,
right hand from Conor.
Eubank is he looks like he could be out on his feet a little bit. He's still swinging though. Fair play, Chris Eubank.
There's the uppercut. They're looking for the uppercuts again. 15 seconds.
Conor Ben's won this round now. Conor Ben's won this round, surely.
And another right hand. They are going back and forth. To the end of the round, they're going to swing. Eubank Ben. Eubank Ben.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness.
This is insane.
To the end of the round. In your life, have you seen anything like that?
This is one of the best fights we've ever seen live, mate. This is one of the best fights we've ever watched. And you know what? Neither of them are perfect, but it makes for such a perfect combination.
This is what the sport's about, man. I don't need a belt to tell me a gutter war is happening in front of us. I don't need the highest level skill to get interested in a fight. I need a story. I need 2 guys that want it more than they want to breathe, and that's what we're seeing right now.
We're seeing some family name on the line type stuff right now.
Woo! My goodness gracious. That one got Senior out of his seat.
Senior's coming to speak to his son. This is wild, mate.
Back and forth round.
I had Conor Ben winning that round.
I can see that.
Yeah,
I can see that one.
That one was a Ben round. I think we could be at 4-4 here. I think I gave Conor the first 3. I might have gave Eubank the 4 after that. Then a Conor Ben round. That could be 4-4. That.
Nice slip inside left hook to start the round from Conor Ben. And Eubank back on the jab.
Oh, no.
Big swing and a miss from Ben.
Don't like to say that.
Jab to the body.
Yeah.
Nice right hand to the body. Oh, my goodness.
How is Eubank
right
taking
left
these
hook.
shots? This guy's chin is made of iron.
Conor Ben lets off a ferocious right hand left hook, and it just, I don't know how it didn't affect Chris Eubank Jr. more than it did. My goodness, right hand.
In trouble now, though.
And an uppercut.
Mate, Conor Ben has got some energy into him here.
Whoa.
I thought he was going to go there. I thought he was gone.
Another big shot. Did anybody else see that? I might be crazy.
Oh, no, Conor needs to tuck up now. He's being stupid here. He needs to hold on. See with Conor.
Here comes Eubank Jr. just trying to go demolition mode and walk Conor Ben down.
Yeah.
There's a short left hook.
It's going to hurt him, yeah.
There's a right hand, Conor Ben.
Wow, this is a war, mate. I can't believe this.
And a right hand, Conor Ben.
Eubank's just trying to put his weight on him, put all that pressure on him.
Yeah, make him feel it.
Feel that weight.
Oh, step back right
Eubank
hand.
again takes another smashing right hand to the chin, and he eats it like it's nothing.
My goodness, the chin has held up for sure in this fight for Chris Eubank Jr. And Conor Ben swinging for the bleachers. If he'd set that right hand up and come underneath with it, it would be there.
I watched an interview with Steve Collins, who beat both their dads. He said,
nice right hand.
If Nigel Benn had had the chin of Chris Eubank Sr., he would have been impossible to beat.
My goodness.
They're such a freaky combination, these two.
And right now, Eubank Jr. is just walking him down, walking through it all.
This is great from Eubank. Good pressure.
And Conor is swinging so big and so wild that the distance is too close. There's a cut on Eubank Jr.'s right eye, it looks like.
Chris Eubank's cut over the right eye, and it's a bad cut, bro. It's bleeding into his eye.
Oh, man.
He's in trouble. This is one of the worst cuts you can get. It's right on the eyelid, really bad. And that could give Conor Ben a little bit of hope.
And we're in the phone booth.
Annihilating that.
Big left hook, right hand, he's hurt!
Eubank is in trouble, but he answers with a shot.
Oh, my
goodness.
goodness.
He's still coming forward. These two boys are fighting for the love of their father.
Are you kidding me?
Insane.
A huge right hand from Conor Ben, and it wobbled Eubank Jr., but he's on his feet and he's fighting back. What in the world is he made of?
This is one of the best fights we've ever seen in our lives.
I cannot believe what I'm watching.
This is one of the funnest fights I've ever sat through live, and this is a classic. This is living up to the Eubank Ben name for sure.
My goodness. 10 seconds left in round 9.
This is amazing.
The questions here have been answered for both fighters. Did Eubank still have it? Absolutely. Was Conor Ben going to be able to go into the later rounds with Eubank at the upsided weight of 60? Absolutely.
I got to say, wow. I think Conor Ben, it's hard because Eubank put loads of pressure on, but Conor Ben smashed him with some great shots there. I got to give that round to Conor Ben after the way he smashed his eye open like that.
My goodness.
I feel like this might be 5-4. That eye is a problem. They're going to have to work on that. Let's see what happened.
Some replays here. Just
it was the right hook,
right hand
hook. He slipped one, and it's a headbutt.
Yeah,
bastard.
Headbutts.
This is the thing, right?
It's sometimes so unavoidable,
but when Chris Eubank Jr. is leading with his head constantly, how is Conor Ben going to avoid that? He's literally practically headbutting him. Like he's constantly coming forward like that. That's unavoidable. We can't. That's not a headbutt deliberately or anything like that.
No. They're just throwing in the pocket. That was the nasty right hand.
He nearly went there. He nearly went there.
Big right hand right there.
I got to give that round to Conor. I might change my mind when I watch this back, but
here we go.
Round 10.
Round 10, and they get right to it.
This is a classic. This is so old school, it's unreal.
Big shots from both fighters there. And again, Junior just trying to walk down Conor and honestly suffocate him. He's trying to go to the body.
Clever strategy.
Keep his head
strategy
at essentially shoulder line and not get hit with anything big. Bury your forehead in his chest and walk forward. Walk over him.
This is so even on the numbers, by the way, as well. It's pretty much bang on even. Ben slightly leading in the power punches landed, as expected, really.
And both fighters going to the body more in this round. Eubank Jr. utilizing the clinch work. And Conor has got to be cognizant of the fact that he's moving straight back, and he needs to circle. There's the circle. Those are the things that Conor Ben needs. If he's cognizant of the fact that he's moving straight back and letting Junior walk him into stuff, he can circle, change an angle, and land a big shot.
Imagine this. If they get to a decision, yeah, the rematch would be even bigger.
Insane.
Oh!
Chopping right hand, left hook.
Eubank takes a big
shot. And Eubank feels it.
Oh! But
he comes back, left hook again.
Eubank's in deep shit, yeah. Like
Conor is tired or he would disengage. They're both on just their last legs here in round 10.
Sloppy, isn't it?
My goodness.
Just exhausted. They're exhausted, the pair of them.
This output has been insane. I understand why. It's been exhausting to watch, let alone see these two men go to war 10 rounds in.
This is one of the best fights I've ever watched.
Big shot downstairs there from Conor Ben. He slips inside the jab.
Right in the breadbasket.
Short hook, Eubank. Right hand downstairs with the hook is Conor Ben. Right hand over the top, and he hits it with a left hook right hand.
Chris Eubank's in trouble again. And he manages to just stay on his feet.
My goodness.
What a performance from both of these men. The hearts of lions, these two. Unbelievable.
I cannot believe what we're witnessing. You said it's the best fight you've ever seen, and I'm having a hard time disagreeing.
Yeah, this is our Hagler Hearns, bro. This is our Hagler Hearns. We're watching it right now.
Back and forth we go.
Eubank still pouring it on after taking some mega shots in this round.
And back comes Eubank. Back comes Eubank.
This guy wants to win bad. This guy wants to win so bad.
Inside work, and he gets hit with a right hand for his troubles.
But he's still pouring it on. No matter how much he gets the hit with the right hand, he's still pouring it on. This is outrageous. These two men have been hit by a car.
I have no words. For the folks watching, you just can't understand the endurance of what you're seeing. Like, this moment is incredible. And a jab, a left hook, a right hand.
Mate,
from Conor Ben.
Conor Ben's winning this round, bro. He's landed the better shots for sure. But Eubank is
But look at Eubank trying to win it back. Last few seconds.
It's not enough, mate. That's not enough, man. It's not good enough. Them little short shots are nothing compared to what he's taken in this round. It's not enough.
2 more rounds for legacy, for family, for history.
He's saying he step back, he's falling in. Step back, he's falling in.
This is what I'm talking about. This will be an X factor over the next couple of rounds if Conor Ben can be cognizant of the fact that Junior is walking straight at him.
Mate,
and he is looking to...
Eubank is being smashed to bits in some of these exchanges.
When there's an angle change and Conor Ben doesn't put himself against the ropes, he has so much more success because all you're seeing right now is Junior digging his head directly into Ben's chest and just trying to go shoe shine upstairs with the hooks, and they're short. Angle changes will be the key factor in these next 2 rounds for Conor Ben. For Junior, right now, he's trying to be Demolition Man.
He's just wanting to walk through
He's
him now.
trying to go through everything. Here we go, round 11, and they get right to it again. They're both completely exhausted.
Yeah, I worry about the legs of the pair of them. They're both stumbling all over the place like drunken sailors.
Yeah. Does Conor Ben still have some explosion left?
Conor Ben is slipping all over this bloody logo in the middle of the ring. It's a bloody nightmare.
He's got to change angles off his back foot.
He's not doing what he said, which is lean back.
Oh, but look at this, Junior.
Some brilliant shots.
Some big-time punches from Junior.
He's not leaning back.
Nice hook. Junior again. This is where Junior wants to be. Conor doesn't recognize it.
Yeah. No, Conor's not listening to the corner. He said, step back, he's falling in. Time him. Time him. Like he did last time. Just time him. But he's just wanting to war.
At this point, big shot from Junior, and he slides away. Conor spits out whatever blood is left in his mouth.
Eubank's winning this round, bro.
And a double jab.
Eubank is winning this round. He looks brilliant.
And Conor gets back on his jab. And they both get back to the clinch. What a war we've seen. I know that word is overused in boxing and sometimes underutilized, but this is a war. This is a downright gutter war.
And I've got to give credit. Eubank is his will to win. I didn't know if he had this, right? I thought he was just in it for the money. This is personal, this is as personal gets.
My goodness. Minute 30 left here in round 11. Chopping shots from both fighters to the body.
The referee...
to the body from Ben.
Who's going to drop
3
first?
punches back from Junior.
Mental.
I can't believe either fighter hasn't fallen. How are they still on their feet? This punch output, when we see the numbers, is going to be crazy. Here comes Junior!
Junior is winning this exchange. He looks fantastic. I got to give him credit. He's piling the pressure on.
And a right hand!
Conor Ben is in trouble. The crowd are on their feet. The crowd are going wild. Ben is still swinging and trading with him, but this is all Eubank against the ropes right now. It's
my goodness. What a round here from Chris Eubank Jr.
Just what he needed after that last round. I think he's really coming back strong again.
Takes a look at the clock. 40 seconds left here. Ben trying to sit down on the right hand, but he's getting smothered right now.
Ben's game plan's just gone out the window here. He needed to step back, keep him at range, and land those big shots, and he's just not doing it.
He's getting smothered and overthrown. He's trying to open up and throw some big punches, but he's overthrowing those punches, and Eubank takes another look at the clock. 20 seconds.
He's feeling it. They're both feeling it.
How could you not with this?
Amazing.
Look at this output.
Combination punching from Eubank. Unbelievable.
In the pocket.
Oh, my God. This is one of the best performances of Eubank's career, this.
Chris Eubank Jr.
Conor Ben hurts
He takes a right hand there.
Did you see that?
A nice right hand from Conor Ben.
And a left hook and a right hand. And this is outrageous. This is one of the best fights of all time, this is one of the best fights of all time, lads. I can't believe this. This is one of the best fights we've ever seen. Unbelievable.
Oh my goodness,
I
one
don't
more
want
round.
either guy to get knocked down now.
I know.
You know, because they both deserve to make it to the final bell. It's been an absolute war. How do
one
you
more
slow it
round.
down?
It's going to be moments like this where in close, Junior has had a lot more success. If the punches haven't been as devastating, but those, I mean, last round he was teeing off. I would say right now, I do think it's gonna lean toward Eubank unless Conor Ben can really do something in this last round to come back. That middle part of the fight is gonna be a subjective thing where you're gonna have to look at damage versus volume.
I think
consistency versus moments, right? You're gonna have to see.
I think we could see Eubank up around here, at least. But Conor arguably landing some of the better shots. It's
the 12th and final round. It's only poetic, of course, that it came down to this, huh? Neither man willing to take a back step. Neither man hitting the canvas. Neither man willing to say die. And here comes Junior. And they're both swinging.
Wow,
in
Eubank
the pocket.
Piling it on. I've got to give credit. Eubank wants this so bad. It's unbelievable. I've not seen Eubank show this level. If Eubank had shown this level of determination in every fight in his career, who knows what he would have succeeded in. Because he's not done that thing that everyone said he could do, which
left
is
hook there from Ben, and a chopping left hook from Junior. Sometimes you rise above yourself, Geordie. Sometimes a moment carries you through. And for all the performances we've seen in Junior's career, that maybe we said, did he leave something? Did he really go after it? That Billy Joe Saunders moment in his mind. All of them coming right back home here. And him saying, I'm not going to let it happen again.
Unbelievable.
I'm going to give every single part of me.
And Conor Ben is fighting the wrong fight.
How can you not be impressed? How can you not be impressed with the toughness of both fighters?
Oh, it's amazing.
For Conor Ben to be in this moment too.
With a bigger man.
Not willing to say die.
Substantially bigger man.
Left hook.
Eubank Jr. is probably 20 pounds heavier than him in there with him. And he's gone toe-to-toe with him tonight.
Junior with the combination.
Oh, he's struggling now, Ben.
Combination from Junior. And a left hook from Junior.
Conor Ben's in trouble. He needs to hold
pouring it on.
Alive. And it's amazing survival instincts from Conor Ben right now.
How in the world did he survive
stays
that?
On his feet, but Eubank is winning this fight right now.
There's a minute left. Did Eubank empty the tank? Does he have anything left? He comes forward again.
Is all over Conor Ben, who's holding on for dear life. Where is this energy coming from?
I can't believe this.
Oh my God. How on earth are they both standing? I've never seen anything like it. 1 minute left to go, and Eubank is taking shots. Ben is taking shots. It's outrageous. 1 minute left.
Right hand, Ben. Uppercut.
But Eubank keeps coming. And an uppercut from Eubank. You'd have thought that had been enough, but it's not. Ben's still on his feet.
Oh!
He takes a left hand. How is it still standing? How is that possible?
27 seconds, both fighters on their last legs.
I don't know what we're watching anymore.
A swing and a miss.
Watching anymore, lads.
They're going to swing to the end, fellas.
I don't even know anymore. This is outrageous. I've never seen anything like it.
To the body.
And it's absolutely outrageous. They're smashing each other to bits to the final second. There's blood everywhere. And every man is on his feet.
And a right hand from Ben. And Eubank and Ben. And Eubank. Give it up. Give it up, folks. My goodness. In your life, have you seen anything like that?
What a fight.
Wow.
What a fight, ladies and gentlemen. One of the greatest fights ever on British soil. The first ever ring event. And my God, did
what
it
a way to kick it off.
Wow. Unbelievable. Both men on their father's shoulders here. There's a lot of appreciation, respect. Chris Eubank Sr. has just given a lot of respect.
Look at the fire in Senior's eyes.
This is outrageous. There's a lot of love and respect now in the ring. Wow.
That's what we wanted to see. That's how you bury demons right there, ladies and gentlemen. You do it by going toe-to-toe. You're doing it by earning that respect the fathers earned so many years ago. It's hard to say it until you experience it. And right now, Conor Ben and Chris Eubank just made a bond for life that no one can ever replace with them. No one can ever experience, not even their fathers can experience what they just went through with each other.
You've just seen a conversation with Conor Ben and Eubank Sr. there, where Conor Ben said to Eubank Sr., "We did this because of you, so thank you." Good show of respect there.
Wow.
Now Eubank is celebrating, and credit to him.
He's living in the moment.
Credit to him. He deserves the win here. I think he did enough there. And you know what? I was wrong, but my God, was Conor Ben fantastic.
I will take being wrong every day of the week on this one because
amazing. It was so
Chris Eubank Jr. proved it.
Amazing.
Tonight he proved it, and I think he deserves this win as well. And I'll tell you this, I hate saying it because it's such a cliche. There were no losers in this one. Conor will not get the win, in my opinion. This will be Chris Eubank's night. He's the better man tonight.
A rematch is good.
But a rematch is there, and you want to talk about stock rising for Conor Ben? It did that tonight.
This is amazing. This amplified everything they've both done in their careers tenfold. This made them into stars.
Wow.
In the UK, they're now both superstars.
After 12 rounds, all three judges scored the same, 116, 112. The winner by
unanimous decision, 116-112. Chris Eubank Jr. Fair play, mate.
Hey, look at the emotion.
Yeah, he needed this. He needed this a lot. He needed this.
The emotion pouring out of Chris Eubank Jr. and the embrace.
I don't think Conor Ben has anything to be ashamed of, by the way, because here's the elephant in the room that we're not acknowledging. Conor Ben moved up to fight a bigger man. And Chris Eubank Jr. was 20 pounds heavier than him in there. Like, everyone said Chris Eubank Jr. should win this because he should win this. He's the bigger man. Conor Ben has nothing to be ashamed of at all.
What a fight. I can't believe...
He didn't get out there unscathed, though, did he?
I cannot. Yeah. Absolutely not. That was a war. There's Harley in the ring as well.
Unbelievable. That is one of my favorite fights I've ever watched, man. Unbelievable.
Wow.
We're going to hear the interviews now. Chris Eubank. Wow, his faces. They've both taken some wax tonight. Like, Jesus, there's marks.
This one is what we talked about. The fathers went through multiple wars. This one is their version, and again, no one can experience what they did tonight.
Wow.
There's a bond that'll never be broken between those two that I can't even put into words because I wouldn't know how to describe it. None of us will know, but they will. And like you said, if they do decide a rematch is in order, they've just become superstars at the highest level in this country.
Can I just say, this Conor Ben thing, he's got no power now, he's at a certain weight. I think he showed a lot tonight. And I think Chris Eubank, if I'm him, I wouldn't take the Canelo fight. I would take the Conor Ben rematch because I don't think he has any business being in there with Canelo when a guy who's much smaller just pushed him to the absolute limit like that. This is a good fight for a rematch for him.
And those two words are Eubank supremacy. Tell the world what this means to you.
We'll talk about it after the interview here.
It's yes. First of all,
wow.
We thank the one above.
He starts by thanking God.
I knew I was capable of that. I just needed someone to bring me out, bring that out of me.
He's saying, I knew I was capable of that, but I just needed someone to bring it out of me. That was one of the best versions of Chris Eubank we've ever seen, and it's been lying dormant inside of him for years. I've not seen the demon that he brought out tonight.
Into you, and that's what we both showed here tonight.
He's given credit to Conor as well.
Won you the fight tonight, Chris, through those 12 rounds.
I love it. I love it. He can't help himself. So the interviewer says, what won you the fight tonight? And all you can hear is Chris Eubank Sr. behind him going, tenacity!
I'm not going to get into right now, but I'm happy to have this man back with me.
Oh,
and,
that's nice.
We've upheld the family name like we said we were going to do. And,
he's saying he's happy he's got his dad back with him.
We weren't sure if we'd seen your father here tonight.
He just confirmed that he didn't know if his dad was going to show up.
A lot. It was one of those things that was special.
I do think that empowered him, his dad coming, right?
All of this
He
is
said,
because of what he did.
he said it's so special that he was here, and all of this is because of what he
did
did.
it again, baby.
Although you said the procedure would be parliamentary, you also said it was impossible for it to go 12 rounds. Was there anything that surprised you in there tonight, coming back from Conor, Ben?
Everything surprised me. I didn't know he had what he had in him.
He's just said everything surprised me about Conor, Ben. I didn't know he had what he had in him.
I underestimated him.
I underestimated him.
You know, I didn't train for a fight like that.
I didn't train for a fight like that.
You know, I didn't know he had that.
And I didn't know he had that in him.
He's never shown that. But then again, he's never had to.
He's never shown that, but he's never had to show it. And he had to show it tonight.
And so did I.
And so did I. Beautiful speech.
Well said, man.
I think Eubank
well said. Well said.
There's a lot of fans out of
How
this.
special was that? As I said to Chris, we weren't sure if we would see you tonight. But my obvious question is, how proud are you of your son watching that from ringside?
Listen, I mean, he couldn't move around the ring, and so he had to stand toe-to-toe. I mean, that is legendary behavior in the ring.
Yes, bro. You just said that was legendary behavior.
As I said.
Because he couldn't run away from him, he had to stand in trade.
You know, he's gone pear-shaped somewhere, but an extraordinary fighter. And you saw that.
He's giving his son a lot of credit, yeah.
He wanted to tear, and I thought he would blow out in maybe 4 or 5 rounds. He's going strong.
He's basically giving his son credit for maintaining the pressure over the 12 rounds and saying how proud he is of his son. That's nice. I hope he said I was always going to be here.
Thank you very much.
I don't know what the whole disgrace I would never walk you out was about then.
And we're going to try and speak to Conor, Ben.
We're going to hear from Conor, Ben now. Let's see how he's coping with everything.
We're live on DAZN. Conor, an incredible
he looks emotional, doesn't he?
Effort.
He looks gutted. Like he feels like he's let his dad down or something, but he hasn't. You can see it.
Going through your mind.
He's devastated.
In terms of the game plan, what didn't quite go to plan?
Here we go.
I don't know. I mean, maybe 14 months out the ring.
He said 14 months out the ring.
Played a factor.
Was a bit of factor not getting the win.
I completely. He's emotional.
Probably say that.
I completely think that in those first rounds, when you see how rusty he looked, that would have helped him if he'd had a fight recently.
And all that. I've got to watch it back.
Yeah, I'd definitely sign up for a rematch for this. Jesus Christ.
You know, I stayed on the ropes maybe a bit too long.
He said I stayed on the ropes so long. Yeah. He definitely did.
I'll have to watch it back, man. But I enjoyed it, and a massive thank you to all my supporters who come
I enjoyed it, and thank you to all my supporters.
Some homecoming.
Yeah.
Chris said you surprised
I think this is a lot for him when he's gone through all of this drug stuff and had time out the ring, and you can see there's massive emotion coming out here.
I always knew Chris is a good fighter. You know, all the fighting talk is fighting talk.
Wow, Chris Eubank Jr.'s face looks massive right now. Jeez.
I believe
he took some bangs there.
Fight at 160. You know, if we don't do the rematch, which I'd love to avenge that loss.
Conor Ben's already saying, I want the rematch. You got to respect that.
See, but Mario Barrios saw the rematch for Eubank with Chev.
Called out Barrios.
He's saying, I'll do the world title, I'll do a rematch with Eubank. Do you know what, mate? He's going to make a lot of money, this kid, because he's box office. And don't get me wrong, Eubank is going to make a lot of money. He may take the Canelo fight. But that kid made it a war there. He went after him.
You know, like he was working too much on a rope.
Yeah, yeah.
Should have been off the rope. We're not taking that away from
his dad's saying he made a few mistakes in there.
Can't go straight back.
Mate, he was going back in straight lines too much. And whenever he used that head movement and the footwork, he had a lot more success. But, you know, you get tired in there.
Thanks very much for speaking to us. Promoter Eddie Hearn is
here. He's gutted. He is absolutely gutted. They're doing a presentation of the Ring Magazine Championship. And Turkey Yellow Sheikh is in between the two fighters. And oh God, they should be so proud of themselves, both of these, man. What a performance. It was absolutely outrageous.
It is what it is, but I don't see Chris Eubank winning that fight by 4 rounds at all. But
you know what, Eddie's just made a good point. He said, I don't see Chris Eubank winning that fight by 4 rounds. I don't think he won it by 4 rounds either. I think he won it by a couple, maybe 3 at the maximum. I would never have said 4. I think I gave Conor about 4 or 5 rounds there.
He took the kitchen sink. He never stopped trying to win.
I give him 5.
And that's what the public love to see. Someone that, to the final bell, does not stop throwing punches and trying to win.
All right.
A little bit of
we're gonna wrap it up. Show up now. Thanks, Eddie Hearn.
Tonight, I believe he won the entire hearts of the country.
We got to say a huge thank you to everyone who's watched.
Of course, man.
What an event we've had.
This was the first one the first Ring Magazine event, our first time here at the Ring Watch Along, and we want to say thank you to the people that made it happen, His Excellency, all the people behind the scenes that it would take us an hour to name, all of our guys that we're looking at behind the camera here, for you guys watching. None of this happens without this crew here. I want to say a big thank you to them. They made us feel comfortable. They made us feel just right at home like we usually do these. And be looking out for a lot more of them.
Yeah.
With myself, True Geordie, thank you all for watching. My final thought, and Geordie, I'll let you close it out because I feel like it's apropos that you do. This is your legends, the people that you watched growing up. For me, this is my first experience watching these two in the lineage of the Ben and Eubank rivalry. I've never seen a fight like that, in just a passion between two fighters and endurance and never say die. And sure, there could have been things that Conor Ben did differently, but Chris Eubank Jr. won this fight, and I want to say he won it in spite of a rehydration clause, in spite of the fact that the father-son dynamic, in spite of all the obstacles he had to go through to get to this point, some of the losses in his earlier part of his career. This night belongs to Chris Eubank Jr. What a night, what a fight. And if they do the rematch, we'll be right back here, baby.
I got to give credit to both fighters for just staying on their feet. I don't know how they did it. Like, the amount of times I was like, well, it's over, and it wasn't. Especially towards the end when Eubank was piling the pressure on and clocking Conor Ben. We're seeing the replay now. It was devastating. People have said a lot of things about both of these lads in the weeks running up to this, namely, they're nowhere near as good as their dads were, da-da-da-da-da. And you know what? They absolutely delivered a fight that both of their fathers would be so proud of. And I think that's something that everyone can relate to. We all just want to make our parents proud. And I know that's been a big motivating factor for me and Wade. And just shout out to everyone who watched. Big shout out to my manager Josh, who's in the back. Love you, brother. And we will see you on the next one. Cheers.